constant play around the ball or anything, and then shouting. ball or anything, and then shouting.
It is Championship Sunday here at the WePlay CSGO Academy League. 3 teams remain, and one of them has already lifted 2 trophies across the initial 2 seasons here. Can they get the third? Well, today we are about to find out. But before we get to that, they have to find out who their opponent's going to be. Before we even get that far, I've got to find out who I'm talking to today. As always, it's Maui, it's Vendetta. How you guys doing? You ready for this? You actually brought out the full Gucci design?
Yeah. If you got the patch on.
Oh, damn.
You know, it's finals day, so you got to come ready.
How much did that cost you?
Oh, yeah, I can't disclose those fees.
You just paid too much money, aren't you, Halvor?
Yeah, just, you know how it is.
And Maui at the same time, he went for...
I'm kind of like...
Mexico,
Mexico, mi amor. Mexico, mi amor. Mexico, mi amor.
Yeah. Pretty good accent.
That's because I grew up in California. So we got it there. I got confused for being Mexican a lot, actually. When I grow out a little mustache, it can happen.
Please grow a mustache again.
Yeah, I was about to say,
please grow a mustache.
No, I shave it like once every other day. So it's not happening. You're
I can imagine you like some like Mexican gangster.
Yeah, actually, if you pull out the chain too, and just kind of like, you know,
pull out the chain
also the Nike Cortezes need to come out too and stuff. You know, all of it's gonna look. Yeah, exactly.
The next season of Narcos Mexico is going to be really interesting with you in it.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah,
Lead character.
I'm not even going to be cosplaying. That's just my normal outfit.
Yeah.
You know? It's just that WePlay dresses me up in this, where I can't represent my like cholo kind of real style.
I'd love to see you looking like that. We need to go on. Sure. Next season, Maui's coming back, and I'm going to give them like a design and say, look, just get Maui something like this, please. And even if you don't grow your beard, we'll get like a little fake tash. We should take a look at the highlights though before I waste too much time with this. And we'll see the action that happened yesterday, because yesterday, right, we got to see MOUZ Sports obviously look a lot better than we had before. Play my highlights, please. There we go. Thank you, guys. I appreciate it. You don't just keep me hanging on it. Why not? So we got to see MOUZ Sports obviously play to their level, right? Things were looking better. But this opening game, Astralis Talent taking on Spirit Academy, well, there wasn't much spirit inside Spirit, Halvor.
No, they really fell flat. We came into this, you know, pretty positive.
We all predicted them to win.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. We were like, well, they had a bit of a rough go on Overpass versus Big, but you know, today's a new day. Very obvious things that they could kind of fix and tune.
Everything on Overpass?
Yeah, well, you know, pretty obvious things that you can do and be ahead of what you were versus Big, and they just kind of decided to repeat whatever they did versus Big in this match as well, and it worked just about as well.
No one can see Maui's face.
It's tough to watch
His face of disappointment watching these highlights again is actually brilliant.
Oh man, it's tough to watch what Spirit's been doing on Overpass, man. I felt like with Sotfik at the helm, they would have done a little bit more, improving day to day, but it just didn't happen. And what we got from group stage Spirit was not what we got from playoff Spirit, unfortunately. And Chiron, the guy that was the highest rated during the group stage, was actually one of the worst rated, or well below average in terms of what he brought towards the playoffs. And you see the cracks in Spirit's game when Chiron isn't opening every single bomb site with the 2K.
Yeah, I mean the one map where they actually looked competitive in this playoffs was the Mirage game, where Chiron ends up getting 30 frags.
Yes.
But again, late start and everything, you see Astralis Talent already having a pretty sizable lead. So it was just, everything just came too late really for Spirit Academy this time around. But you know, if you want to look at it, you know, full picture and all that, it is inaugural season for Spirit Academy.
Very true.
First go at it. We've seen teams, I mean, take Astralis Talent, right? They've been bottom of the league 2 seasons in a row. Now they're actually in consolidation finals. So, you know, there's steps to be made in terms of improvement, and I'm sure Spirit Academy are going to come back even stronger for Season 4.
By the way, I love it as well, because Astralis Talent did get cheeky on a few rounds, not just here, but on Overpass
a lot
as well.
Of knives.
Pulling out the knives, you know, going all in to just really tilt them off the face of the earth for this one. But Astralis Talent moved forward. They are playing a little bit later today. This was a game that, for me, right, we expected to be a little bit more exciting than what it's ended up being, didn't we? We all thought, from what we'd seen from Big Omen Academy, that they were going to come in and finally test MOUZ.
I really thought that Big Omen Academy was going to be winning Inferno, and it's why I made the bold prediction to say that I thought Big was going to win this series. Didn't come true, unfortunately, for my predictions, but for MOUZ NXT, I think this is where they got to flex their muscles a little bit. It was very obvious that even when Big was throwing utility in their faces or trying to do things that would disrupt MOUZ's game plan, MOUZ's individual quality is so high that you can't really get them off kilter so easily, and it was a bit of a wake-up call for MOUZ NXT to drop a map on day 1 to Astralis Talent. We heard from JDC in the post-game interview about how he said, yeah, he had to look back at his game. He had to see why things weren't going so well for him. He figured those things out, and then he just dominated Big Omen Academy. He looked incredible on Inferno. He looked incredible on Ancient. And now, I mean, everybody is really firing for this MOUZ NXT roster. A guy that is not even really the one we always talk about because he's the in-game leader, Shuhei, he has the best rating right now of the playoffs. Like, this is an insane performance from MOUZ NXT where it seems like nobody can do any wrong.
Yeah, he's been absolutely insane, actually. And it's so cool to see as well, because it is natural that some players are going to get the spotlight more often than others, and they kind of just remains that way. And obviously you see promotions happening towards going to the main MOUZ Sports team, and there was obviously talks about JDC and Exertion, you know, taking the step up. So it's really cool to see that the other guys aren't necessarily letting themselves be forgotten.
Yeah.
They're actually putting in the work, and yeah, Siri not just only being an in-game leader, but now actually being the leading figure in terms of fragging as well is incredible. And he hasn't had a single bad game so far in the playoffs. And just off of what we've seen so far, it's highly unlikely that it's going to start now.
And then we saw this crazy comeback, right, on Ancient, because it was looking like Big Omen Academy might have had the name of MOUZ on their map pick, but it didn't come out that way in the end. We saw some really impressive, aggressive plays coming out from MOUZ Sports. I think that was what was great. They did know how to turn it up on their CT side to put the hurt back onto Big.
It felt like after MOUZ NXT had one unsuccessful retake, they said, we're just going to get in their faces. We're going to start taking the fight to you. I mean, Exertion towards Cave, Shuhei towards kind of the B ramp and Cave, like everything, and the middle plays coming out from JDC, everything was working so well. Once MOUZ NXT realized we can just explode on these guys, that's exactly what they did, and they were a ticking time bomb for this tournament, and now it seems like there's nobody that can stop them.
Now, just everyone remember what you're seeing on your screens right here, right now, and then look at this one. Maui? There he is, you know.
Hey, it's not that much different than you guys. Just okay, hey, let's do this. Let's do this then. We all got this lower bracket game wrong.
Yeah, that's the anomaly. We'll take that. Yeah, we're all idiots with that. But like, you were really idiot on the other one.
Okay, I thought Big Omen Academy, to their credit, had been playing in a lot of other types of cups and things, and I thought that sort of experience has elevated teams in the past. Most notably, it helped MOUZ NXT getting the status that they are now the reigning champions because they play in so many other types of events.
Yeah.
So I thought Big Omen Academy was just going to come out swinging a little bit harder here.
True.
Unfortunate that they weren't able to win that one.
Yeah, and I will say, though, even though we did see Big fall yesterday versus MOUZ NXT, it's not like we've lost all faith in them or they're a bad team or anything like that. That was just MOUZ actually hitting their stride again, which we've gotten so used to. Then we had an off day, obviously, on the first day of the playoffs. So to me, it was not necessarily that Big were like, oh no, we're back to, you know, season 1, season 2 status where they're not necessarily a competitive team or they're just a fringe playoff team. I think there's just like MOUZ NXT, when they're on form, they are the best team.
Yes.
That's just
no question.
Yeah, exactly. So, and I still think that we saw an admirable fight being put up by Big Omen Academy. So, you know, I think they're still moving in the right direction from where they've been in previous seasons.
Now, let's get into our opening game, because this is the decider. This is for the last spot in the grand final to see who will face MOUZ. Now, Astralis Talent have looked better every game, right? They are showing that they are improving. Different individuals are stepping up for sure. But do you guys think that they have what it takes now? Because we've been against them, right? We thought, okay, they made it to playoffs. Huge jump up from the previous seasons. Surely they won't go much further. And then they go further. They could be in a grand final in just a few hours' time.
Trace put it pretty well when we talked to him after their first victory, the one that basically this team, when they came into this season, just put the roster together. They barely had played together, but now they've had about a month and a half to gel with each other, and that's a lot of time for young players like this. And it's clear that they're exercising some more teamwork than what we saw early on in the group stage, and the individuals are getting more comfortable in their roles. Fesser is a guy that Pimp and I were really hyping up during the group stage. Didn't quite deliver, but now he's one of the clearly best players on this Astralis Talent lineup. And despite the slew of losses that they had in the group stage on Vertigo, they've shown that they actually have a deeper map pool than any of us expected.
Yeah, it was actually really weird when we saw them actually opt in to Overpass versus Spirit, for example. That came out of the blue for us because, again, we've gotten kind of used to seeing Astralis Talent on Vertigo. But it's a great step in the right direction. Also, the fact that, sure, they did end up losing Mirage versus MOUZ NXT, but they look much better than we expected. And then, obviously, they go on to beat Spirit on that map as well, which was no small feat. So they've definitely kind of gone from a map puddle to map pool over this span of, you know, I want to say, you know, a couple of days, but obviously the gauntlet comes into it as well.
Yeah, and then when we look at the old version of Astralis, when we look at this, right? They were a team that didn't have much of a map pool. They were a team that struggled to actually have heavy hitters. The thing that I'm still most impressed with is just that it's not just 1 or 2 players stepping up now, right? Multiple players have this ability to do so. I just think, though, when it comes to the tactical side, we've seen some great T sides, but some of these CT setups, you guys have touched on it. It's looked awkward. It's looked like easy ways to get in. That's not going to be good enough to go up against a clan like Big.
It does feel like Astralis talent have gone over their game plan for every single T-side on every map, which is impressive, and it's really elevated their map pool, but it's kind of obvious that on CT side, there's still some individual weaknesses at times where sometimes a player is not really understanding how a setup is supposed to function, so someone swings out a little bit early when they were supposed to be playing the baiting game for another one of their players. And those kind of moments, those little lapses in judgment and not having the experience in those setups, it can come back to bite you when you face the best teams in this league. When you face Big, when you face MOUZ NXT, those are the few teams that will punish you. Against Spirit, Astralis talent got away with some things that I don't think they're going to get away with against Big here today. I feel like those sort of moments are where Big just need that one extra kill, and if you gift them it, then it opens up the entire bomb site, and now you've lost a round that was pivotal in maintaining your economy.
Yeah.
Now looking at Big Omen Academy, we've been looking at these guys, we've been impressed with what we saw, but Vendetta, what do you make of yesterday? Do you see it as, okay, it wasn't so bad, it was just Mousesports being in form, or did you really expect more from these guys? Because I looked at it and I thought, I at least expect them to be picking up a map.
I mean, I think, yeah, no, again, if you're opting for, I guess, the positive stance of where you want to see them improve, obviously, then you probably would have expected them to pick up at least one map, because they'll have the pick of where they want to go. And Inferno hasn't necessarily been like a go-to for MOUZ NXT in any sort of fashion throughout these seasons. So yeah, you probably could have expected to see a little bit more, but to me, what was good about even, you know, what was good about their performances even in their losses is the fact that their T sides were working. And again, we're talking about they're playing against a team who has shown weaknesses on their CT side. So the fact that even though they lose 16 to 10 on Inferno, I think they picked up 8 rounds on the T side of Inferno. You know, and doing that through solid calls. It's not just like off of whims or one guy having a massive game, finding openings into site all over or round after round. So that was, you know, methodically done, and that's going to carry on into this match as well. So I'm not necessarily worried for Big. I think they delivered on par yesterday versus MOUZ NXT. It's just tough when MOUZ NXT hits their stride. That's just the reality of it. A
different level of peaks, right, when it comes to it. But when we're looking at peak performances for players on Big Omen Academy, your man Crimbo, Maui.
I've been very impressed with Crimbo. I'd say at the very beginning of this group stage, he didn't really have the spotlight. Actually, we kind of saw a resurgence of Aqua, but as time has gone on with this big roster, it feels like Crimbo is the guy that's putting in the most work. He's improved the most from day one of the group stage, and he has also now just taken the mantle for having the best overall rating for this team for the last few months, and it's kind of like this trifecta of great rifling coming out from Big. In fact, it's quad damage, actually. Every rifler for this team is doing very well right now. I'd say that weirdly their weakest point might be their Opper in Hyped. I feel like, but every other person I've seen moments from. Crimbo is doing a great job as a sort of floater player. Prosis is like a master of taking space. I think Sin has just been a really solid anchor for them. Like everybody is really stepping up. I didn't even mention Aqua, who was the star of Season 1 for us. And so really this big team has so much firepower. And on top of that, they have great structures for their T sides. And that's something that when that works all in tandem, I don't see a world where Astralis is able to match that sort of play.
But when you touch on it, right, the situation with Big at the moment is Aqua at times can drop off, but still has his performance. He's a very smart player for sure. But how much do you think that AWP role that you're talking about is going to play a factor in maybe being the undoing of them? Because on the other side of Astralis talent, we don't really have questions around him.
I don't know if I actually think Breezer is that much better of an opper versus Hyped. I think that they're kind of like middle of the pack oppers for the entire WePlay Academy League. Like MHL was definitely one of the best. No one's reaching Monacy levels this time around. So it kind of does come down to the core unit of your rifle squad in order to try to take these sort of games. And especially since teams are really kind of leaning into Inferno, or at least Big R, we're probably, like, there's just kind of less room to have a really strong op presence on a map like that. And the thing is, actually, I think Hype knows how to play within his team system on T side with the op, which is pretty difficult. Like a lot of T side oppers, even at tier 1, like Zywoo, for example, he'll put down the op to just rifle on that side of the map. So I don't think that it's going to be a huge pressure point today. I think it's going to be a big point of emphasis to me is kind of the entry fraggers for both teams. Prosis versus Fessor. I think that's a head-to-head that I'm really excited about.
Well, let's take a look at this veto that's going down on our screens right now. And Dust 2 and Mirage, the first one's out. No Puggy maps coming through for either of these sides.
Yeah, Dust 2 is, I guess, self-explanatory. That's been the go-to for Astralis talent. Big opting out of Mirage, I guess, is a little bit more up in the air. That means that, Ancient's still being left in there.
Yep.
There is room to... And I mean, they could have also gone with the route of banning Vertigo, even though if it is a map that they have played a fair bit, and they've played it versus Tier 2 oppositions and done decently well on it.
They've also beaten Astralis talent on it during the group stage, but Astralis talent has improved considerably since then.
Yes.
So you don't really know if it's safe or not.
Exactly. So they could have gone the route of taking away, I guess, the most comfortable pick that we know Astralis talent have to their name. But yeah, Astralis talent going with Nuke, I can't blame them for this.
Right.
Honestly, I was kind of curious if we're gonna see somebody actually try to throw in overpass there from either side. Astralis talent not gonna do it, but considering what we've seen on Nuke, they've delivered and impressed, really, at least on their T side specifically in the last 2 matches that they've had.
I mean, they beat MOUZ NXT on it just the other day.
And Young Ninjas.
Yeah, and they've beaten Young Ninjas, so they've beaten some of the best Nuke teams at this event. For Big's pick, I really think they should probably lean into Inferno here. I think it's the map that Crimo has shown the most comfort on in terms of calling. I think that, so they get it out. I think both of these teams right now are picking their comfort picks. These are maps that are really working for them. There's kind of a coin flip whether it's Astralis picking Vertigo or Nuke, but I think we actually may see a Vertigo decider. I think it's
Vertigo or Overpass.
Yes, I think that's most likely here.
That's got to be it, right? Okay, actually,
Overpass out.
I'm surprised that they're the ones.
They're
the ones
I
to
thought
take
they'd
it
be
out.
okay with it.
Yeah,
I thought they'd be okay with Overpass, but yeah, Astralis talent ban it out. Now Big's option. I would like to see them lean towards Vertigo, actually. They've already beaten Astralis talent a couple times on it, and that's what we're going to get. We're going to get a Vertigo decider, and I really think this plays into the strengths of a kind of brawl. With those brawly ramp moments, Prosis has been good at that for 3 seasons straight. He is such a ramp dominator that I really think that if it goes to the decider, if we go the whole distance, Big should take it off the back of what Prosis can do on that map.
Yeah, no, I think that's a fair assessment. And again, and from all the improvements that we've seen from Astralis talent, it has been on other avenues than Vertigo as well. Yeah. Sure, they did do well to beat Spirit on the map, but overall, it's been the other maps that have been like, oh, we didn't know Astralis talent had this. And with Vertigo, it's still a little bit up in the air. And again, we were not necessarily surprised by what Spirit brought to the playoffs. So I'm not sure how much weight you can put on that. That's a sign of Astralis talent having figured out Vertigo as well for their map pool. So it does feel like it's going to be favored, like the entire veto in Big Academy's favor.
And even with that, Astralis talent slightly more favored in this one.
I can't believe it.
Yeah, that's
people just going against us. Even Paramatch is just like, you know what, screw these analysts right now. They're just
I can't believe Paramatch is saying this. I think the fans are probably leaning in towards the fact that Nuke would have been a really strong pick for Astralis. I think that is kind of actually clear that Big are okay on it, but Astralis have shown that they're actually very strong on it for Academy level. So that's kind of something in their back pocket where they should feel like they should be taking map number 1 here. I actually kind of think that this is going to go all 3, but I think Big is going to win by the end of it.
Yeah.
No, I mean, I'm kind of leaning the same direction. To me, it's going to be really interesting to see how much, we talk about the game plans that we've seen Astralis talent have for their T sides on Nuke. How much of that has a backup to it? If Big Academy are actually coming into this, having watched through obviously their match versus MOUZ NXT, is this something that will they have an answer for it initially and just leave Astralis talent, with no clue of what they're meant to do? Because if that's happened, I'm not entirely convinced that Astralis talent are going to be the ones to kind of think of something on the fly to actually salvage a TF. And considering that we've seen a lackluster CT half, I think they need to have that T side being almost perfect for them to take the map.
Is there a world in where, though, you think that we could get a 2-0 here for Big? I know you said 3 maps, Murray, but is there a world where Big can come through and surprise us, just brute force their way through? Is their peak high enough for the individuals to maybe get the job done?
I would say so. I think Astralis likes that they're picking Nuke here, but they're not 100% confident. Big haven't played it for a bit, and it's a map where a lot of the positions and roles just make sense for them. Also, the only thing I have about Big is I don't know, with Astralis, they threw a lot of misdirection in the way of MOUZ on
chaotic.
It was tough to read what was going on, even when MOUZ were defending against it. People were making mistakes, so I think that might play into Astralis' favor here. I will say Astralis are going to take it.
Okay.
I would hope for a big 2-0, but I'm going to say it's a 2-1.
You don't want any more predictions to be wrong, you know. We've had a few of them so far. I want to get back on track for all.
Well, I'm willing to say 2-0 for Big.
Oh, actually, okay.
And I think a lot of it comes down to the fact that I think Big actually has a pretty good idea of how to deal with the inner sight, and that's largely due to Aqua.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, let's see if they can get it done. I like it. Ven going for the 2-0. Mary thinks we're going to get 3, but I know 2 wonderful commentators that we will get all the action from. It's Hugo and Harry.
Oh, yes, a little bit of Astralis talent taking on the Big Omen Academy squad in one hell of a matchup, right? Like, you know, there was a point in time where even looking back to like the group stage, if you had something like this, you'd be going, oh, well, you know, Big are just going to wreck them, aren't they? Yeah. But I think, you know, it really shows how far this Astralis talent squad have come, you know? Like, they've gone from being kind of bottom of the pile, you know, the back of the pack, to now up there alongside the best of them. And I mean, you know, we kind of saw that progress really start to take shape throughout the gauntlet stage, and it's kept up here in the playoffs as well. I think even the fact that the odds were leaning in favor of Astralis talent really does speak volumes for just how quickly this team have turned everything around and started to piece together how they want to make this 5-man iteration of the squad work.
Obviously, Big have won this matchup before. It was back a while ago, a couple of vertigos ago, and Big, you know, 2-0'd. But if you want to try and compare these teams, at least in the playoff stage so far, hey, Astralis got a map off MOUZ. Big weren't able to do that themselves. So you got to keep that in the back of your mind here as we get into this BO3. I think the veto is a lot of fun. I'm glad we get to see more Astralis nuke gameplay. But that is one that Big, you know, while they don't lean into, we had to show a really good game out of Big against Young Ninjas, if you remember, right towards the end of the group stage where they 11-4.5, Nip pulled it all the way back and Big still just managed to close. And I think yesterday, even though it didn't go great for Big, we saw really good signs from individuals as well, like Sin, like Crimbo. So I'm pleasantly optimistic for Big in this matchup. But yeah, we don't know where this peak is for Astralis right now, as they keep on improving and impressing every single match we see from them.
Yeah, you know, I mean, dude, I think it's kind of interesting whenever we look at like the IGLs we have left. I mean, we really have like the cream of the crop, you know, like you've got MOUZ NXT obviously with Sui, like, you know, incredible player, incredible IGL, well, like, you know, he'll always put up great numbers. But looking at the guys that we have here, Crimbo for Big Omen Academy, this guy calls a very kind of nuanced like T-side at times. You know, they've got little gimmicks, little tricks to try and pick up early man advantages and then play off the back of it. He seems like a bit of a king when it comes to all kind of aspects of pacing around, right, and knowing how to go about taking that map control or trying to get that opener. And then on the flip side, you know, Breezer for Astralis talent, you know, taking the reins off of Vigo and also being the AWPer of this team. Yeah. You know, it's super exciting because all the IGLs we have left, I think, have a pretty distinct look to them, and they all have a lot of interesting storylines going on around them. For me, this idea that Breezer is like, you know, your AWPing IGL hybrid is very, very exciting. I think it's very, very cool that someone on the academy level is already trying to embark on a path like that.
Yeah, and of course, we've always brought him up, but I think it deserves notice. It's Trace, of course, in this Astralis team, and he, in classic Astralis media trained fashion, wouldn't give us too much info on the in-game leading on map to map the other day in that interview, but yeah, you know, divvying it up between Breezer and Vigo. I almost like having the secondary caller and having more voices that can speak, especially when you have an AWPer who we know is going to be very tunnel visioned at times, and sometimes we even worry if that can, you know, hold you back if you're having to call, but you're also just trying to hit these pixel shots, these instant reaction shots. You can't do too much micro or stare at the minimap. So yeah, I think right now the balance is quite good for Astralis, but this is where the pressure may get to them, Harry, right? They've never been in this position before. Big have made it to playoffs. MOUZ have won back-to-back tournaments, and for Astralis, they've gone out 7th and 8th every single time. So pressure is mounting, and this is the hardest game they're going to have to play yet, potentially. Big Omen Academy, Astralis talent, and we go into Nuke.
All right, then, let's get into it. Astralis talent, Big Omen Academy. And the winner goes on to the grand final to face MOUZ NXT. So maybe the biggest challenge still to come. Something else I think it's important to mention is Astralis could be on the cusp of a very long day, right? They've already played a best-of-3 series to open up the day this morning, right? Now they've got this one, and if they were to win it, they would then go on after an hour's break, because, you know, Like to give them some time to reset mentally and physically. You know, after that little hour's break, you'd be going into your third best of 3 of the day. That is a lot of Counter-Strike, right? And it can get exhausting. It can take its toll. On the flip side, you know, it can pump you up. I will say the results they had earlier today, I don't think that would pump you up. They got 2-0'd to open up their day, but hopefully things can turn around here. So let's get into this one. Astralis Talent, T-side start, Big Omen Academy. They're going to be coming in with a good bit of utility on this CT side. What are they planning with that in this pistol?
Yeah, a little fake out for Astralis. Nothing out of the ordinary. They do like to play with their food, but running into the ramp stack, Aqua's good for 2. 3 from Aqua, but out of ammo, trying to hop out of a danger. Process will help out, and Breeze is going to bail in a 1v4. Gone already. A full house from Process and Aqua, and we love a double ramp hold. Astralis, they were doing this against MOUZ the other day, right? They like a bit of misdirection on this T side. They like to fake out. And well, it's not going to work this time. Bit of util into that A site. Standard ramp rush, and Big are ready for it. But yeah, you talk about that bo3 having already been played as well. You know, it depends on the team. It depends on the player. Sometimes that can wear you out. Sometimes it can pump you up. Just having a warm-up in an official is better than playing a bit of, you know, DM. So Astralis are going to be warm, but yeah, as said, if they go the distance, that third bo3 might be harder than they were ready for.
Something that I think is kind of cool here is how the storylines for this map especially kind of mirror that of the main teams of old for these squads, right? Like, this has been a really good looking map for Astralis Talent. It used to be a really, really good map for the main Astralis squad. And Big, they've shown that they can go toe-to-toe with good teams here. They've shown that they've got what it takes. But, you know, maybe they're not as proven as Astralis Talent in that sense. And hell, I mean, I can think of the amount of times where I've had those same stakes in, you know, a big main team versus the Astralis main team going down. And, you know, I mean, Big back there have always been good to upset you, right? And get under the Dane's skin. So let's see if Big Omen Academy can kind of take after their forefathers.
That would be nice. That would be nice, wouldn't it? Yeah. It's not like Big have always been, you know, the event-winning team. They've, you know, I mean, even the main team peaked at #1 at a time. And yeah, I like to listen into Big. Let's have a little chow down on the comms.
Ja.
Follow mal Ramp und komm helfen einfach, Nico, okay?
Ja, okay.
Eingesehen. Kein Job. Eine Tür HE.
Ich smoke
das ist unsere HE, Jungs.
Ja.
Reda mal rot.
Smoke Tür. Und Heaven da. Ja, pass auf und so jetzt auf.
Bei wo jetzt?
Alle kamen noch. Sehr ruhig, ja. Ja. Noch Boomage. Ja, ich bin Wiggeln gegen Explode.
Das Main war da.
Einer
Silo.
T doch. Gedroppt.
Sag, wenn der Main
rennt zurück. Er ist eher zurückgegangen, Bruder.
Jetzt wieder Rampe, okay?
Ja. Nur Main.
Vielleicht kommen Außensmokes.
Spiel mal mit Rampe
Rampe
jetzt.
durchgecontactet.
Türsmoke ist weg. Aussmoke jetzt, die kannst du Tür smoken.
Ja, ich smoke.
Ich bin Rampe durch, glaube ich. Rampe unten schon.
Rampe runter. Oder bist du Schacht?
Unten viel. Ich gehe um Schacht runter, ja. Komm mit einfach, lassen wir alle zusammen gehen.
Wir probieren hier lang jetzt gleich Kill zu bekommen, ja? Ihr mollert euch die Ecke rechts raus. Die sind hier drin.
Okay, ich piek jetzt hier.
Ich gebe euch von hinten Pop-Flash. Ihr flasht euch in die Ecke und ich gebe euch, weißt du, so Delay.
Hinter dieser Molo, das wir machen noch?
Nee, eine Sekunde nach meiner Flash.
Ja, ich gebe meine.
Okay, go. Boom.
Groß rechts Headshot. Dead. Einer Aqua safe.
Außenfight. Und beide, Bruder.
Oben.
Aqua down. Ich geb Rampe Take. Hast du Smoke? Smoke
ja,
rechts.
Nee.
Außen tot. Und
Flash mal raus. Oh, die Rampe links. Flash mal raus.
Dark brennt.
Dark brennt. Viel Zeit. Dark und Zeit.
Beide low. Beide 1 AP. Einer noch Dark. Beide 1 AP. Rechts 1 AP. Nice.
Keine Zeit, keine Zeit. Gut.
As far as the bonus round goes, you're not going to get much better than that.
Yeah, right? That started so kind of direly as well, right? Like, they give up ramp. That's fair enough. You know, you're in a bit of a bonus round, so you concede that. You take a bit of a gamble and try to stack A early.
The reason the ramp is given up in that round is 2 reasons. One, you're often going to hear util go at ramp. It's very rare for a player to just dry walk out. I mean, Astralis did do exactly that. They found the gap well enough. But Big also know, when we had Astralis play this map the other day against MOUZ and won it, it was these pop hits, man. It was Altex running out hot double, triple entry. It was just all over A. And so Big are trying to make a read. It goes wrong. Aqua's not ready for how deep they are at ramp. But then Big have a myriad of utility. The double flash play to clear Mister. He gets a kill there, fair enough. I think that's the kill that wins the round for Mister. If he falls with nothing, you know, Big probably steamroll their way in. Fessa gets very unlucky. He was holding for the red lurk. The second he looks away, he gets peeked. And I just really like the util there for Big, forcing Astralis into uncomfortable positions and, you know, getting all the kills, but just not enough time, as Hyped was late from that lurk. Either way, Astralis, it's a costly round on the board. Let's see if they can build upon it, though. Smokes outside, player in secret with the early info if they want to cross down B. And so Hyped can assure his team to watch that top site. Meanwhile, Ramp Take coming in, and Aqua ready to drop if he needs. Oh, sick.
Dead right away. Yeah, mate. Classic. Altex is just a nuke man. You know, there's something about him. The Zepper of Astralis talent, some would say. But he's dead after the first. And I mean, you know, even though you've got this lurk from Breezer, it's going to have to do a hell of a lot. You should hit a nice little timing onto Vents if he goes now. And, oh, they've just turned back around. That's so unfortunate. Process senses that something isn't right. And, you know, I mean, with how often there is a lurk for Astralis talent late yard, normally it's Fessa in fairness, and so I'm kind of surprised that they still have the forethought to check that, but, you know, it's not terribly uncommon for Astralis to have someone coming in on these late lurks. Now it's only Mister left standing. What was a 2v4 quickly tumbles and falls apart. Big Omen Academy, they're on to a third. They're going to grab this defuse, lock in the round, and keep 3 alive as well. So a nice kind of, you know, a nice round for them. Overall, a little bit of money getting banked up.
Aside from, you know, the Fessa luck, you often actually, when Breezer has the AWP, he didn't in this round, he's often sitting back lobby watching the door push and killing vent rotates. We saw a lot of rounds for Astralis where they would just try and get that, try and get lower instantly via, you know, vent drops, ramp plays, secret takes, and then just leave Fessa and Breezer to cut down rotates and never allow those CTs to even get in position to win the round. It's not the most uncommon. So good awareness from Big that, you know, Astralis are never fully set up, decked out in the bomb site. And now it's a half buy. We got these nades for Astralis. They always throw these over the silo, but Big are not going to fall for it. Process drops in instantly, and I like that. Something Big need to stay on top of, not going on this position where Sin is. He's fine because he's seen the nades. He knows he's safe. But there are 2 more for Astralis, so maybe they do them later on hut roof or something of the likes. Late smokes outside. These are main walk smokes right now, the wide ones. They could split A or even cross secret. Options are open. 1 volley of smokes out. Crimbo's going to have to drop utility. Oh no, they've missed. They've missed. That is very awkward.
Yeah, that just is going to lead Big Omen Academy to really double down in this A-bomb site, right? Those smokes haven't sold the damn thing, and so everyone's here. Everyone's ready. Big Omen Academy, they mop that one up nice and cleanly.
That's a big mistake that Astralis won't even know about Harry as well. They had no lurk outside. They had no info that the smokes didn't land correctly. So, you know, it might be one where you go back and you throw them right the next time, but if they don't know, then that's a real problem. Actually, sorry, I'm wrong. Fessa did cross out, so definitely not by design, but at least Astralis know. Maybe someone else will throw that util next time.
I mean, Fessa wasn't even looking at main, for crying out loud. Like, yeah, he had no idea that the gap was there.
Here we go, though. Another rebuy for Astralis. Breezer does not have the money right now, but everyone else decked out. Vent smoke that also is less than ideal. It might have been CT1, but it's left the door pretty open here for Big to fight. Astralis, one of those teams on the CT side that will do boosts on the T vent over the door. Get that early info. And a free pick off a one-way. Backside molly. Looks like Astralis want to do that top hit again. They've got a double main wrap and no one's here to watch it as well. Crimbo not got his eyes on the prize right now. Can he stop them? Yes. Just gets round. Not sure about the second player. Vigo hears the footsteps. Now Crimbo getting set up. Will be backstabbed on this A play. He turns in time. Vigo runs and Hype to the back of the site hits another. This has fallen apart for Astralis, and Big are so ready for these top hits right now. They can't run the same game plan that got MOUZ off by surprise because Big have done their homework today.
It's really heartbreaking for Vigo that he is worried about that kill getting away and moving back into the A site. So he runs at him. If he didn't run, he probably has that in the bag. Not that he knows it, right? The thing he's worried about is that Crimbo's just about to up and leave and maybe, you know, float towards CT vent, deal with his players in the door. So he tries to get involved. But you can see, like, you know, they dealt with Fessa outside and they immediately discounted the idea of a second man. It's so common to have Fessa solo lurking with those smokes.
And so, yeah, you can already see maybe some of the pressure getting to Astralis in rounds like that, right? Obviously, the comms are probably pretty wild. Like, we're splitting, get in there. But, yeah, sometimes a few seconds of walking can make all the difference. That round could have been very different if Vigo was not running. Instead, now Astralis go for standard wall, crossing to Secret. Crimbo's having a hell of a game right now. He was fragging yesterday very well. So, oh, good grenade, and he's going to keep on the spray. Bit of damage on the crossing players. Now, they don't know the true number of Astralis down B, and so Sin, yeah, he's going to decide against it. Here's some steps. Astralis pitter-patter their way to the site.
Aqua, this isn't the most ideal position to be in, and him and his teammate Crimbo both get run down. They've done a lot of damage, right? A lot of it coming from the outside spam through the smoke, but this is quickly getting ugly for Big Omen Academy, and with so much damage done to Hyped, it's going to force a save out of you.
Yeah, that's a really weird round for Big because, you know, they're so indecisive on what they want to do down lower on that retake. Sin is half down the vent before he realizes he's lost his timing and also the danger of dying down there. Even if you get away with a 1-for-1, you've armed your opponents on an eco. And then Aqua is just completely out in the open, a position that, you know, if it's a gun round, maybe you don't get 4 or 5 pistols running through the doors. You know Astralis will want to hold that vent, hold the secret flank, set up in window.
Yeah.
Because they have nothing to lose, Astralis just, you know, pummel through B, chase the ramp kills, and both Crimbo and Aqua just get domed. So, yeah, that's a weird one for Big. They've armed their opponents, they've given them a flawless eco round, and that might come back to bite them in the long run.
Yeah, you know, it really, that whole position for Aqua was just a product of indecisiveness, right? Like, one part of his brain's telling him, yeah, dedicate to the site, try and anchor. The other part's telling him, set up to play retake, right? And it was like that moment where you try to play both sides and really you end up doing neither of them justice, right? Like, you are just out in the open in no man's land. Looking at the odds, Big Omen Academy have snuck their way into the favorite position over at Parry Match.
Super interesting considering Parry Match had Astralis as favorites for the series, and this is their map pick, the one that they've proven to be really, really good on. So, obviously the score is somewhat applicable to the odds, but yeah, even so, 5-2. It's early days. But Big, yeah, they've had some good rounds, they've had some good reads. That's a pretty uncharacteristic one down on lower. And I mean, if we know Big, we know they do occasionally lose to these ecos, man. It was happening all over yesterday against the MOUZ NXT folks. Although it went both ways. Big won a USP round of their own. Oh, nice shot, Aqua. Different angle this time. He's going to go back to the standard one, but his breeze are ready for it. They're going in, and that's a weird off angle for Crimbo. He's going to get one more on Aqua, and that is the round over, essentially. Astralis are left just to their lurkers who have been heard patrolling yard.
Yeah, I love how, you know, at times Big Omen Academy will use these outside lurkers as a means to get advantages. And then in other rounds, they'll actually give them the room and the respect and just focus the attention elsewhere.
Oh.
You know, these lurks finding anything really does depend on you fighting them outside. And so with no one doing that in this round, it's meant that they're having to fight tooth and nail for every inch of space. Aqua's still playing around this bomb. He knows that one kill here decides the round. And really, just buying even a few more seconds has done exactly that. They're going to get the bomb, but they can't win the round. And so Fessa is left saving. That's 6 on the board now for Big Omen Academy. He's at least going to get out with the AWP, but that is the extent of it for Astralis talent here. Lovely little ramp hold out of Aqua and Crimbo.
Yeah, and when Big, who have clearly, you know, watched the demo and they look very aware of what Astralis wanted to do in a lot of these rounds, like if Big continue to you know, find the bulk of the attack, like you talked about, sometimes, you know, fighting the out, sometimes giving it up. If they continue to find the bulk of the attack, then it's going to be so one-dimensional where, you know, Fessa and Vigo are wandering around, you know, where the Breezer is hiding at the back of the lobby. Like, they're getting a lot of info just very early are big. So 6-2, this is looking really nice for them right now. Astralis are going to have to dig deep for something new, something different. They've done a few variances of outside smokes, but that's a spam kill onto Altex inside of ramp. Fessa's going to trade outside. He's got the AWP over Breezer in this round. And he picks a player. So even Stevens for now. Actually a main man in Crimbo, who has been a heavy hitter already for Big. And Aqua, what's his call here? He's finally got the chance to bail if he wants, but he still wants to stick around. The molly, again, the indecisiveness, they get through though. It's not what he wanted. Orp in Hell is going to stop a wrap on this A site, and as long as Aqua can anchor down B with Sin on rotation, Big should be fine. But this is the perfect call for Astralis.
Yeah, they've gone back into lobby, knowing that they've likely forced a lower rotate out of Big Omen Academy. You've still got a rough spot to get past here inside of A. Oh, Process, that is very unfortunate timing. Although it could have actually set him up for something. No. Only one hyped back in the site. His AWP needs some help, and Sin up the fence catches them by surprise.
He accidentally killed Mister there. He was going for Fessa up close, and a stray bullet headshot Mister at Tetris. That's ridiculous. Yeah, I was scared there for a moment because Sin dropped B. You could see his hesitancy with whether he wanted to play lower. And the reason he stuck around is because Big hadn't had outside for so long that they were scared that there could be, you know, more lurkers crossing yard to secret. And so that's what Sin was set up for. It didn't really delay him too much on the vent rotate. And luckily enough, you know, Hyped dropping in, leaving ramp was a really nice rotate for Big as well. They seem very mobile. Big, who already, you know, gave up ramp in the first rifle round, seem to know when a position is void for Astralis. And I don't mean the ex-player. 7-2. And another broken buy where Breezer's got a hero rifle. Earlier, I thought he was saving for the AWP, but now with the round lost, he's trying to give them a chance to win one of these. They did it before, remember. It was the full secret take with Aqua and Crimbo down on ramp side. Sin's got the info though, and he can anchor down once he spots players.
Well, there he is, getting the spot, getting the info. Now it's to hold the line. That is a chunky bit of damage, and with Aqua already dropping in, you know, it does mean there's two here to hold the B play, but it also has left the gap at ramp for Breezer to try and exploit. He could get away with murder right now. He could win the whole damn round. Taps out both players, and Breezer, with that double, really should have just sealed the deal. They're still going to give it a look in. At the end of the day, it's mostly pistols you're up against, but oh, it's definitely gotten a little bit tricky here for Big Omen Academy. They don't know what's happened in the site. They don't know what real estate's been taken by Astralis Talent and Vigo on another one of these wrap rounds. Oh, my God, they're so close. Spotting a player in control. That's going to send Vigo their way. First shot lands, and now only Hype left, mate. He's got to get out of there, but they're hunting him down. They want to try and deny that AWP save.
What an excellent call for Astralis as well. They realize the lenience to leave ramp in some of these rounds for Big, and so the second... They just go off of the last seeker. They go, okay, last time we did this full wall and crossed 5 to secret. What happened? Big rotated 2 ramp players down, and they committed into the bomb site. We picked them. Let's do the same thing, but let's find that gap and send the rifle into backstab. What a beautiful idea. Big were not ready for that one. They were wondering, why Astralis not rushing us? Why are the doors getting played with? And it was all debate for Breezer on the backstab. Lovely idea for Astralis. Fessa's continuing to AWP. This seems purposeful. He does have a spawn. He's been doing this a lot with the AWP over Breezer. Might just be spawn-based, we'll see. For now, he's probably going to keep it because he's low. So, nothing wrong with that. We know Fessa's usually the second AWP, and he will pass it back to Breezer. Although 30 health on the rifle. We'll see if he's late lurking or with the rest of the pack. Wide smokes, nades land, and Big try and stop this cross to secret. Hyped has played here before, but not on a commitment for Astralis with the smokes. This looks like it will be that case. They're making their way downstairs, and Hyped with the AWP. Oh, that smoke fade timing kills Crimbo as Fessa bops him. And And now Astralis options are open. If they want to go back to this A site, they can, and look at the wrap. Hyped has confirmed no one is down secret, guys. They've gone for the big flank. Big know what's up, but can they put a stop to it?
It's going to be tricky, man. That much is certain. Like, Aqua not really in a position to accomplish much here. It's gonna be a pretty rough time, and with Mr. doming him right away, you've lost that hell component now. Heaven's been conceded, Process event. This is a hard position to fight from. He does have Sin in main to give him just a little bit of help, but ooh, that's a nice flick. Process isn't meant to win that sort of fight, and if they try to go B, they're going to go into the AWP of Hype. Missed shot that needed to hit. Now they spot Breezer outside of main. Oh, it's all getting a little bit wild.
He hit it.
Damage done either which way, but ultimately it's Big Omen Academy winning all the fights they need to. Hype's AWP firing off at B. The rotate from Process there, just in the nick of time. And Breeze is left saving.
Oh, I like this shot. Jesus Christ, it's Jason Bourne.
Damn it, Jack Bauer, you really are the man.
Yeah, 8-3. Good round out of Hyped as well. You know, a couple of whiffies in there, but he recovers very well. And what was a 5-on-3 for Astralis Talent, splitting that A site. I say split, and it was all Heaven. There was no one late lurking main other than Breezer's AWP, and he couldn't exactly entry into A with it. Would have loved to see a rifle there, as Astralis had the manpower to spread better. You know, a man coming out of door was something, but Process good anchoring on that top site. And even though Hyped, you know, Big are so quick to realize, as I said earlier, when these positions are dead, you know, he waits secret so long, and with no one coming down behind the smokes, he just re-rotates ramp, and of all places catches them bailing from the A site and coming hell to B. So, yeah, Bigger on top of this one, definitely. Astralis, they are doing everything they can to pull the wall over Big's eyes, but not falling for anything right now. The only plays that have worked for Astralis have been these, you know, B pops. One with the full eco, one with Breezer lurking on ramp with a rifle. So is there more here for Astralis? Is there something else on the T side? Because again, look at the buys. They've been, you know, bad all game. They've been always left in these awkward saves, these awkward one-man rifle situations, occasionally winning them, but that won't help. Breezer's gone dead outside to Hype CT AWP, and Aqua, not again. Smoke spams Fessa out of the round. The AWP is picked up. And Altec still has his rifle, so don't count Astralis out yet. Oh, maybe you should. Oh, too much respect.
Dude, yeah, he definitely could have gone for the knife, but Crimbo ain't built like that, man. Yeah. He's a nice guy.
He's a professional, sadly.
Oh, from bad to worse, man. Ooh. That's clean from Vigo.
Nice try.
But it's only one. You know, nothing worth celebrating yet if you're Astralis Talent. Big Omen Academy. I mean, kind of goes without saying, doesn't it? But this is already a tremendous CT side, and it's just in the rounds that they've won, it's been so decisive, it's been so clean. Even winning out, you know, like that 3-on-5 just 2 rounds ago, a round that you have no business winning, especially when you looked at the position that they had, right? Like, you're trapped at T vent if you were Process, or CT vent rather. You know, you're not meant to win that many Heaven fights from that position. You know, it's meant to be a super easy one to deal with.
Oh, too much fire, too much smoke. He's going to cross into the vent if he can find the hole. And yeah, in the vent now with a knife out. Oh, no, he comes back up. What a mess. What a disaster. But he no-scopes through the smoke to find the trade. That was very awkward. I think they wanted to swap and send Sin down B instead. But hey, they make up their mind. Crimbo outside. The rest of Big dropping back into A, leaving ramp open as it has not been taken this round. Astralis are playing heavy outside still. Oh, gooshed. And he will get hounded down. Good flash as well. Left Crimbo high and dry. Process trying to take the lobby. We've not seen any of this aggression needed out of Big so far, but it's a good round to do so. Make sure your back is open, or clear rather, as they wait for Astralis to get back into top. Now, last time they were in this position, they split with everyone in Heaven. This time, it's everyone through main. A little more room to work with here for Astralis. Backstab missed, but Process recovers the spray, and Big set up for a retake.
Oh, how's he done that? Another main man. They weren't ready for Breezer. Now they know where this AWP is. Mister's in hut trying to deal with Process, but somehow he's on to a third. This is phenomenal from this guy. Only Breezer left standing, and Process, unforgivable, mate, hunts them all down, 4 in the round. And once again, just the savior of A, the knight in shining armor, it's Process, man. 4 kills when really, like, after getting the first and bringing it back into a 3-on-3, I was like, yeah, he's done his job. That's it, right?
How many more hot pushes could he kill?
No, that is crazy. He's having a very good day in the office, his Process, man. His head screwed on. That is twice now he has been the guy saving that A play when he has no right to, no business to, and making the right read every step of the way from the first duel in through the broken squeaky, the reposition to hut, dealing with not 1 but 2 hut pushes.
Wow. Yeah, these are excellent rounds out of big, and they've not really had to deal with A retakes either in this game, right? It's often just been down on lower where, well, all 3 Astralis rounds are on B. So they're going to go back to it. They're going to go back to what they think works. But again, they have not seen Hyped in this position. He's played it 3 or 4 times, and every time Astralis have faked out or not committed. And so they've never seen an AWP here. Hyped catches the first by surprise, and you see what that does to Astralis. It again ruins the game plan of the round. They have to go elsewhere. Running into Garage with the bomb. Crimbo is there. He's going to tuck. He's buying as many seconds as he can, but no more than 1. Mr. also picks up Crimbo with another kill. Fessa follows up, and Aqua walks into Mr. What a disaster for Big. All the kills outside there for Astralis as they fight them in every direction. And the AWP scared Astralis away so much. I don't think Big were ready for such a quick rotate back out into the yard. 10-4, and a recovered round for Astralis, but 5, even then, it's not going to be an amazing half.
Oh, Breeze is going to attempt the A pick with this AWP. Here's a player drop down and misses his chance at the opener. Hyped has gotten aggressive with his AWP outside. And this is actually a lovely angle for the AWP. You can catch players going back to T-spawn to line up smokes. He has fired off and they've seen him now, so they know about this AWP. But that info goes both ways. When you see them going back to T-spawn, you know why they're going back to T-spawn. And I like that he fully repositions here, right? He doesn't hang around. He doesn't keep floating outside. Astralis would have loved him to do that now that they know he was here.
Okay. A lot of smoke spamming in this game for Big. More so on ramp, but Crimbo will join the fray. Hyped is still down lower. Crimbo just got that spot as well on the fade. He saw them make their way down B. And so Hyped, again, just getting 1 and bailing here would be beautiful. They're going to try and boost. A nice way to get around the AWP. He saw the barrel. Oh, it's so easy for Hype, who tries to follow up, and that's a bit audacious. Didn't try to play the backup. Still going to be okay with a player down in the bomb site. And Aqua trying to bait for them. He's forced a shot out. Aqua does not need to re-peek now. Wait for his teammate to make that contact first. Window broken. They're not ready for Crimbo. No way in hell. They check it, though. And Crimbo does recover. Process on the secret rotate. And Aqua runs in to close the half. It's Big Omen Academy. 11-4. Looking locked and loaded right now here on Nuke.
Mate, the thing that's so wild is that, you know, like this Astralis talent squad were able to push MOUZ NXT to their very limit through their paces in a 3-map series that at times it looked like Astralis could have actually 2-0'd that, right? And even when we looked at that Vertigo 3rd map, still there were there were points of it where it was like, it was very, very close. And if it wasn't for not mollying sandbags 3 rounds in a row, it could have been an Astralis victory there.
Definitely might have.
So it's clear to me that today Big have come in with this understanding that, you know, we are going to be the team to face MOUZ NXT. We're going to be the ones to do it. We're going to make it to that grand final, and we're going to play the best damn CS we've played all tournament.
And I think that's awesome for Big because, you know, they've been to these playoffs before, but there's always been so much competition. You know, Na'Vi with Monacy, Young Ninjas performing incredibly well, and they you know, dropped the ball definitely this season by not getting out of their 1 gauntlet game they had to play to qualify. It was Big alongside MOUZ, who, you know, went top of their group and went straight through to these playoffs. And so no better 2 teams to go up there. I think Big have realized this is our opportunity to, you know, win this season or to at least be contenders for it. Look, you know, they can say to themselves, look at the other teams here. We've got Astralis, who 7th and 8th last 2 seasons. They shouldn't be scared of them. Spirit, who are in their debut as well. You know, this is the best Big Omen roster we have seen across 3 seasons of WePlay Academy League, and right now it's speaking for itself, safe to say, destroying Astralis on the Danes map pick, on the map that they took MOUZ down on, and yeah, just really good reads right now out of Big. We're going to be jumping into that second half, that pistol, and we're going to be listening into Big to see how they are crafting their T-side strat.
Bitte erstmal bitte nicht.
Lass mich ruhig als erstes springen.
Ja, ich lass dich zuerst pieken. Warte hier vorne.
Mac eingedreht. Immer noch.
Einer.
Ich droppe zuerst. Ja, drop.
Mac Dev gegangen.
Mac gepiekt.
Bitte.
Flash ihn. Flash kommt. Er ist Gold.
Ja, bin auch Gold.
Auch geflasht. Mac
Mac.
immer.
2 da.
2 Mac.
Noch einer. 2 Dick. Heaven.
Heaven und Mac, hit the credit.
Lass runtergehen.
Liegen zu 2
3
Heaven
da.
und 2 unter ihm.
Er hat
Alle
gekillt.
bekannt tot. Ja. 2 bekannt nur. Leg so leg direkt, okay?
Ja.
Noch
Links an. Ich bin simple. Links und rechts. Beide. Pushen dich.
Schade. Alles gut, wir haben plant. Ist trotzdem.
Very important that Fessa 3K'd that round, because, well, he did 4K that round. He one-tapped Breezer outside after Big made it down B. I don't know what happened there. Stray bullet, perhaps we'll call it.
Dude, I didn't even catch it. Like,
Both
me and
players
Hugo were
already
talking
down.
as it happened, and he goes like, yeah, you just team killed. I'm like, oh.
I don't know how. It was either the Garage or the blue player, but yeah, a bit awkward. Nonetheless, he makes up for it, Harry. Comes in with a couple of big kills. Yeah, Breezer and Garage. He killed Breezer and Garage. I hope we get this, but we might not. Okay.
Yeah, it's actually
slightly more
kind of
forgivable.
understandable.
Yeah, and he made up for it. It doesn't matter. It didn't cost him the round.
Like, if anything, it went from being Fess's fault to Breezer's fault in my mind. Yep.
Yeah, I mean,
Yep. Fully no.
well, you know, just don't shoot your teammates. We don't recommend that.
Well, don't crouch in the way of bullets. That also helps. Here we go. Mr. Hot Roof Auto Shotgun.
The dream. These guns are very potent in rounds like this. Little main smoke. Big trying an A-pop, but it's all a fake out as they run ramp. The molly, Altex will not hang around. He's going to have to drop. Vigo picks Sin in the meantime. Fast down B. Altex, 2 kills is beautiful. Oh, the jumping shot, and he finishes it off. Fessa helps. Hype indoor, and oh, he can see through that one, but missed her. He has more bullets, more caliber, and more alligators as they maul Big Omen Academy's force by. Now going to have to be an eco, and this is where, if you're Astralis, you can tell yourself, guys, this is where the comeback starts.
Yeah, I mean, you know, that's very much the nature of the beast, right? The pistol around here carried a lot of importance, and with Astralis winning, it's very much kept them alive now that they've found the conversions as well. I say conversions, plural. I'm assuming they're going to find this one. But then again, every time I said that yesterday, the team that I pointed out should lose would go on to win. However, Vigo has just really given me a lot of confidence there. Yeah, Astralis have got this one in the bag. Nothing can go wrong.
No, yeah, and honestly, yeah, not worried. Only one Deagle left up, which could be trying to get things weird, but PD50 is just getting overwhelmed. You can see the confidence. Astralis swinging with the MP9 outside. Easy round for them, and this will be 11-7 with Big coming in with their full buy. Hyped hits 1. That will be it. And Aqua V the shotgun, shoos him up, spits him out. Definitely a good gun to get yourself back in a game, you know? Very easy weapon.
No, dude, I actually...
I'm all for it.
I love the auto shotgun on a hot roof in pro play, you know, and even in pugs. Yes.
Yeah, obviously the limitation is, you know, you're having to retake B or something.
No, yeah,
or you're
I
getting
mean,
heaven wrapped,
that-
suddenly you're screwed.
That is like the biggest problem, right? But it's like if you do just get dealt an A push and they're trying to get out hot or door, you just win. Like
Yeah, very hard.
in a lot of senses, it can be better than an M4. You know, you don't have that situation with an XM where you headshot them and they headshot you, and because they have an AK, they win. Like if they get headshot by the XM, bro, they are turned into a bloody paste, essentially.
Ooh, I like this position. He's one-wayed himself on the garage roof, but yeah, they spammed it, and so he will decide to leave.
Yeah, you know, I mean, that's actually a smoke that, you know, Smooya back with the main big roster all them years ago used a hell of a lot, and it's funny to see that being used up against the big Omen Academy team.
They are going outside.
Wonder if Tabson's ever brought that one up to him. Yeah, just watch out. There's like this horrible little smoke that like me, Godby, and the lads came up with back in the day. Ooh, Vigo trying to play a timing game. Waiting for the cross. Doesn't want to go through. Well, instead, just tap out and move back. Trying to get on top of Garage again, but he's missed his chance at the timing. They're already down secret.
Yeah, Sin's holding the flank, and they might be boosting up as well. Whoa, where's that come from? Aqua double door on the vent rotate, and now he's got the A site. Also, he thinks Breezer swings out, and they probably wanted to go back up, but now they must commit into the B site. Luckily enough, all of Astralis are stacked up in the wrong place right now. Drawn in by the double from Aqua, and you might just have to save on Astralis. Don't really have a choice in the matter. B has been locked out. Bomb's going to get planted, clearing the site with a smoke molly on ramp. Although, that will tempt you back in. Vigo killing Hype, providing a way down vent for his team, but he will get cut down alongside Sin, or alongside Altex by Sin. And by Sun, as Breezer will save. You know, there was a way back in. Vigo at least found it, but Sin in a very weird off angle. Stopped any chance of that round getting out of control.
I mean, for my money, the thing that's scary is that right now, Crimbo is the top performer in the server, right? And that actually, I think Hype's up above him, maybe. But, you know, it always makes you a little bit concerned, like, you know, the IGL popping off. It means that clearly he feels like he's getting the right reads and he's in the right spots and he's feeling like the flow of the game, right? Yeah. Looking at the other side, Vigo and Breezer, like, between them aren't having off games or anything, but, you know, it's not like they're soaring high in the server. You know, they're still having to dedicate a lot to the micro elements, whereas Crimbo, he's feeling like it's all coming very naturally to him right now. I mean, he was a master of holding down outside on the CT half, and now you just hope he's got the reads and the calls to lead you to victory in this T side.
Yeah, I like the cross for Breezer. He made his way to secret with the orb, and, you know, that's nice because you're often going to get that early respect outside. You don't get instant smokes very often because CTs like to throw mollies to disrupt, and Ts aren't in a hurry on Nuke. So Util comes in, Breezer's going to have to bail, and I don't know if they will have seen him there, probably not. He is still down in B, can stop the lower take for Big, and they're not aware that the orb is in position, but is this a lower take is the question. They could come through this main smoke with a hot lurker as well in the form of Aqua. Finally making their move right down the stairs. Breezer's in position, but a missed first shot. Does take his backup, at least doesn't hang around forever. Saw that mistake get made from Hyped once in the first half. And now they've seen the orb, they can make the decision to leave, go back up and split with Aqua into this A site.
Yeah, I love this move from Big Omen Academy, right? All they do with the AWP at B is they spot it, they get the info, they know they send it back further into the site, and they restrict the flow of information that Astralis talent have. So now when they're set for this A play, they're hoping that attention has pulled players away from this bomb site, but that's not the case. There's still a good setup here. Mister on the rafters, dead after one, a little 2v2. There is a vent rotate sneaking up, moving in and out through heaven. Altex, oh, it's a little messy, but he regains control. Wrestling with the A1S, he's able to get it back under back under wraps.
Those are the rounds Oltex was winning back in that MOUZ game, if you remember. He won a couple of clutches coming in on a Heaven rotate, won a 1v3 against MOUZ as well, on the stick, in a T-sided post plant. So yeah, very comfortable there. Not a clean round, but Astralis will take it. They also realized exactly when that was a fake. You know, Breezer had to go all the way back down B, but that's when the ramp players moved into Heaven, and we suddenly had 3 players on that A site there for Astralis. Big on the power match odds are still favored, but it is close. It is damn close. 1.7 to 2.08. And if you want to put your money where your mouth is, there's a 100% deposit bonus on your first deposit. Link down below in the banner, and of course all the info you'll need, 18+ only. But that's Parry Match for you. 12-8, and this is not a done deal. Big know that, calling in pauses as this game tightens up.
Yeah, it's a bit of a crying shame. They're $100 short of Crimbo being able to like drop 2 AKs in, so as a result, like, you are going to have one guy taking a bit of a hit in terms of firepower in this round. And it will be Process who elects to do that. Crimbo, with all his cash, dropped the AWP onto Hyped. And so I hope he gets stuck in with it early, right? I imagine he's going to, especially when you've lent into the idea of getting it, right? You come into this with some limitations in terms of firepower. You need that AWP to find something early. And so Hyped going to take it towards outside. Just holding for aggro right now. Bit of a default here for Big Omen Academy. Waiting to see what the Astralis protocols are if they're not given anything out of spawn, essentially.
Double ramp. But late outside for Big, they avoid it. Aqua locking lobby is nothing new here for Big. Neither of the smokes missed jump. Viggo's going to have to go back, but he's still there in time to get a bit of info on this cross. Oh, well, that's not helpful. Hype picks him. No info for Viggo. Knows at least it is a heavy commit outside, but it looks like they want to walk through the main smoke. They're going very close into garage. And secret. Process. He doesn't have util to fake B. That would be really nice right now to keep Fessel here. But Astralis needs some info lower, and with a pick outside, Big know the A site is going to be weakened. Breeze has just gone back to check ramp, and this is really awkward for Astralis. From position alone, Big have a very good situation. Now, the lobby take is nice if they can clear Aqua, and they look interested in doing so. He's got his back turned right now, a free kill. Astralis now with a lot of room in the lobby as Big try and split top.
Yeah, will they be ready for Heaven? Crimbo actually has the bomb up here, so it's very important that he doesn't die. He drops that down into the site, and they plant for this Heaven post plant. They run down Process while he's planting, and Crimbo with the swing gives up the post plant. Was so desperate to try and trade that out, to try and thin the herd, that he throws himself into a 1v2 he didn't really want to take. His teammates cut down shortly after. There wasn't really much you could have expected Hype to do there. And so Astralis Talent onto a 9th, making something of this game after all, from an 11-4 half in favor of Big Omen Academy. We're now just 3 rounds the difference between these two teams. And you're starting to get, you know, a little worried for Big Omen Academy, but a little excited for Astralis Talent.
Yeah, nice reaction from the Danes as well. The lobby take was perfectly timed. It looked like they were even gambling and leaving that A site completely open, but Aqua was kind of holding dead angles, just sitting looking at door where his teammates were in main, and he didn't know they were right behind him, clearing from hut. So a very dangerous but necessary push to win that round. If Astralis stayed anchoring on A, they would have been split from Heaven and the A site through main. So probably wouldn't have gone well for them. Crimbo's got a couple of smokes. He's just trying to make sure they don't roll. That's the hardest part. Get them in position to throw this exec as quick as they can. Process lobs it in. Got the lineups. Little wall of smokes outside now, and they're wide as well. Leaving garage open, but no one there spotting. Viggo's going to try and get in position, but again, it's a fake out. That's more often than not what these smokes are in this map, at least. Hut molly perfectly timed. Big might have to go through. They don't throw a smoke on it. They've used their util, but they've double entried. Oh, Astralis, how much do they want to sell themselves down the river by fighting A? Might have to wait for the retake. The molly misses, and Vigo falls off, but he still hits the kill. Orp's trying to help out, up the vent again, and it's a clean-up here for Astralis Talent on the A site. Lovely retake. I mean, I say retake, they didn't even give Big the room to plant the bomb, and after a double entry, you wouldn't have, you wouldn't have had a problem with Astralis giving it up and playing a safe, methodical retake, but in playing into the chaos there, Big never get comfortable, never get set up, barely get guns. I can't believe Vigo falls off and recovers that. And the one thing that has been consistent, we saw it from Sin a bit in the first half, but these vent dives up for Astralis, they keep flying up the ladder, to stop these A plays, so ready to change from their lower site after the smokes come out. Big need to do a round where they commit with the smokes down B. They haven't done that yet. It's often the AWP that scared them off, but if you don't ever commit with your smokes, and Astralis are never going to be convinced in your utility outside. And this is another example of that, right? Vigo's got that info early. There is at least one player coming, but I don't know if he's going to clear this corner. Doesn't do it in time. Process is dead. And now Astralis again, no. Outside's clear. The smokes are a fake. Watch your sight.
And now they are really set on the idea that, this is likely going to culminate in either a ramp take or a little A pop. They've got 2 set in this A bomb site with support from Fessa. This ramp player going to get the info. The guys are here. Altec spots them and doesn't drop immediately. He gives the illusion that he's gone to go play the B site. But actually, he's here to deny Heaven control. And on the back of seeing someone there, on the back of seeing Sin waiting to wrap Heaven, you feel pretty assured that this was destined to be the A play with a Heaven split component. And so Crimbo's cut down, that's the bomb. Now you know you were right in that assumption. You were right in your read. Hyped just wants to get out with this damn gun. But Mister doing everything he can with the spam. Wants to deny the save, and it might just happen, mate. Getting wrapped from ramp. There's Altex to close.
I just love the pressure that Astralis are keeping up on the CT side. They never let Big get comfortable. Even when they know they're stacked lobby, man, they're still pushing in Hut and pushing in door. And the second it's a 1v4, it's a ramp flank as well. There's never a second where Big can get comfortable. And again, I think a lot of this is coming down to the fact that Astralis always are out-reading Big on these outside smokes, whether it be, Breezer playing the fullback in lower with the AWP, and telling his team that he's got his angle and they should stay A. Or right there where Vigo crosses secret, something that Astralis have done 2 or 3 times in this half and Big have never known about. Like, these smokes are not doing anything if you don't commit once to instill that fear in Astralis. They are so assured on their A hold right now, as much as Big were in the first half, right? That was one thing that looked so good for Big. Astralis' A pops were so obvious to Big, who never fell for them and always multi-killed on it. So I think we're getting a similar look there, but a lot more info for Astralis in the CT side and a lot more proactive in taking lobby. Twelve to 11. Gap is closing. The chance is swimming by Big in this first map of the series. Fessa sits Ven, but it is an A-pop, and that smoke coming out of the back of the site. This is trying to provide a bit of cover, and he can't live to play it. Fessa's blind as well. Lovely exec for Big, but Astralis have won this exact 5-on-3 before, and they're going to try and do it again.
Yeah, Altex has helped. Breezer's going to set him up with a flashbang. Vigo even spams Process through the smoke in main. Altex dead on the swing, and things get a little more dire now. Bloody hell, mate. Yeah, it's a good thing Crimbo did swing out and deal with him there, because that spam damage could have found the man in backside. Breezer not really left with many options here. He does have a kit and a smoke. He could attempt some crazy, wild, last-second drop-in.
Not going to work. He could attempt it, but it's not going to work. Look at how careful they're being. They have barely been able to get into these positions. They're not going to throw it away.
And I mean, you know, like, because they came into the round with so little, like, you kind of almost don't mind having someone stay close to the bomb and risk going down. So yeah, 13 for Big Omen Academy.
Yeah, the difference here is it's the same situation, right? It's 5-on-3 with double pistol entries, but Astralis, last time, the reason it worked so well is they just didn't give Big the room to not only plant, but get set up. Big got to grab guns and pick post-plants. That's because Astralis weren't in position to stop an A-rush, right? The molly came down too late. There was no warning on the A play. There were some really good flashes through the rafters. And so, yeah, Astralis had to play a more standardized retake where Breezer threw those double flashes in through heaven, but at that point, Big is set up. They're trading their kills. They've picked up M4s, and they're very comfortable. So nice round out of Big, but again, it's not something you can continue to do. You need depth still on this T side. You need 3 more rounds. And so, you know, A-rushes like that are lovely when you pick them up, but you know you need more.
Something that is scary is, like, we're at a point in time where this game could be decided by the economy and the economy alone, right?
There's an M249 in play for Altex.
Oh.
Is that a misbuy?
I hope not.
He's got it on ramp. Altex,
dude, I tell you what, mate.
You cool,
I've
buddy?
always repped the M249.
It's so expensive.
It's super expensive.
So
That's
expensive.
the downside. So it had
Buy
to
an
be a
auto.
misbuy. But what I'll say is,
Altex,
it's a
you
cracking
crazy
gun. It
man.
really is. Like,
Crazy man.
it is deceptively good.
Yeah, and like little bursts.
No one's going to be ready for this. Basically, think of it like an A4, but with 100 bullets.
You're also so slow with it. I don't like that. I mean, I'm hoping it's a misbuy. He has no util.
No.
You would imagine it's not the call.
No.
You can do this by accident. So I really want to see it put to use at the same time.
Altex, shut him up real quick. Show me what this gun can do.
The gun isn't bad.
No, it's just too much
it's
for
too
what
much
it is.
money.
Yeah.
You're too slow. There's a myriad of reasons why you wouldn't buy this weapon. It's not on the Gev where it's 1600.
Hilariously, I think if it was like 3.8k, it would be OP.
I'm so glad it's not 3.8. Altex, you psycho.
Breezer.
dear,
I
he's
didn't
dead.
see him. Dead after one, though. Sin runs in. Altex dropping.
okay, here
100
we
bullets. Get to the chopper. Here he is. Come on now, Altex.
What on earth?
Ruin their day.
I've never seen this before.
A one-man Arnie at ramp.
Nice.
Drop down. Aqua's going to deal with the A
He'll
rotation.
never fire it.
Altex.
Oh, no.
Might just...
No!
Come on, it's so expensive, bro. Just take it. Just take it. I promise you it's good. They're running in. They're going for the retake. They're giving it all they've got. Altex dead.
Oh.
And the M249 never sees the light of day.
Now I'm just disappointed, honestly. Now I'm just really upset, Harry. He bought it and he didn't even play it. Obviously, he couldn't have really retaken. You can't wide swing with that gun. I can tell you that much. You're too slow. But, oh, damn it. If only that was a ramp rush, Harry, we could have seen the highlight of the tournament. They never saw it, right? Big didn't know what was right round the corner. Damn it, Altex.
Considering he swapped out right away, definitely a misspy.
Yeah,
definitely.
yeah. I mean, he had no util on ramp.
You know,
who needs the util when you have 100 bullets?
at that point in the game, at this point in the game where we were saying like the money could decide it, a misspy is actually the most devastating thing, especially
the most expensive.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, there's a case to be made for the Negev, right? $1,700, very cheap, very effective at like certain spam spots and certain positions on maps on the CT side at least. But like, that's 5.25. There's no good way to justify it. Auto snipe is better. How much is that? 5.2?
5, I think.
Yeah, it might be. I don't buy it.
No, me either.
I'm not crazy, but yeah. But I do know the M249 price, which, what does that say about me? Nothing good. Yeah, the auto sniper, definitely better. Definitely more effective. We've seen that tilt any team, every team at times.
Yeah, 5,000 on the auto.
Very nice. I think it's different on different teams, is it? Or am I... Maybe not. I don't know. Who would buy that gun?
But mate, no, I mean, I think... And while we're on a little pause here, it looks like it's of the technical nature. I think, if the M249 was like $4,000, maybe there's a case to be... Dude, I want it to be used because it's actually a sick gun.
But don't you think we should fix the Negev first?
No, I don't even think there's that much wrong with the Negev, TBH.
$1,700? Just hasn't been figured out.
What case are you making, though, when you say 17? Are you saying that's too cheap?
I'm saying that's too cheap and people just haven't...
Too cheap?
People haven't... Well,
then why are we fixing it?
No.
What do you mean?
No,
Fix the Negev.
Harry, okay, here's what I'll say. The Krieg,
You're saying
Harry,
nerf the gun.
You're not letting me say anything.
Yeah, go on.
The Krieg was in the game for years, unchanged, before anyone realized that, yo, this gun's $300 more and sick. The SMGs, it took over a year for them to be used in pro play after their buff. Literally a year, nothing changed. You know, it sometimes takes us time to move away from what we know and love in Counter-Strike. We are diehard AKM4 AWP users at the end of the day, and there's nothing wrong with that, but I think there is a case to be made for the Negev. Be that smoke spamming, be that wall banging, be that a post-plant on B Ancient shooting through pocket for the plant.
You know what I can get behind it for spam. I can get behind it for area denial.
Yeah.
Can't get behind it for smoke spam. I think you die if you spam a smoke with the Negev. I think it's just so easy to figure out where those... No, that's deceptive.
Harry.
I can see the movement you're doing. Hugo's going like left and right. Like he's like...
Look, do I think it's the best gun in the game? No, but for $1,700, I will say that's a damn good eco gun. It's a damn good half-buy gun, okay? Look, don't put words in my mouth.
I'm not. I literally haven't.
I just think for $1,700, it hasn't been figured out. And I'm surprised we don't see it in some cases.
I can agree with that part. All right.
Thank you.
But
think about this. Put in the Negev, CT, top mid Ancient.
You want to spam the smoke on Ancient. I think you just die.
No, not smoke. Just go out top mid, out red, spray as your team get close. Anyone walks in... Because people are deceptively confident against that gun. When you see Negev spray, you're
that's
like,
true.
I couldn't run into this and kill this guy. He's standing still. I know where he is. You die in 3 bullets. Anyway, all this aside, it's a hero AWP now. It's not a hero M249 for Astralis talent. But yeah, that might have really crippled the money. Not what they wanted. A weird B retake, big get it done. They commit with the lower take for a change, and that was a nice change for Big. They might even go back for it as well. Dry outside, and there's the AWP getting involved. Back down B, perfect drop. They might have heard the vent play, though, and that might send them elsewhere. But do they even know that the AWP was the one that dropped? Now they do. Oh. Good patience.
Well, that's the AWP now removed. It's the hero AK on Altex that's going to have to save the day. His teammate's dead, and Hype's going to follow up with another. This T-AWP in Hype's hands has been a treat. Fessa and Mister have already rotated to B, but Big Home and Academy aren't rushing this. They've actually got Process about to clear the A site, and he's called like, guys, I'm here. No one else is. So come on in. I'm heaven. Water's fine, and let's get to swimming. Gonna go ahead and plant for the rafters, and yeah, it should be an unwinnable round now. Astralis, they probably just want to get these guns from lower. You know, there's an AWP somewhere. I don't know if Big made any effort to hide it. They didn't. So yeah, you know, you get out of the round with the AWP and the AK. That's not the end of the world. It's going to give you that AWP up against 15, which is something at least.
Yeah, just need to find a spot to save, and ramp looks to be the port of call. Back in the window, nothing wrong with that either. But it will be 15 for Big. They get there first. A bit of an absence of rounds for the Big Omen Academy, but they come back in with a couple of killers. And Astralis not got much room left to play. Need to win 4 in a row to send us to overtime. It's their map pick. And yeah, so nice to see Hyped wait there for the AWP to make an aggressive move. They know in that kind of round that all Astralis are going to have to play with is going to be a 1 AWP. They saw how involved it felt it needed to get in door by chasing that A player. And so they were very assured that it would do the same in lower. Astralis saved AWP, saved AK, fought round it. Do or die as Big look to lock in their opponent's map pick here.
I mean, that would set them up so nicely in this series for a 2-0, right? With Inferno waiting in the wings. It's been a bit of a classic for Big Omen Academy, so... You know, pressure's really on for Astralis, not just to win this round, but to then win 3 more after the fact to take us to an overtime. Oh, and then you've got to win even more rounds to close this out. You are in for the long haul if you're Astralis talent. Reza with the reposition at ramp on the angle, has dealt with Aqua. Outside creep for Vigo is punished. It's in on a late lurk there. Alafessa, you know, something that we see him do a lot on the T sides. Sin's now trying to replicate.
Oh my god, he's fighting the AWP. I'm not sure about that one. Not a good fight to take. And Big, maybe they felt like they needed the kill, but you can see what that's done to them in this round. Now they're screwed. They have nothing. Sin could have made it down B to join them on a little B pop. Instead, they just have to do it 2. Now, there is only one man here. They're not hurrying in Astralis, so if you're able to clear Altex, there's a chance at a partner. He is in a great position to mow them down, using the Xantares spot against Big. Crimbo gets out, but he's been spotted, and now he's waiting for that player above him who is not biting. And there's the backstab. 12 rounds for Astralis, and 4 alive as well, because even though you can say, oh, up against 15, money doesn't matter. If you're not taking clean rounds, if you're only having 1 player surviving those, your rebuy here is worse than the previous. Alternatively, they keep 4 up. Look what they have. Double AWP, AK saved. So it's very pretty for Astralis, and it's going to mean this comeback is possible, at least.
Yeah, usually it's Fessa taking this this secondary AWP, but not here on this map. You know, it doesn't make too much sense of where we kind of see him leaning. You don't want 2 AWPs over towards this A bomb site, right? Instead, it's been entrusted with Altex at ramp, so pretty standard. I almost wonder if, you know, right now Big don't actually. They can expect the double AWP, right? Because they know that there was a chance to save the double AWP, but they don't know about it yet. They don't know if that's 100% come in. If they did, I would love to see them try to exploit Altex at ramp, just to challenge him, just to see what he's able to do with it. Try and make him uncomfortable. But instead, it's looking destined to be one of these A pops with outside smokes in. Breeze has actually cleared it from secret, so they know that these are fake smokes. Mister might be blind, but him and Fessa are still good for kills apiece. And Fessa's going to take it 1 step further.
Oh.
Him and Mister churn up that attempt at the A play. And that's 13 on the board now for Astralis Talent. Still, this double AWP, an unknown quantity if you're Big Omen Academy.
Yes,
you have to figure that out the hard way.
Such a dribble hit there for Big, where it's, you know, if you don't get that opening kill, look at what happens. The spacing's off and the timings are off, and you're just going out 1 by 1 through the choke points.
Yeah, I mean, you know, the spacing almost felt kind of adjusted for, like, the idea that an AWP might be there, right? And, like, or...
I mean, the setup was nice, right? The 2 backside.
Yeah, no, 100%, right? And, like, also, you know, you're anticipating that, like, if there's a rifle close, you don't want to be too close together and just get lined up, so that's where they're trying to keep, like, a bit of a gap. But into a double setup like that, that's where you get torn apart, right? Going in 1 at a time with kind of a few seconds between you to deny that spray down potential. It's great if there's only 1 guy backside, because suddenly, you know, we can't just hold left click and win. But when there's 2 of them and your flash is only partially blind 1 of the players, you are going to be in for a bad time. There's no denying it.
Yeah, 13 now and a full eco, or a half by rather for Big. There's a real chance of this overtime comeback for Astralis. Big though, got those German Yeags out. We'll see if they can put them to use. Another fast A. They've won a round like this before, and again they've got the opener. The waterfall has begun. The flashes are so beautiful, and no one can see a thing. Astralis throw themselves into the site. It's all they could have done. A 2-on-5 right now to close this map, to lock out Astralis of their map pick, but they don't want to go down without a fight. Retake smoke can go in. Big if they want.
Dude, Big are leaving.
Yeah, I like this call. Get weird with it. The issue is, because they haven't gotten comfortable, they don't have guns. Suddenly, Astralis may even be argued to be favorites here. They just don't know the positions. They're trying to clear angles, and Breezer walks into a pistol. That might tempt them back into the A site. They don't know where Altex has gotten to. He got a kill from Heaven earlier on, and he sat back in the rafters waiting to keep this game alive.
Oh, and he's just going to get finished by the P250. I was not expecting it to end like that. Sim was just meant to gather information. He was just meant to get little hints as to whether or not that last guy was on A, but he wins the damn round out.
That was the whole game for Big, right? If you think
can't do it with rifles, but if they rush A with Tech 9s, mate, golden.
It was both teams, though, for Astralis on that T side. Like, when they had a really troubling first half, 4 rounds, 3 of those rounds were lower takes. 2 of those 4 rounds were pistols running down B and double entering the ramp rotates. And then Big, you flip the script, and it's them just doing these incredible A takes with really good flashes. Like, every time we saw those A rushes when Astralis are on CT and they're playing backside, they're playing CT event, look at how blind they are. They cannot see a thing. So Big, an overwhelming eco to close Astralis' map pick and poised for the 2-0 after all. We'll see what happens as we go to the desk next.
Headshot. Nice. Fist bumps go to the teammates. I wanna hear your go, go, go. I wanna see you falling fast. Win the round. Win the game. Pretty much. They play, you win.
A hard-fought victory for Big Omen Academy, but they do manage to take their opponent's map pick of Nuke. And those rounds towards the end, these forced-up pistols, the crazy amount of flashes on that top site, Astralis, well, they're going to have some flashbacks and nightmares about that one.
It was kind of similar to how Astralis beat MOUZ.
Yeah,
like those
hoisted by their own petard. It really was. That's the only thing I could think of when I was watching that game. It was kind of funny because I thought Big would have an idea of how to stop the inner exec and how to deal with it, and it felt like that was actually the case for the first half as well. We didn't see much inner success from Astralis, nowhere near as much as versus MOUZ NXT, obviously. And then, yeah, you always have this like weird assumption that, well, if they know how to execute an upper rush, then surely they'll know how to defend it, because you know what positions you're flashing, right? So you should know where to not be.
You should know the counter to your own play.
Exactly, right?
Yeah.
But it is something about Nuke that just seems to... there's always a flash that comes through.
Yeah,
always a flash that messes you up, and it just leads to chaos.
Yeah, just needs to be one in the right spot at the right time.
Yep.
Big had a really tough time closing this game out once it went to the T side. It really felt like, well, the two win conditions for them were on gun rounds, they had to go lower, and on eco rounds, they had to go A. It was kind of one tricky in that sense. Like, I guess they technically had two tricks for one for each sort of buy that went for them. But yeah, this was a really good look for Big on the CT side. I mean, their start was very hot. It was really impressive to see players like Prosis, for example, just be able to retake bomb sites like it's nobody's business. I mean, the way that they were able to shred some of those kind of post-plant positions from Astralis was very impressive and kind of methodical. Like, they even were improving their defenses as the half was progressing.
Yeah, and I'd actually really like to see it, because if you look at the starting point of the CT side of Big Omen Academy, a lot of it had to do with Crimbo, because he's playing that mini/main position, so he's active both towards Yard and towards Squeak. And considering where Astralis Talent wanted to set up, where they wanted to go and kind of set off their T side just in general, he was always there, and he was getting off to a really hot start. I think it was like 10-2 or something at one point, pretty early on into the game. And as you said, like once I guess the initial defense falls, then you had Prosis to kind of clean things up if it's needed. So really, really well played from Big Omen Academy. It was a lot. It felt a lot more secure than what I was expecting from their CT side, but that's a great sign. This is more like day one Big Omen Academy in terms of like how much confidence I have in them.
And I do have to wonder just how much Big learnt from looking at what started on their T side, right? Because what's one thing we were looking at and praising was, oh, Charlotte's T side is going to be looking pretty good, but they just really had such a slow start to it that it became impossible.
Yeah, I think one thing that Astralis Talent worked really well for them with MOUZ NXT is that they would kind of throw almost misdirection plays and kind of spread out and try to pinch oftentimes the lower bomb site. Against MOUZ NXT, it forced a lot of different errors, but all you have to do is watch that game once via just the demo replay, and then you'll just see that, okay, they just kind of wait sometimes in these sort of new map states. And I think Big knew that. Like, Crimbo knew that early on in this game. Aqua even knew it too. And after a while, after those kind of tricks, then it got a little bit difficult for Astralis to come up with too much more. I think Ven was kind of actually prefacing that if the plan A doesn't work, can they mid-round to a plan B? And kind of the way that game started showed it took them maybe 7-8 rounds before they finally figured out, okay, maybe we should just simplify our approach.
Yeah. And again, it kind of goes to show us also how much it means to have a player that's just on. Versus MOUZ NXT, you had Altex just tearing people up on the T side, when, basically 5 for 5 in opening duels versus MOUZ. He had, anybody's numbers, whether it was going towards ramp versus GDC or if he went towards inner, he would just find openings. And this time around, not quite the same opening success on the T side, and it just kind of staggers everything you want to do. So it also makes, again, like these mid-round calls a lot harder if you don't have somebody who can kind of just pick up the mantle and kind of run with it from that point on. So I think that heavily impacted Astralis Talent in this one.
Now, when we are talking about Astralis talent, I do have to point one thing out. More of a funny side of things, but your boy Altex, you didn't even give him a prediction on what score he'd get. Did top 20 in a loss, but also had the M249 in play. Like, must have been a misbuy.
I don't know why he had that. I guess he wanted to show off the souvenir M249 from the Berlin Major. It was a pretty cool M249. It had a twist sticker on it. No, that's a misbuy. That's
Yeah, it must
obviously
be,
a misbuy.
right?
There's no way in a real game you want to buy that one. Some people are experimenting with the Negev, the other machine gun, but that's not really what this time is for, especially as a ramp anchor. You need to be a little bit more mobile than that, a little bit faster. M249, I mean, it takes like 4 or 5 bullets for that thing, and by then it's too late. So that was kind of a weird situation.
It wasn't even like, we looked at the buy right for big, it's like, they're not an eco, there's not like, you're not going to farm them if they rush around, but it's like, there's no logic to this, man. That was just a horrible situation for him to be in, and just poor kid like sits at the bottom of the ramp and goes, actually, I can't retake this site, can I? I can't put him with this at all.
It was just like sending Vigo past him, but like, hey, you go try it. It's like, Vigo dies, like, oh, M4.
Yeah.
He was having a good time. No, but yeah, no, that happens, obviously. I think we all here fat-fingered a buy or two, like an op in there.
Just normal. Yeah.
You got some big hands, James.
I know. It's problems. Shame on my big hands. I'll just keep them in between me now.
No, don't be shy about them. They're nice.
Oh, look at you. Would you like me to touch your mouth?
Reaching over.
Oh, there we go. See? Gets a little bit
This
weird.
is going to get weird when the camera turns off. I just know.
You'll be in the middle of us.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I'm worried about.
The hand play for sure. But now things are looking really good for Big Omen Academy, right? Yeah. You want to march on to the grand finals, possibly with a 2-0. You get a break as well between that and the grand final to make sure they can be ready for it. But you're going up against MOUZ again, potentially with this, right? The key thing here is that they can close this out nice and fast on their map pick. They save some of that energy, right, coming into it. And the commentators touched on it. Astralis talent have just played best of 3s earlier today as well in another tournament. So they are in a position where, okay, yes, they might be warmed up, but they've been going for quite some time now. And these are young players.
This is going to be a little bit fatiguing for Astralis talent. The fact that I think a 3-hour break is kind of the weird. It's like a weird amount for me, Vent. Yeah. I mean, I feel like when you were coaching, I'm sure you guys played multiple BO3s. I feel like a 1-hour break is nice because you kind of get to mentally reset. But 3 hours, you kind of almost feel like maybe you lost a little bit of what you had because you come into that first series all kind of jacked up. Especially if these kids are drinking energy drinks, you know, you kind of peak and then you fall, and it's hard to reach that same peak again. So this is, I think Astralis talent might be experiencing that a little. Like the firepower, it did not look like they matched up with Big in this game. A little bit slow on some of the post plants, especially in post plants. They didn't react sometimes to things as fast as what I would have been used to if it were against MOUZ NXT, for example. So this is a weird position for Astralis, and now I have to switch my prediction from I had Big 2-1. I'm going 2-0 now.
Well, Ben was there from the very beginning on the 2-0, right?
I knew
going to go down. But I'm glad you touched on these energy drink things, right? Because a legit thing that people don't think about here is when you get the first peak of an energy drink, if you try to hit the second one and the third one or whatever else, don't try to have too many in a day. I'm not recommending that at all. But that peak never comes back. You're just like slowly going like this. So it's still not ideal, not great. But I see many players, even at the very top level, who are just like, all day, I will just bang Red Bulls or something like that. And you go, maybe not what you really want to be
It's almost like a ritual for them, I think. Like they need to have it's like the thing that you do between matches. Like, okay, so yeah, I go to the bathroom, then I have an energy drink, then I sit down and do this, and then I have another energy drink. Or it's like they have like this set thing that they need to do, regardless of like how much time there is in between, you know, point A and point B. So that it definitely can affect them. But yeah, no. To your point, 3 hours is kind of that awkward space because if you have hour and a half or something, then it's like you can make some food. You have time to digest that food. You actually can use the energy that you got from that food, you know, in a proper fashion. And you still haven't kind of lost the warmth, if you want to put it that way, from the first series that you played. But when you've gotten to 3 hours, it's like, well, the first match is now too far removed from you to have any sort of benefit from that. So you still need to kind of go back on DM or something to kind of get into the groove of things. And your food is kind of like lost its effect in that sense.
I think the thing is with tier 1 pros, you don't really give them that kind of excuse. For academy level players, they're kind of new to this. They're new to this sort of situation, and it's going to be more difficult for them to kind of plan out the diet for the day or the routine. Whereas pros, especially with all the support staff that they're getting, they've gone through this and actually laid out what needs to happen. And I know Astralis talent is being helped a lot by their organization, but this is something that can be easily overlooked. And I'll say this, like, This game was already going to be big favorite on Inferno moving into it. And this doesn't get any easier given the fact that Astralis are now in this predicament and the fact that they don't have the confidence of taking their own map pick because they thought, well, I thought, and I'm pretty sure they thought, Nuke was supposed to go their way. And now that that has not happened, then they've already lost a win condition for this series.
Well, Parry Match is agreeing with us now. They have come on over, at least on Inferno. So I'm guessing what they saw, right? They saw the game against MOUZ from Astralis on Nuke, and they thought, yeah, okay, we'll give Astralis a go. And now we've just gone to the realistic world of like, you're going on to Inferno. This isn't ideal. Now, for me, Inferno is a map any player of all levels can play to a decent enough level, right? But Big right now is in full confidence mode of this. Like, this is a go-to pick for them. They don't need this to be a decider, and they should, on paper, be able to just rock up against Astralis, who, look at this, Astralis is a team who we are still trying to figure out their map pool. Trace mentioned it, right? Yeah. Just had a month together. They've got all this time they need to go. It's not great when you've only played it twice in the last few months. Yes, you've got the practice games on it, but official reps against a team like Big who love it.
Yeah, you got 0 wins on it too. That doesn't bode well. And another thing is that Inferno is one of those maps. It's actually kind of unique in that sense of the current maps that we have in the pool is that it doesn't really bother you that much when you pick it. Yeah. Because obviously, like, most teams will pick CT sides nearly regardless of what map you're going into. But on Inferno, you're kind of happy about playing T side. Again, you can control the tempo in many ways. You can kind of dictate whether or not this is going to be a game where everybody fights for banana, and that's kind of what we do. This is going to be one where we just kind of hang out, let CTs use up their utility and kind of have to stay guessing. Maybe they have to play basically without information. They have to play like in the dark for a better part of the round. All those kind of things are up to you to manipulate as a T side, and I think Big are pretty comfortable with it. They did an actual really good job of it versus MOUZ NXT. In that game, it was the CT side that faltered. But I think here now you have again, an assumed easier opponent to go up against. You can still start on a very comfortable side on the map, and you can kind of, you know, show Astralis where this is meant to be, like what the tempo is meant to be set as, and I think that's going to be helpful going into the CT set as well. Yeah, another thing that gives some context to those numbers that Astralis is playing competitions outside of it, and they lost both of those games. One of them is against Nemiga, but that's a Nemiga without Lollipop21K, who was the star player for that team. Another of those losses is to SAW Youngsters, like an academy team that's not even in the Academy League, and Big is better than SAW Youngsters. So like the level of competition they're losing to is probably even worse than Big right now. So Big are just heavy favorites for me going into this one, because Big, I mean, they've already looked very competent on Inferno. It's their favorite map.
So where are the positives here for Astralis, right? How on earth do you try and break through? Because in their minds, they've got to think, okay, we need this one. We can take it through to a third. We can try and make this competitive, but it's not looking good.
I guess one of the things that is, obviously it changes up a bit from map to map, but one of the things that you see actually give them, at least if not round wins, but at least good positions to get round wins, is how they play with lurks and how comfortable they are with just leaving people on the edges of the map. And not necessarily just one dedicated lurker, let's say like a Fesser who's just off by his lonesome, but you'll have multiple different people on that side who are comfortable playing basically to themselves and go off of like awkward timings. And they can even set up like double lurks in that sense to kind of just draw defenses back and forth. And I think that's something that's, regardless of how experienced you are, it's always annoying. It feels uncertain when you're playing against that kind of team who's just so confident in it. Like you have, it just feels like you're up against a lot of X factors. It's like when if you play against NIP and you know Hampus is on the other side, it's like you know he's gonna do something, but you don't know when, you don't know in what fashion.
He's just annoying.
Yeah, he's just annoying, and I think that some of the Astralis talent players kind of have that in them in the sense that they are so okay with being, let's say.
You think these kids are annoying?
Yeah, no, I actually do. No, but they're so okay with being like 15 seconds later than what, let's say, like the traditional timing for a backstab would be, and that messes up like the internal timing for whoever they're playing against. Because like, okay, I've held this angle for so long now, there's no chance anybody's coming through here. Yep. So you dip, turn your back to it, and then 3 seconds later, boom, that guy shows up, he picks up 2 frags as a result of it and wins the round. So I think something like that, if it's going to be through apps or if it's going to be like a B-lurk, whatever it may be, that could be pretty interesting. And that could be, a winning condition for Astralis.
Well, let's see if that can be the winning condition for them. Let's see if they can even get the win here. It looks like Big is set up for a 2-0, but Astralis talent, can they throw some chaos into this game and cause us to go to a decider? We'll be finding out now with Hugo and Harry.
Yes, one of the home maps for the big Omen Academy squad. It's their map pick in this series, and they're staring down the barrel of a 2-0 right now. Astralis Talent, they've got their work cut out for them, right? They certainly made Nuke more interesting than maybe it had any right to be an 11-4 half in favor of Big, right? There were certainly moments where it looked like they were getting back into that, but couple of well-placed rounds there right at the end, couple of reliable, you know, eco wins for Big, all it takes for them to emerge victorious once they've put up such a good first half. Now, as we get ready to head to Inferno, I kind of want to echo something that Halvor just said on the desk, which is, you know, I don't think Big are going to be too bothered starting T-side. I think it's going to be quite nice for them to set the pace from the get-go, try and get in the heads of Astralis a little bit more, especially knowing that you still have that CT side to come. And also, you know, I look at someone like Hype, I don't even think he really drops off massively on the T side, which is a real oddity when we look at AWPers here on Inferno.
Yeah, Big's T sides are really exciting, especially with Crimbo at the helm. And not only is he, you know, have we enjoyed his calling in this tournament, especially in the playoffs, but also individually, he's come in hot, and not just in previous games, but he's playing well today as well. So I think this is a real worry for Astralis right now with Crimbo looking the way he is, and I'm glad that Big have solved the problems of previous seasons with not just AWPing factors, but in-game leading as well. These roles have shuffled throughout Season 1 and 2 over to different players. And yeah, we've always said this, best Big roster we've seen yet. And right now they're looking to lock themselves in a final placing. A 2-0 over Astralis, who have upset everyone so far. I think that would be massive for Big Omen Academy.
There's only one way to find out, isn't it? Let's get into this one. Let's get into the game. Bit of Inferno. Big Omen Academy taking on Astralis Talent, and Big currently a map up in this series. Astralis coming in with some util on Fessa. You know, we've seen them attempt mid-aggression in times gone by, but that's not how this pistol round's looking to start. But not with the investment we've got coming through. Nothing more than a shallow peek down mid. And now these flashes to try and set up the banana players to repel this quick B offensive. It's clean, they're good. Fessa blinding everyone. There's the response, however. Vigo's already wrapped down through mid. Joining him is Breezer. Breezer cannot afford to die here. That would open up a route back towards A. They know Fessa's here. He threw the flashes, so they should be ready to make contact in B. They're peeking him together, and Fessa, good job for the first. Now Hype locked in this 1v1v Breezer. And on the swing, Hype's going to lock it in. 3 kills, the hat trick, and the pistol goes the way of Big Omen Academy. From a 5-on-3 in favor of Astralis Talent to a 1v1 that Big are able to win out. That's impressive.
Very quick trades up top here, like immediately back into even odds, but Hyped, he was the top performer last map of the series, or in the server rather, and he's going to keep it up, starting strong here on Inferno. That's such a relief, as you said, as he has been one of those T-AWPers, a rare T-AWPer, able to find a lot of value, a lot of effect, even when he's up against teams like MOUZ, who weren't exactly overfacing or giving away kills to a T-AWP on this map. It's very lethal once you get him into the post plants, especially. Big, very scary team right now on this map, especially with the confidence of locking in Nuke against Astralis. Parry match odds have them more than favored here for this second one. Little flash play back in, Process spots it, dodges the flash, gets a kill, and if he follows up, he can run into B. Now, you're never quite assured in these rounds where you know the CTs can be stacked up in a bomb site, and so Big won't be running in off of 1 kill, just to avoid that possibility. Silence is off. Respect. We like that Astralis do that. I don't know why. Just sounds funny, doesn't it? Beep, beep, beep. And he gets it. Crimbo gone. Little gun picked up. But not a worrying situation yet for Big, at least. The MAC-10s are still here to make the money and keep it clean.
Yeah, sorry, Mr. Bud. I like you and all, but
Mr.
Big,
Bud? Who's Mr. Bud?
Mr. Bud, you know, he's my guy. Right, little util in towards the B site, and Mr. Yeah, he's dead. He's brushed aside. It's a MAC-10 running at you when you've got a USP. It's literally nightmare fuel. And they're even pushing the CT smoke just to really send a bit of a message. May as well, right? When you're only up against these pistols. Also, Process is like, ugh, they're still taking their silencers off. Cringe. He's going to quickly put that back on.
Silent and deadly now, and Astralis coming in with their first full buy.
Now, you know what would be cool?
Yeah.
And here's an idea.
Okay.
Tees can't re-equip the silencer, because why would they have one?
That is
right,
a
there
very
we go.
good question.
Now, anyway,
Yeah.
let's listen into Big. Let's see if they agree with the silencer theory.
Und Sandbags, Boomer.
Ja,
Ja,
kann nicht flashen halt, deswegen.
ja, ich verstehe.
Oh, Flash.
Kommt Flash.
Tiefe Smoke. Rausgehen.
Ja,
Rausgehen.
ja,
Gute Weiden.
getaked.
Dann kann dann der Smoke Drop Elias.
Hier ist Boost nicht silent, ja?
Muss direkt Go machen,
Muss
ja?
euch beide
Ich
silent.
Moment einfach.
Ja. Bombe hier, Nico.
Ready mit Backside?
Warte, ich call euch das. Mach das Go. Go.
Ready?
Ja.
Smoke.
Auf
Flash
dich.
kommt.
Flash einmal mit der Laube.
Boom.
Unterlaube.
Jetzt.
Nice.
Nice.
Side Flash, kommt!
Der ist nochmal in Zeit. Das
Side
Side.
einer.
Backside.
Zwei Center.
Midside noch.
Dead.
Nice.
Nice. Resmoke gelangen.
Ich geh Haus rein.
Affiner Plant.
Ah, lang.
Einer brennt lang. Ich hab Reload, Achtung.
Gut,
Lass mich mal in die Ecke, Matze. Lass mich mal in die Ecke.
Einer lang.
Resmoke gelangen.
Ja, kurz kann grad weit vor.
Ich hab Haus, ja.
Kurz einer vor.
Was war?
Ich komm Haus.
Kurz hat low.
Und
Lang
lang.
durch Smoke.
Dino.
Klingt wieder gut für dich.
Auf Box.
Box.
Schade.
Ooh, awkward one there for Crimbo, who sticks the fight even on the reload. Needed to hide there to stop Vigo getting off the bomb. He didn't have a kit either, but despite that, that's a bonus round for Big with Mac 10s. And I actually like the comms. Very, very clean, very calm. Even when things get hectic, the double sight hold that the Big spotted, and no one's panicking. They're focused in. They know what they're fighting for. Vigo didn't take an AK. We sometimes see that happen. Even the main Astralis team did that recently. Maybe just not realizing it, but he ran past plenty. But some teams, like the A1S, is pretty powerful right now. Yeah, I guess Crimbo's trying to get the info, but the smoke wasn't doing him any favors there, with Vigo playing over the top of it. Either way, back to B, and an AWP for Hyped early in this game. Lots of nades down for Astralis, but Bigger late to take the car. Sin getting popped into apartments as well. Lots of room here as Astralis are triple B at the moment. Just to get those grenades in. They're already starting to run low on them. Retake utility coming in at the top of car. It's not like Big were sold on that position anyway. They'll boost up the orb to try and kill this re-aggression. And this is what we talked about. Hype getting set up to get these opening kills here for Big. But still, Astralis aren't offering them up, just throwing in the nades to keep Big honest. A minute on the clock, 2 smokes left. Going to limit Astralis massively, and a retake is unrealistic with no kit as well. Big will be regrouping back for an A hit. 50 seconds to do so. Astralis has spread back at least 3 on the A side and in the smoke as Aqua gets found by Mister on the fade. Let's slow Big down. They've got to re-clear these angles, but they will still be committing to this A site.
Oh, Astralis peeling a player into library and setting up an arch as well. It's a very narrow angle for Mister. And now that you've heard Breezer fire off as well, you know that 2 of these players are locked out at least. Altex alone down in the pit. That's clean with the MP9. Oh man, that's not meant to be a double. And now he's down in this little cage and pit, just buying time. That bomb can't go down till they deal with Altex, and it's giving so much room to these players to get out over at lane, and suddenly, whoo, the little short wraps in, and they even run down Process as well. That's nice. Very, very constricting for Astralis. They don't give you the room to get set up there.
Yeah, you mentioned that peel back to the B side to play CT with 2 players, Library and Arch, and leaving just Altex in pit. Well, you know, part of that is probably because they pick Aqua on long, and if we know Big, we know that they love to do these B executes with Aqua coming in on long lurks and trying to wrap CT or trying to kill the rotates off the A site. He is often that guy. So if Big, if Astralis kill Aqua and there's no trading player because Big were just leaving Banana and getting set up, Astralis probably thinking, all right, this is a B pop. Let's lean back. Let's get ready to rotate. But Big still committing to it. They run past the CT players, and it's all on Altex to not only double up, but live and not get picked by that AWP. And just the pressure of Altex being alive meant the Process had to plant wide, which meant he couldn't get off the bomb in time as he gets chased on long. So all these little details amassing and causing problems for Big. Nice dig for Crimbo. Hello, Breezer back turned, and he's scared of apps, but Crimbo rerouted.
Bloody hell! I mean, that was definitely a timing there, like a trillion timings, in fact. He's very fortunate that Crimbo justifiably doesn't expect the AWP to just be stood out in middle with his back turned to Boiler. That little element of respect has kept the AWP of Breezer alive and well. Spam down banana. Crimbo knows that someone's here, knows that someone's giving this a little look in. And I mean, these rounds can feel the most scary, right? Like, Astralis is about to fall back into a pretty standard 2-2 setup, split between either bomb site. They're going to trade Breezer out with Fessa, and he even nails Crimbo on that little peek there. Fessa is going to move back towards the A site, and he should get here in good timing to bolster this defense. Big O moving in. That's because Fessa's going to take the mantle at long, and now the apps drop. While they do flood out, it's dealt with cleanly and concisely. Big O and Mister put up 2 each, and that there is that round just sailing by Big Omen Academy. God, it really does beg the question, what would have happened if Crimbo just gave mid that little look in? That little jiggle from Boiler, what could have been?
Yeah. Lovely opener, though. Shame about the second. With Breezer AWPing CT, a lot more freedom has been given now to Astralis, as he can just run these rounds where he's solo locking down B, and we have that heavy A setup as we just saw. 3 in a row for Astralis, not getting deterred by the previous map victory for Big. Mister getting flashed into B, oh my goodness. Process turns back though and does take him down. No support. This shot, and Viggo's pushed down the mid player, shooting at chickens, always the most distracting for Danes. A bit of cooling in the way. Aqua holding ramp. Oh, but he just stands up and Viggo hits the shot. Rimbo waiting for re-aggression. They know he's turned around, but he gets shot by Fessa. It was lose-lose right there. He got a kill somehow, some way. And that's a very aggressive round for Astralis, fighting deep down Banana. Even though they go 4-on-5 to Process, that doesn't stop them from continuing on their mid-rush, on the re-push down B for Fessa, all up in the face of Big. And that is one way to flex the muscles and put them back down on pistols again.
I'm actually very impressed with Astralis' talent so far, you know, like a big part of me was worried, like, you know, coming into this especially.
Oh, wait, what do we got today? Is that like tangerines, mandarin?
Yeah, it could be. Looks like
little. What do you call them? Because everyone has different names.
Well, no, it's because they are all different things.
I know, but they all look the same, don't they?
Well, they are all orange, yes.
Yeah, that's all that matters, really.
It could be like dried something.
Dried mango?
Dried mango, yeah.
No, they look like...
they do kind of have like a... Yeah. I mean, the ones in that bowl over there...
Yeah, I'm not sure about that.
What's that?
They're bigger.
Maybe peaches? Dude,
they're big. I mean, I need the big catering.
Budget, man, is through the roof.
I don't know how they afford their main team with this amount of fruit and nuts, dude. But we're all for it. Gotta eat healthy. Brain food. Full banana control for Fessa. He sends his teammate packing back to the A site, and it's not even the AWP with that B info, but Fessa can smoke if Big decides to retake it and bounce. Fessa's just jump spotting, and in fact Viggo will go back. Maybe just to drop him a smoke, even if he doesn't want to stay around, although he might have to. This retake flash is coming in for Big. They're going to take back Banana. Re-smoke at the bottom. Fessa, he wanted to fight it, but he's been blinded off the angle and wisely will retreat. Viggo 2, ready at CT, and there's not much to play with here other than utility for Big. They can run a proper execute. Double nades here implies a call for Big. Where do they want to lob them? Potentially into Pit?
Yeah, I'm assuming Pit, right? Because Oltex has been such a consistent nuisance in this position. Yep. If you can just double or triple nade him out, mate, you've done it. Like, you've dealt with the most irritating guy. And to hear all those nades, somehow he's fine. I don't know how he's fine. That's 3 nades raining in. But he does still get run down. The pistols get into A. They get the 2 openers. And this might be like a very reluctant save out of Astralis talent. You can justify floating around for a moment and see if Big overplay their hand. I mean, they've been in positions like this before, and you've still been able to pull off a retake. But it is worrisome. Like, if one more kill goes against you, you're saving. You run away from this one.
The fact that they're even poking their head in is optimistic. Time is ticking. They've got the kit. Vigo double down. Breeze has gone. They're all off long, and Fessa traded after one. It is a third round for Big Omen Academy. Man, I'm just shocked at some of these pistol pushes out of Big. It makes me wonder why they even buy rifles at time. It's what they were doing on Nuke. Hey, it worked for Astralis as well at times. Just really quick, aggressive. And, you know, you may say, like, oh, what? Oh, how they're only pistols. How do they do it? Well, you know, you just, firstly, you have nothing to lose, nothing to fear. But also, you're not going to stop running, right? The second you get a kill, you keep moving, you keep taking space. Maybe you play a little more reserve with a rifle. Try and jiggle your corners. Try and, you know, play more tactical CS. With pistols, you are just holding that W key until you've won the round, and Big just do it so well. Orb down, banana flashed, and a shot forced. Big now know what they're up against, and Hype takes the angle, or at least one of them. Oh, careful. Breezer goes in, and Hype wins that shot, and this is why we talk about Hype on the T side. Orb. They're going to go back. That is a ballsy play. And it might cost them the round.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know if I'd love that repeat.
It's because he peeks off with a shot from the AWP. But there were 3 rifles there. It was all a bit of a bait for Big. And I like this as well. One smoke, no commit. They have so much time, so much utility. They're trying to force a reaction or more grenades out of Astralis. Fessel holds his angle. But not for long. Eventually, Hyped will get delivered another. And this guy, so patient, and it always pays off.
I mean, dude, that's the frustrating thing about Hype's T-AWP, isn't it? Is that, like, as he gets the first, the AWP gets more and more deadly, because then he just kind of moves into a holding pattern, right, after he gets that opener.
The opposite of CT.
And suddenly, he's just standing there waiting, going, at some point, they're gonna go for info. They're gonna do something to try and figure out if we're here, and that's where I'll get even more value out of this.
Oh.
Save is denied. That's actually the best gun dropped, so Mister's gonna have to go back and get it. And there's even a chance it fell off the balcony with him going up onto the cart. The kit did. It's the M4 there. No, it doesn't look like it.
Oh, dear. You can get a nade.
Oh, God.
God, it's on the cart. He's got nothing
now he's dropped the gun.
Where is it? Where is it? It's falling inside of the hay
dude,
bale,
as if.
Behind
it's
the
literally a needle in a haystack.
Yeah.
As if.
How is he going to find that?
As if. Also, how on earth did our observers find that?
Yeah.
Quickly find the gun. Do what Mr. can't.
Oh dear, and the whole time he's getting repeated off long. But yeah, I mean, saves an MP9, not pretty. Also, go back to Hype's hold here. It's like not just this shot, but the second one. They just threw a CT smoke in, so in Fesser's mind, he's thinking like, yeah, they threw a smoke, they didn't commit. Maybe it's a fake, maybe they're rotating round. He can get that info to win the round if he pushes and clears banana. But of course, Big, they love a B execute on this map. They are just so ready for it. We've not even had to see any of Aqua's long lurking with their B hits as well. That's where things really get constricting for CTs on this map. Big are a very terrifying team to come up against on Inferno. Astralis with nothing now, just a nade ready. Oh, it goes, but who really cares? It's minimal damage. Mr. Close. Oh, almost killed their teammates. He did get a dink off, but luckily Crimbo crouched. Fesso hit a 1D meanwhile on A. But 4-on-4. Big, perfect timing on the nade. Vigo just got there. If that was a double nade, he might have even been dead, but little B execute here wouldn't go wrong for Big. Only USPs on the other side. And still Hyped holds bottom mid.
Yeah, I love how in rounds like this, they just leave nothing to chance, you know, like, they get really grimy with it. They know that just patience is a virtue at times like this, and so creeping out in top mid, only Fessa to get past with him falling. That's the round over and done with. I wonder if Aqua's gun is still floating around in alt mid or if they threw that out. It does look like it's there. So, you know, that's something, I guess.
Yeah, check under the carts while you're there. Never know.
But I mean, if you're Big Omen Academy, you've got Astralis right where you want them. They're feeling, at least in their heads, like maybe they're starting to lose a bit of a grip on this game. They're still believing, you know, they're not like down in the dumps yet, but you're certainly going, okay, you know, this is fine. Like they've won a couple of rounds and you're starting to feel the pressure of that. But even more so, you're in this situation now where early on, you know, you could withstand some losses. You could attempt like those 3v5s in the, those 3v5 retakes at the A site.
Oh,
you know,
nice.
you could do all of that because you still had residual cash floating around. That's not a privilege that they've got anymore. So suddenly there's a lot more emphasis on these opening fights, on winning them out, on being in positions where you can attempt a retake and it's not one that you just have to write off. And any round that you do lose, especially if you lose like 4-5 players, you're going to be coming into the next with nothing. So anything that Big managed to find here kind of hits like a 2-for-1 in that sense. And this is how the scoreline could spiral out of control very, very quickly. This is a very good position for Big Omen Academy to be in. And this could be how they really take the reins of this game if they win this round now.
Yeah, I never want to get ahead of myself, especially with how that 11-4 closed up last map, but to say this is the T side of Inferno, it is a damn good start, cannot be denied, and the util is no better for Astralis in this round. Already 2 smokes left up as a re-smoke comes down B. Might be an early pop. And this is not what Astralis is set up for. You see Altex has to consider it, but throwing that smoke gives Big more info as to where he is. If they just popped out Pit right there, that could have been around early 1. But Breeze is now coming off of the library rotate. And in fact, Astralis are moving a 4th as well. Banana control for Vigo with a re-smoke, but Big are all here ready to go. And Astralis, they're about to find out the hard way. We have this pit drop. Still trying to keep their eyes on B, and Fess has just left the A site as well. It's exactly what Big wanted. 1 nade and 1 molly is all they needed to cause that fake, and now here they come.
Oh yeah, Breezer toppled immediately, and one hell of a follow-up from the late B lurk of Crimbo. You're still holding on to A, right? There's still a part of you that wants to believe this is doable. And with low players, if you get a kill here, suddenly that entices you right back in. Mister's deep, and they don't know that he's here, right? They think that Molly has separated the short push for the time being. They lose Fessa. Oh, no. Now they've spotted Mister as well, and he just wants to get the hell out of there. These are the saves we were talking about. He will get out with the M4. So will Vigo, but, you know, dire straits at this point, really. 6-4, and that troublesome time of the CT economy that we were kind of preluding that round with looks like it's going to come into fruition in a very big way.
That dude hyped is just terrifying right now. He's terrorizing Astralis. He barely let Mister escape with a leg shot, but just more and more kills to deny these retakes for Astralis. Every time they poke their head in, they leave without it. More money made as Astralis desperately save yet another round. They can buy here if they want. It's going to limit their util once again, and that is always the make or break on CT Inferno.
Ooh, there was just a kind of cool thing. Well, yeah, I say cool. It's kind of sad as well, but MOUZ just announced the roster update.
Yeah.
They said due to a COVID-19 case, we're making a roster change for Katowice.
Who are they bringing in?
JDC for BMAS.
Big John, we like that. That's cool. Good for him.
Well, you know, he'll be playing then at Kato, and if you wanna get a little taste of what JDC has to offer, he's coming up just after this, right?
Yeah, a little grand final first, and then a flight to Kato. Easy peasy.
Mate, that's going to fire him up. Like, knowing the kind of guy he is, he holds himself to a very high standard, and he wants nothing more than to be on that main team.
I mean, the interview with him yesterday was great as well. Just hearing some of his motivations and aspirations. We all want to be the best, but that was, was definitely apparent in JDC's interview yesterday. So yeah, good for him. Get well soon, BMAS.
More academy players, though, getting opportunities.
Yes.
It's very, very cool. Now, look at this, Vigo.
Ooh,
they've got nades out.
nice.
They are not anticipating this deep banana play. And once you've seen that, a part of you's worried that there's going to be a stack in A, but they will just commit to this top mid rush into the crossfire. Apps component shut down, and it gets very ugly very quickly for Big Omen Academy.
That was pretty desperate, and the only reason Big go through the smoke there is because, as you say, they know they've been seeing Crimbo's walking back banana with the bomb and a molly out. Like, he knows that that's so obvious that they're faking B to go back for an A hit. So either you complicate the entire round, you ruin your app setup, you ruin your mid setup, and you go back to a late B, but first you have to clear all of the banana with 45 seconds, or you just pop the mid smoke instantly before Astralis send their B rotates away, which they were doing. In fact, Vigo even pushed all the way through and flanked middle to kill those saving players. So it's a good round for Astralis. The banana control is nice. It's not something they've committed with before. And now Big need to remember that they need this banana control in the early round. All hyped. Again, holding middle. But that player push is not committed, only holding for alt mid. Barrel can sometimes let you down in these positions, especially with the silencer. Crimbo's been picked, swing, it's a miss, and now Vigo's locked out the AWP from bottom middle. This is super weird. Even just kind of trying to survive at this point would be nice. Because Big still have apps, and they're still in banana.
There's a lot of attention right now on trying to support this man in middle. Ultex. Oh, man, the timings. It's just so awkward for every party involved in that one there. Aquarin hyped. 2v5, very unlikely they're able to do anything here. I mean, look at where hyped is, for crying out loud. This is how much the aggro is really stripped away. Any map control, even the stuff you're meant to have as a T, you don't anymore. You're literally stuck in T spawn. And so this should really be a save out of Big Omen Academy. That's what it's looking like, as nobody's moving. No one's even attempting to get tricky with this. And I've got to say, I do love this mid-aggression out of Vigo. Whenever he's gone for it, it's often led to a round win for Astralis talent.
Yeah, I mean, you can't rush down mid every round, but the aggression is certainly proving to be a solution to Big's slow defaulting. It's dangerous, right? Knowing what height is like in hitting these shots, but one miss, and look at the result of it. All that space getting taken in this round. And Astralis, they don't hunt anymore. They know that the AWP is waiting in spawn, so playing it very careful. 6-6, keeping things equal. It felt like at one point in this game, Big were about to run away with things. Now it is eased up off the gas. Astralis have money to long them out for a couple more rounds at least here in this half. Big are going to have to buy, but they've got everything. But still, winning this T-side half, getting 7-8 rounds would be excellent. However, they're not there yet. We need more of this banana control for Big, just to stem part of the pushing that Astralis are going for. But Breezer does have his own spawn here as well. Won't be taking too much aggression. Vigo's doing it again. And again and again. This is super dangerous. As you know, Big are going to be aware of this from the get-go. Process isn't holding for it, though. He's already focused on this banana control. And if Vigo activates, he could win the round. They're going to clear it from alt mid, though. And Vigo was caught jumping back on the bench.
It's another opener from Hyped on this T-AWP.
Oh, very aggressive as well. Oh!
I was going to say, man, like, come on now.
Oh! Okay, that'll do.
Bro!
That'll do.
You're not meant to do this with a T-side AWP. He's literally top of the server right now, or top of the board, like one behind top of the server. Vigo's being a nuisance. So. Yeah. But, you know, man, like, it isn't meant to work like this. It's so impressive out of Hyped. It really is. Like, to show that these strong T-side performances with the AWP aren't just a flash in the pan. There's something he's able to replicate.
Okay.
He is about to get double push through this smoke, even if he gets one. That's about all you could hope for here. Burst for Hyped, traded after the fact, and that is the bomb now cut loose. But with just 2 remaining for Astralis talent, The good times are few and far between in a round like this.
Yeah, he would have loved to play the bomb, but that short smoke came out and he knew there was an Apps player. There's always been an Apps player, so just avoiding Aqua, who wasn't even there to trade. So an opportunity missed for Astralis, 20 seconds. That's a big kill for Breezer. The molly's down at 20. Process is going through. He has no teammate to trade. There's a second for Breezer, and this might happen for Astralis after all. Big have got to commit, and Breezer is all that stands between them and a round. A few more seconds being bought. Span through the smoke. Breezer with a missed shot. They actually hit a tag, and the no-scope for Breezer. He has won it on his own. Not 4 kills, but no worry in the world as Aqua is left to save. He gets the exit, but that is all Breezer right there. What a beautiful B-hold. Held the molly right till the end of the round. And even despite the 5-on-3 gained by Hype. No, wait, that was a 5-on-2, I think.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah, briefly a 5-on-2, right? If you remember, like he dies here after getting traded, but still, just a round of AWP prowess from either side.
Beautiful shots.
Also, great show of restraint to hold the Molotov, right? And to save it till the final 20 seconds. I mean, you know, when you're in a situation like that and you're split 1-1 between either bomb site, you know that if they're coming your way, the only chance you've got to slow them down and stop them is with util. So he waits till the final, 20-second mark to drop that molly in.
Yeah, and it was so good because it's not just slowing them down, but it's splitting them up. Process made it through. No one else did. And, you could argue, Process can wait a few seconds at least, but you don't want to waste any more time than you have to. If he gets that kill there, the round's good for Big, but he doesn't. He had to risk the fight, and look at what it cost him. Such an awkward situation. Now, Big do love these fast eco rounds, but with a couple of guns still in play, they can't exactly run, one of these short porch aggressive chases. They've got to, again, let this AWP work.
Hey, look at Hype right now.
That was smooth.
Oh, another opener. Another opener for Hype's AWP in a round where the AWP is one of 2 big guns being brought into the fray.
I'm sorry, again, that run boost for Breezer, I don't know if that was practice, but that was unbelievably smooth. He even follows up and kills Sin. I've never seen it look like he was just escaping.
Another Hype, of course.
Hyped killing the AWPer. He might win this round on his damn own. Although Fessa, he hears Crimbo running away, and he's got the round in the palm of his hand. Bomb dropped as well. Mr. kills Hype, and this one should be done. Process doing everything he can, isolating 1v1s, but outside of the smoke. What a bait play for Mr. Drops the big pit smoke and goes wide. That is Astralis winning the half at a bare minimum. They have kept their head above water in this game with some very aggressive rounds. And that has completely disrupted the Big offense, despite Hype's best efforts.
Dude, I really don't get me wrong. I know Astralis are the ones winning these rounds, and I want to be hyping them up, but I need to just home in on Hype. Like, some of the best AWPers in the world lean away from the T side AWP. Like, they just don't play it, or maybe they bring out like 2.5. This guy wants one every round, and sometimes I'd be like, no, just stop buying it. Not with him, not with Hype, ever. I've never seen someone wield it to this kind of effect where like it's consistently getting you 5-on-4s from the get-go. Now we just need like some of the usual suspects around him to start to find their footing as well. The versatility that this AWP's providing cannot be understated enough. And that's a double in top banana. Just go B.
They've got to go. It doesn't even matter that there could be a third player there. Big have thrown away too many opportunities on this B bomb site, and they desperately need a round. They're not going though, and they're allowing these rotates to come in. They're so fearful of what has often been a triple B in the early round. Big will finally get in. It's at least after the execute. They get both smokes in play. Crimbo's even chasing Spawn right now. But don't give away this round, Big. It is everything. He was just in the smoke to dodge the Molotov impulse. Going through is Mr. And I mean, at this point for Astralis, they are just running amok. It's all they can afford in this round, and Breezer will pick Hype through the smoke. But it should not be a way back in for Astralis Talon. Big ready to close this half with at least 7 rounds. Boost up. Good shot, but time is ticking and a close player crossing. Sin gets put right inside of the pool at the right time as that smoke comes back in Banana and Aqua closes. Big will salvage a 7th. I was a little scared there with a hesitation, but they had a full execute. It was worth waiting for.
Mate, you know, I mean, this has very much been a game dominated by AWPs so far. And, you know, Breeze has had some phenomenal moments, right? You won them that B round. It's 8-7. You're still in a good state of affairs on Astralis. But, mate, when I look at Big and I think, like, Hype's only going to get better now in this second half, right? He's only going to get more dangerous, more impactful. You know, in my mind, Big is still in a very solid state right now. And that actually links back into to our wonderful sponsor, Western Digital, with their SSDs, solid state drives, and a new WD Black SN850. So shout out to them for making all this possible.
Yes, shout out Western Digital. One time for the people in the back, and that was a very smooth shill, Harry. We like you for that. He's always got something cooked up. And yeah, right now, pretty entertaining game. You've got to say that much about Inferno. This map can often get pretty sour, pretty slow and boring at times, but Astralis and Big have provided some nice entertainment here with a lot of aggressive mid-rounds for Vigo. Banana takes Professor, pushing through smokes. T-side orbs getting so many opening kills, and some very flashy rounds all in all.
I'll say I was very impressed with how Astralis, even though like early on the rounds were kind of up and down and, you know, Big were briefly in the lead, Astralis still felt like they were the ones in control of a lot of the pacing there towards the end, right? I think even that last round was like a good example of that. Most teams, if you get a double opener at B, that's it. Full send, hold W, run in, you know, like you take the site, you're fighting no matter even if there is a third guy there. But there was always like an element of fear behind Big and, you know, not wanting to run into any of those stacks, and I think that just kind of gives credit to the likes of Vigo and Breezer and how they pulled this CT side. You know, it's not an easy feat to control the pace, especially not with so many opening kills going the way of Big Omen Academy. That's something else that really kind of takes my breath away.
Some sick shots from the AWPs though today, Harry. Do hope it keeps up. There's going to be a paramount pressure on Breezer on this T side, especially not just in the cooling, but in trying to replicate anything, you know, similar to Hyped at all. Easier said than done. In we go. Second half is just around the corner here. For Astralis, we don't really know what to expect. It's not a map we've seen them play in the Academy League. It's one they've only taken on 2 teams on in recent times. Even falling to sore youngsters as well. So it's a little scary. But so far, they've had a pretty good run at things, pretty good game plan. So let's see if that translates to the T side as we jump into their team speak.
Det kender den ikke, mand. Kender den ikke?
Bare til peak midt, eller hvad, Benja?
Ja, bare lige vent lidt. Ikke nogen hoppet over. Tænk midt. Frank, bakker på clear midt nu, okay? Bare lige så stille.
Holder lidt kun lang.
Ikke lang her.
Holder lidt lang gang push.
Ja. Bakker op og klipper det ind også, vigtigt. Bakker over ved Jekyll den. Du vil så ikke gå den.
Det er ikke noget lang heller.
Okay, jeg lister.
Okay, clear lige bøjler.
Lang indhak. Indhak, lang.
Piker mig. Så noget halvtag.
Smuk og se til at lægge entry, okay? Smuk og se til at lægge entry for dig. Er du klar? Entry. Pop. Kom nu.
Jamen, jeg er skudt. Det spiller retake.
Tag på med, Victor. Tag på med.
Løber ned med, ja. Løber med 2.
Jeg prøver at skyde dem her.
Au. Det er simpelthen cringe.
Big kender den godt.
Så du der setup der, Frank?
Jamen, jeg så ham ikke under sad han under halvtag.
Der var en, der sad helt under halvtag, og så er der en, der holdt den der vinkel langt.
Du vidste godt, det ville dobbelt der, det lille sving.
I love that mid setup for Big there. You may have noticed it. Hyped was tucked very safe in that long corner. When you crouch, your head moves to the right, so he had a bit of cover there. Even though he misses his first 2 shots and Astralis all turn around to chase him down, that's when Sin and Aqua both swing from porch and long and both get a kill apiece. Forces Astralis into B, and they get melted as well. Parry match odds 1.55 to 265, and looking very good for Big right now. If you do want to get your money on Big, you can get a 100% deposit bonus for your first deposit, 18 plus. Link in the banner below for more info. And Astralis, they got a bomb plant, so that's tempted them in to the full buy right now. AKs, a couple of Galils, but that was a very one-sided pistol round. If that's anything to go by, Big have more to show.
Both these B players currently waiting with nades out. Aqua on that little pixel spot with his. But makes me a little nervous. Luckily enough, Aqua has swapped out in time and deals with Vigo coming through that smoke dropped by Crimbo. And the nade even doing banging damage to Altex. Jeez, leave him alone, bro. He's spamming smokes.
Oh, he got the AK for 1 second. Oh, he wants it.
Oh, there's a little gap in the left-hand side there. Ooh, the molly to force Fessa away.
Just in case Blame F's in that corner.
Yeah, right. You never know. He's lurked his way into this game, hasn't he? Helping Astralis out. How he's famed with.
Good grenade. Astralis, they might need someone to lift them and carry them up through this round. It's a 3-on-4, working long. Even if Sin just backs out here, as long as he gets the info, the spot off this corner, he can tell his team to be aware. Very hard kill for Fessa to find, and yeah, Sim won't overcommit to that one. Just playing with his food. Flash will do nothing. Nade on long. Smoke rather to cut off Moto, and with 15 seconds, they've got to go through.
Yeah, good time on the re-aggression as well. Like, Sin knows in that kind of situation, they're no longer concerned with him. They're actually just trying to get past him, and the last thing they're ready for is a recommit to that long fight. So, yeah, you know, Big Omen Academy, it's a very compelling CT side so far. They break apart that force buy with ease, only losing one player in the process. And so, you know, to begin this CT half, they've had 9 players survive over the last 2 rounds. I mean, this is already brilliant. That's before you take into account there's an eco round looming for Astralis talent. Big Omen Academy on their way to making even more money.
Oh. Oh, FAMAS sprays. Oh, they're terrifying. Let's listen into Big here. See them get rid of these Deagles with ease.
Roger. Ja? Roger, habe ich gesagt. Ich halte auch Mitte, check, welche Game ist da hinten, Matze.
Ja, okay. Ja, vielleicht auch mal 1. Hört oder so, ich call einfach.
Flash. Flash schlägt. Boom.
Flash mal.
Kommt. Smoke tief.
Eine Mitte gesehen, pro
Flash Smoke der tief, my bad.
Ja, ist gut, ist gut.
Flash droppen. Kannst du an Ecke nehmen,
Anti?
Ja, okay, sei Anti.
Ja, ich sei du Anti.
Ja, gerade
nicht. Ich chill einfach hier.
Alarm. Alles gut, ich geh weg. Ja, aus Haus kann ich ziehen. Ich hab Spot jetzt einfach. Modi Haus.
Kurz kann gehen.
Ja, ich hab kurz.
Ich bin mit
Matze gerade. Okay, dann geh ich noch ins Spot. Ja, gehen. Kurz Siege, down. Smoke Haus. Ach, noch einer kurz. 2 kurz.
Noch einer kurz.
Heuwagen. Haus.
Kurz.
Nicht Heuwagen noch.
Nein.
Sorry.
Easy as it gets. 10 rounds to Big, and Astralis coming back in with the big guns.
Dude, it's kind of funny to me, like, no one even turns to fight hyped. They're just getting shot in the back of the head by the MP9, and they're like, screw it, just take short, just see if we can. And now you're going to play this bonus round out if you're Big Omen Academy. You know, this is on the back of the decision to force, and you still winning that so dominantly. This is a really nice position to be in. Like, this round, yeah, Hype's got the MP9, there's still the Galil in play. You're healthy across the board. Other than that, you can lose this and still bring an AWP with full rifles, full kits, all the util out. Some nades getting dropped by Aqua to leave Crimbo alone at this B side of the map. Gonna have to run a fairly long way back to go get them, and that has given room to Astralis talent. He's just jiggle peeking this, but has to be careful. They are there now. He's gonna get that info. Molly goes in first to try and slow them down, to try and deter them from this B play, but they've smoked it. They're going right through.
Gonna nade the plant if he can. Got 2 HE still. Oh, but it's a different plant. He hears it. Good ears on the man. Lots of damage, but he can't
I am
convert
stunned that he adjusted that.
Yeah,
like, so
quick.
many, even, dude, I'll watch like tier 1 professional teams just throw the standard nade lineup because you expect it's going to go down on default.
Would have liked him to throw another as well, but obviously he doesn't know where that player's repositioned. Boosting the smoke. Beautiful call for Astralis. Is it going to work though? He sees a barrel. He didn't realize Aqua up close gone first, so he should trade, and he does. 4-on-4 now on the retake. Here come Big.
Yeah, so much time's ticked off. You're just playing for damage at this point. You're just trying to make it messy, trying to make it expensive, and you get it to a 1v1 at least. you know, touched upon it coming into this round. What with this being a bonus and Big's money being so good, they can afford a round like this. And it's actually going to put a decent bit of pressure on Astralis talent. Like, they win the round, but there's still limitations in play now, looking at this one.
Wow, those odds are getting more and more favorable for Big as time goes on. As Astralis, we haven't really seen the depth of their T side yet, so I'm not going to count my chickens before they hatch. Gonna give them a bit of respect here. We still haven't had an AWP on Breezer either. But Hyped has got his nice and early in the half. Aqua dropping nades. These are deep nades. Retake nades. Rolling nades. And smoke on a molly at Banana. Astralis just trying to get out of dodge. And yeah, that's why we see those nades get constantly cycled. Go all over the place, man. Littering.
I like that he went back earlier than last time to go and get them.
So many. All right, all right. He's got not bad lineups here. Was that their smoke? Did they just smoke him off so he couldn't re-aggress? I mean, he'll take that, thank you. I mean, I have 3 smokes myself.
Yeah, that was theirs. Oh, dude, that's really big for Crimbo, like... Especially in this solo B-hold, you've just been bought so much more time courtesy of Astralis and the worry that that one Molotov caused. Also, I mean, they saw the lineup. They know that that was the CT variant. That almost might give you pause that there could be a 3-man setup here.
Oh my
Crimbo,
God.
they're coming through, bud. They are in the site already. No CT smoke to go in. They're challenging it dry. And with Crimbo dead immediately, this might have to be a save for Big Omen Academy, and that's kind of heartbreaking.
Yeah.
I like the idea behind this solo B-hold, but it feels like Astralis know what's happening. It feels like they know that it's Crimbo here alone with a bunch of utility. And also, I think some of his own indecisiveness with throwing these nades over towards Bananas kind of hurt him a little bit at times. He's also always having to lean CT to play around those nades. And so that means, you know, one smoke goes in and he's nullified. Also, he's having to jiggle the same angle in both of these rounds now just to make sure that they're not already up Banana. It's a cool idea, and it has a lot of merit, but it feels like Astralis have very much wisened up to this fact at an alarming rate, and so it's just not really going to work for Big Omen Academy right now.
We'll have to see what the change is, right? If we start to see this AWP move over maybe, or even just playing towards coffins or in the bomb site, obviously a lot more risky, especially when you're playing with nades, but that's really awkward that, you know, he feels like he's going to win that fight and get out and then start lobbing nades. He has 2 HEs to stop the plant again and set his team up for retake, but you know, you talk about that bonus round where Big run in and they kill 4 players. None of that matters now as Astralis come out with a flawless round. They've got a bit of breathing room, not just in the rounds, but in the money as well. So we'll have to see some difference on B here now for Big if they want to avoid Astralis just going back to back into this bomb site. They have definitely got a read on it, which is no shock as we know Astralis like to prep for their games and like to come in an anti-strat. And that is an example of it, just popping through a smoke at B, knowing they're going to catch Crimbo with a nade in hand. Good round from them, but they go back to a mid-take right now. Hyped is here with the AWP. It was a triple B early, but Big will lean it back. Miss smoke. Seen a couple of those today for Astralis. Something Trace has got to help them iron out. They don't know about Hyped under porch, and he swings out for a double. We said he was going to be even more effective on CT side, and that much is proving to be true. 3 dead, bomb down, and there's no way back in for Astralis.
Yeah, you've not even landed a bullet on this guy yet. He's immortal as far as you're concerned, and now he's off for the ace. Go on, Hyped. Send him packing. Fessa, last guy left, and Hyped on for all 5 in the round. 40 seconds, and Fessa's got to make like a bandit and get out of there.
The call is don't let him ace. That's the call. Just rather fight.
Dude, he's going tunnels. Like he could offer this up to Hyped.
I like how, you know, many players would hunt the ace here, and I think that's fine. But Hyped is looking for the clean round. He doesn't want to give anything away. Fessa will die at B, but at least it's not the ace. 4 frags for Hyped. Beautiful defensive round on short. Astralis just dry walk middle. And that was, you know, again, with a 4-man on A. This time it was Aqua on B. already a bit of a swip swap.
Mate, I keep talking about him, but you can't not. I've just been so impressed with this guy. Like, in the group stage, he looked like a solid AWPer. I wouldn't say he looked like the best AWPer. I wouldn't say he was, you know, like particularly flashy in too many moments. He was just solid. But like, since getting into the playoffs, this guy looks like a different beast altogether. He's been incredibly consistent. You know, quiet starts or rough moments or bad decisions have been few and far between. And I mean, dude, if he can keep this up, it's so exciting for Big Omen Academy. It really is, especially considering, you know, they're looking to get to the grand final to face the back-to-back champions of MOUZ NXT. And if you're going to get there and beat them, you know how you want to do that? You want your AWPer besting MHL, the new guy on the block, every step of the way.
Yeah, I think, you know, with him playing A, we now need to see Big have a stellar defense on this B site. Can't fall just back into the monotony of a one-man hold with utility. It feels like almost inevitable that Astralis are going to end B in this round after they just saw Hyped tear them limb from limb, as we've not seen Hyped AWP B yet, and he's already been spotted on that A site, getting a tag onto Altex on short as he tries to sell this fake alone. It's going to be an early exec for Astralis. That's the game plan. This retake utility will do nothing, as they are very deep already. Again, I love these contact plays for Astralis. They keep catching Big off guard. Look how deep they are. Big are not ready, and a double entry, 2 for 1 for Astralis. Big just are not prepared for the pace of these rounds. They were lining up retake util for Banana. They didn't even use the molly to stop the B rush because they didn't think it was coming. Astralis don't telegraph these executes into B. They just pop in with a flash and a smoke. Very easy, very dry, and perfect to counter these setups for Big, even this time with 2 players in the bomb site. This is not the game Big want to play either. Like, think about their first half. They were rarely in Banana. Maybe they would take it early, but more often than not, it would be Crimbo just dropping like a car molly or a corner molly and then going back and running these A splits, trying to drop pit, trying to take long away from Astralis. And often it worked, right? These B fakes, as Astralis were leaning back in CT or playing double, triple B at times. So it's something that Big aren't really prepped for right now. Are these BXX or these B pops for Astralis?
It wouldn't surprise me if, yeah, Hype's going B. He has the B spawn, and B needs help. Like, let's be real, you know? It's been the way in for Astralis. So you couldn't ask for a better golden egg in this situation than for your AWPer, who's having a phenomenal game, to be blessed with the spawn for B. Gonna get set up with the flash, looking to take a peek, and Hype, there are a lot of bodies there. He's gonna go back.
What a madman.
Will eventually just concede, and I much prefer that. Like, as good as the game he's having, if you lose Hyped here, it feels like it's an inevitability that the round's going to fall apart. And truthfully, even hearing that AWP firing off over at B is maybe enough to give Astralis Talent just a moment of pause on this one. They still take this top Banana control, and Hype's re-aggressing. Bro, like, I think you're anticipating way too much respect of Banana. It's not the A site anymore. First man down. Hype's going to get re-peeked, but he's on for the double. There's more. There's so many more right around the corner, and his teammate will just drop a smoke in to allow that AWP to fall out of there. That is phenomenal from Hype. And Crimbo over towards B, like, with the smoke to assist with that exit. And he's already leaning back towards CT. That kill from Fessa might sell the illusion of the A play, and actually it might end up being an A play as that bomb's now moving back around. You can't ignore the space that Fess has taken if you're Astralis Talent. They're going to try and join him, and there's still only 2 players here for Big Omen Academy.
Might be their only option here, and they've gone quiet, so it's not like Big are even convinced yet, as Astralis have grouped up with 3 strong. Flash ready in the apartments right now. Pit Molly, in fact, going in, but Process has swapped to the short side. Aqua has a crossfire with him. Doesn't want to fall off the box, though. Has to play pretty safe. Hyped off on Library, and there's no Moto Smoke. Easy pickings for Big Omen Academy as Aqua doubles up. Process dies for the cause, and Big steal the lead right back. Hyped. 3 kills, 26 and 10 right now.
Dude,
wherever you put him to find these results, and talk of results, we got kick flips in the server from Big Ben.
Yeah.
Smooth.
Dude, that was so cool. I even think they dressed Banks like a skater today for that reason.
Yeah.
That's what my mind tells me.
Tracksuit on. timeout for Astralis. Not a bad time for one as things are getting weird. It's just about avoid the AWP at this point in the game. It does feel like it. We've not had to see a T-side AWP here for Astralis. Money hasn't really enabled it either. So they haven't been able to build rounds on rounds in this T-half. When they have won rounds, it's been 5 alive, so you can't even rebuy it. Scary stuff. Where's Hyped going? He's got a, I hesitate to call it a B spawn. It is a B side spawn. It's not a deep peak spawn though. So it looks like he wants to go A. And just one round at the B site maybe has instilled enough fear in Astralis that they will not be in a hurry to return to Banana. Big try and fight for it, but they've been Fnatic smoked at the sandbags. Hyped in abs. Easy shot. Different round, different pause. Same result. Hyped with a 5-on-4.
It's such a good feeling, man, when you're the operator, and it just feels like every shot's hitting. Every shot is destined to hit you. You feel invincible. And, I mean, the way that he's even approaching the game right now, just scream. Oh, bloody hell,
what
and Sin!
That's so rude.
Okay,
that is so
Hype
rude.
one deked out. That's actually huge. Like, the guy who's been causing you so many problems dead, but there's more problems. Process and Sin, rife with them.
That is so BM for Sin to do that. The reason he knows he can get away with it is, I think it was Breezer out long, or whoever it was mollied off at the long corner. They just beat the timing. And Sin's like, oh, you're trapped in the cubby, are you? You're trapped in the cubby. Let me just not give you a chance. Jiggle tap, and just spams him through the corner of that wood. And it only takes 3 or 4 shots for the kill to come in. Excellent frag. Another 5-on-4. Just insulting.
Yeah, I mean, you speak about that molly. It's funny. You even see his teammate desperately running in to try and smoke it to save his life. Yeah. Also, Hype's just going to get another, but I'm bored of saying it now, but you're too good. You're ruining the game. Look at this. Oh!
Lucky Wocky.
USP.
That's a clean whiteout. Oh, that's a factory new whiteout right there for Hyped. Who's dressed his inventory? I want to know. He's got the... Is that the Law or the Tiger Tooth?
What is... It looked...
Orange one.
Well, they're both kind of orange. It looked like... I only looked for a second, sorry. It looked like the Tiger Tooth.
I think so, yeah. And yeah, a full whiteout, which is very rare. Very nuts.
Expensive.
Yeah, that too. But money ain't no thing to an AWPer. You've got a bank full of dollars.
Yeah, that's the Tiger Tooth.
Lovely.
I mean, this tiger's got teeth. This tiger's also got claws, baby. He's going to take him over into the apartments and get aggro with it.
Okay.
Getting nervous about Banana again. Aqua here, aggro on the angle. That's the bomb drop. That's info at least, right? 1-for-1 there. It's really not ideal, but in terms of how these B rounds have gone, that's actually like one of the better looks you've had. You get the info that the bomb was here, and at this point, you're pretty comfortable to rotate Sin over, especially with Process and Hyped having the apartment's control. Crimbo still needs to stay alive, and with him just wiped out by Mister, the B site's a problem once more.
Nade is good at least. Breezer is softened up, but the plant will come through. And that might just be the call for Big. They were deep in apartments with this double AWP, or double setup with the AWP, so they won't be able to go for this one. Astralis find a 12th. And yeah, the game plan was always hit B. It's just that one round for Hype pushed them back into A pops a couple of rounds in a row, including an eco. But ultimately, this is where Astralis have had their success on the T side. It has been these contact B plays. They trade 1-for-1 onto Aqua. With Hype not there, it's a free round for Astralis. And now they've got to make the very difficult call of, okay, will Hype be here at the B site next round? And should we try and avoid him as a result? Good team smoke to keep Altex up. And an exit as well, just to make things buttery smooth for Astralis.
See, a part of me almost wants, like, Big, if they're going to take Banana, I want them to actually take Banana. I'm talking nades down it. Yeah. I'm talking deep smoke. Because right now, whenever they do elect to play for the Banana control, normally it's just top car. And that kind of leaves you at, like, the full mercy of flashes over the top, the boost peak that just wrecked Aqua.
And sometimes you don't want to do that because you want to have utility for the late round. But there's one thing that Big haven't really played, it's the late round, right? They haven't retaken B at all. They haven't, you know, the rounds where Crimbo's playing CT with util are pretty pointless anyway because Astralis are ready for it and they're getting rid of him very early on B. So yeah, it would be nice to see. They are triple B though. Hyped is here. Vesa jumps into the orb. And you hate that if you're Astralis. You don't have a choice though. Bomb's been put loose again. 5-on-3. Some mollies in just to slow down time itself. And another shot for Hype, who will not miss a beat, but Breezer bops him back. Aqua can't do anything. This smoke is not good for him. They'll see his legs if he swings. He might jump over Coffins, but even then, 4-on-2, you don't want to throw this round away. There's no smoke for Spawn. Luckily, no rotate. It's Big getting aggressive to trap Astralis in.
Oh, that smoke just taking a few extra seconds to pop as man, Crimbo's very low and the nade's going to find him. At this point, Aqua, best decision might be not to fight. He is still looking for it, but winning that fight is huge, man. It's high risk, high reward gameplay, but it's left Breezer all alone in a 1 versus 3 clutch where he just doesn't have room. He doesn't know how little room he has, but they're already so deep up Banana. There's the swing. And 15 on the board. Big Omen Academy just 1 round away from the 2-0 victory over Astralis Talent to take themselves to that grand final versus MOUZ NXT, a rematch from the upper bracket of the playoffs.
Yeah, and Astralis, they may have, you know, threatened MOUZ and taken a map off of them, but right now there is absolutely no question on who's played the better CS today. It has been Big through and through, individually, as a team, the game plan. The prep as well on Nuke was excellent on the CT side. This has been quite the affair for Big, and they've only got to find 1 more. We have that Banana control attempt taken. They've not really pushed it properly. Even in this round, it would just be double nade molly. And then they bail back to middle. Hyped. Oh, he hangs around off the flash, but he doesn't want to peek into an angle that's being held. If he did, it would be catching players with nades out, but
Hype just has like an aura around him right now though, where when the teams see he's here, they play with a degree of confidence, knowing that Hyped is having one hell of a game, right? Like that was the case at B, where they were all fighting over at Banana. Now that he's here to reinforce the A-hold, you're still feeling really good about this.
Fessel.
That's a lovely deagle to open up, and that's going to force a reposition out of Hype. One hell of a flick. But as they're making their way up the short side, he's going to need even more. Out through the apartments now, and Hyped is out in the open, ducking down, fighting tooth and nail, but the wrap from Long is in, and he's cut down with only a double. Crimbo and Aqua, 2 versus 3. They've got money. They could justify giving this a look in at the end of the day, but they catch Crimbo with nades out. Aqua would love damage. You know that there wasn't money in this round. There wasn't anything really for Astralis outside of 2 hero rifles, so taking guns away would be lovely, but it's nothing more than a bit of a dream. 13 for Astralis, 2 away from an overtime. Is this going to end the way Nuke did, where, you know, they made it look like they could get back in, only to get shut out right at the closing, you know, right at the finish line, as it were?
And the difference is they'll have back-to-back buys, right? It's not going to be that eco that they got stuck in with and actually closed on Nuke. Man, Fessor, you can't hold an angle against this guy. When he jiggles and he knows where you are, he will pre-fire 1 DQ. He's done it like 3 times this map. He did it on mid, on CT. This guy is so fast with a deagle. Great crosshair placement. I can confirm those look like Nectarines, Harry, over there in the bowl. Skin on right now. But yeah, this is a very scary game right now. Big don't want to get nectar-reamed, and so they need to be careful in these closing 2 rounds to do exactly that, not send us to overtime and give Astralis a new bit of oomph, a new bit of air in their lungs. Either way, very close round, some good shots from Hype, but not able to anchor down the A site in time as Astralis wrapped it quick, and that's been one of, if not the first A play that's even worked on this T side for Astralis. They've had to rely so heavily on BXX. Hype has moved back. Sin starts B to drop over nades, but he is here before anything goes on. App's getting taken. very scary dry fights, but sometimes you've got to risk it. Can't flash every corner. You never know which one Hyped's on, though. Oh my god, nades out. They're right there. You can see the heads. Got to be careful. He still wins the fight process, dropping Altex, who was trying to double nade pit with his teammate. Meanwhile, Banana getting taken and no one overfacing for Big.
Yeah, it's brilliant. They actually threw the smoke in nice and early for a change. Like, I think it's finally dawned on them. We're not getting any respect at B.
Yeah.
You know, like we might be looking really good. Hype might be having a game, but we're not getting given an ounce of respect on this side of the map. I would love to see some means of gathering info here, be it over like they flashed into the apartments. I thought Process was going to peek just to confirm if anyone was still there. That would have facilitated an early rotate, but instead they're at the mercy of this B exec. In the site alone is Crimbo. He needs one, but Big O will deny it. Aqua, most important thing now is just don't die. If you're 4-on-4, you can still give this round a go. And the spam damage is appreciated to set them up for this. There's Sin stealing Vico out of the round. 3-on-4, Astralis a man down, and still the Hype Beast in play. Still to deal with. Mr. back of the site, the other two at Banana. The bomb planted for them. Anything that Mr. can do, any time he can buy is so valuable. He's had to swing it wide, and he's going to be at the mercy of a Coffin's Peak. So now the AWP at Banana lined up on the bomb, playing around it. Needs to try and get them off if they go for the defuse. They're sticking it. They're on it. Knives are out, but it's missing. Aqua is dead. And Hype is dealt with as well. 14-15. And everyone dies at the end of that round there.
What on earth is going on? Look at how desperate these teams are right now. The stress, all-time high. Mr. a lights-out headshot as he gets mollied out into the open. And Crimbo right now is, for the first time, I'm saying this, a bit of a liability on B. He has not once taken a player with him in these last few B executes. If anything, it might have been better when he was playing in CT Sports. The change-up of actually fighting for the site is key for Big. But he has been set up so many times with flashes. But here at New Box, he's getting mollied out. They're clearing him. Astralis were full blind on the entry. They still got rid of this guy at the back of B. And the retake is so close, but just in time knifed by Breezer, who hid pool the whole time.
Mate, this is where, like, Hyped having such a good game is starting to feel a little bit sour as well. It's like he's a one-man army. And if he's in the site that they go to, Big normally win. But if he's not, you know, and that AWP is left retaking, normally that's where the rounds just sail away from them. The fact that Astralis are able to pull that back from a man disadvantage in the post plant and win it out is massive as well. That's the whole reason that Big dedicate all their resources into that round there. If that was just two openers into the B site, Big would have saved. They would have had a lovely buy here. Hyped has opened up the round.
Of course he has.
Once again, a nuisance as ever.
How many times has he gotten away with that? Hyped has just been at the forefront of every CT open.
Hugo, we've got to change, and I love it. There's a third man here at B, but it isn't Hyped with the AWP. Instead, it's Sin boosted. And this isn't something they've had to contest with yet.
Hyped is 11-7 in opening fights. How often do you see 18 attempts in a 30-rounder game? Sin, he got pre-fire, but they didn't clear it, they didn't check it. Sin's got the boost, and he's got the kill. Crimbo helps out, tucked in close. Astralis in a 3-on-5, and Crimbo does it all. Nice Deeg shot, will die, but Aqua's swung in from the coffins, and Sin will close the map, and series eliminating Astralis and putting Big Omen Academy in the grand final v MOUZ NXT. What a game.
Phenomenal, right? Like, I mean, it takes your breath away, doesn't it? Dude, Hyped, he showed up and he was like, yeah, I just want to win. I just want to win now, and I'm going to do whatever I can to make that happen. The T-side AWPing was already kind of groundbreaking enough in that he found so much impact with that AWP, and it kept up all CT side long to the point where, you know, in rounds where he was in the wrong place or not getting the opener, which was rare, you know, it felt unwinnable. So I think Big really owe Hyped a huge amount of thanks for making that happen.
18 attempts in 30 rounds.
That's insane.
11-1. That's like, how often do you see that? Either way, yes, we're going right over there next to the studio, the beautiful WePlay studio, where we're going to have our analysts break it all down and maybe even get a little interview as well, Harry, to close this one out. But congratulations to Big. And at the end of the day, Astralis, they've impressed us this series. They went further than we ever imagined they could with how bad the group stage was, a gauntlet run into the playoffs, a map off of MOUZ. Props to Astralis talent, and we'll see them in the next season. For now, we throw back to the desk.
Headshot, nice. Fist bumps go to the teammates. I wanna hear your go.
Big Omen Academy. They do manage to get it done, but Astralis talent, you have to give them some love and credit because they are fighting tough, they are fighting hard, and they gave themselves the chances, almost a shot at overtime. But I got to speak about one man. You mentioned it, right? In terms of the AWP, when it came to Big, it's kind of the one that you weren't really looking at.
Yeah.
He thought, I'm going to get warmed up for the grand final, baby, and do some damage.
Hyped is rarely ever the win condition for Big, but in this game, he absolutely delivered. Hugo called it at the end, winning about 11 opening duels. It felt like every single CT side round, he gave them a reason to win it. He was finding so many 5v4s, and what's even more impressive to me is his T-side contributions. The way he's able to go in during executes or even on default, find those picks. I mean, that is something that some of the top oppers in the world shy away from doing. And yet he consistently was able to find impact. That's so impressive. And I will say that actually this kind of speaks very well for how well Hype can develop, because those kind of situations, they're difficult. And the Academy League is all about development. And if he's already able to do this today, I'm excited to see what he can do on more maps in the future once they develop their map pool.
And we've got to say here, however, right? Okay, Astralis talent, they're out, but previous seasons, bottom of the league, things not looking good. We fought so much because obviously we look at Danish CS, we think there's a lot of talent they can come through. We did touch on this for many times for people who maybe don't understand the fact that Danish talent pool is so deep that even to get the young players, they're either already signed, they're on some pretty good teams that are working their way up. Astralis talent now have shown us they have a good pool of players to work with. They have a coach that certainly has made some improvements in here. And these results, even though this is a 2-0, they were never bombed out of a game, right? No one's just wrecking them 16-4, 16-5. So this is promising signs for a third place finish for these guys in Season 3.
Oh, absolutely. This is a massive win for them, given the grand scheme of things. Honestly, this is the best they've performed. And again, they didn't just fly out in the playoffs first round type of thing. They actually won versus Spirit, and they actually put it to both MOUZ NXT and Big when they were given an opportunity, and that's impressive. Sure, they don't get a map versus Big Omen Academy, but like you said, never out of it. Always like made sure that the game had this like eerie nerve to it, where you could feel like this could be where Astralis, you know, takes it home, and that deserves a lot of credit because we've never been able to say that about this team in previous seasons. So, you know, you love to see the kind of improvement that's happening and then kind of the direction they're heading now with this 5 and obviously Trace as a coach. And the fact that, yeah, we're seeing, it seems like we're seeing at least more players getting more and more comfortable within their roles in that Astralis team.
And I will happily say, right, that when it comes to looking at these games we just had here, that if Astralis talent can just make small improvements going into next season, they'll be back here again, potentially being in the grand finals, that's for sure. Big hats off to them. But Big Omen Academy, now in the grand finals, now going up against MOUZ NXT, hyped, is looking sharp, right? You can't take that away from him. And it just revolves around what you were saying, Maui, like if some of the rifles come up around him, then if MOUZ are not on the A game, we know they can drop a map. You know they can even potentially drop a series.
It almost felt like the Riflers just didn't want to impose themselves. They didn't want to get in the way of Hype.
Oh, Hype, you take this space, we'll just sit back here.
Yes.
But if you need us, just say.
They were almost playing not to lose on that B bomb site for a lot of this game. Like these kind of battleship sort of grenade warfare that Crimbo really wanted to implement. It wasn't really working out for them because, I mean, the thing is that when Hype gets those opening picks, you kind of want to play a little bit more defensively sometimes. But I think sometimes they should just go for it. Crimbo, very skilled rifler. We didn't see that all show out for the entire map here for Big, but the thing is that if they wanted to, I definitely think they could have. It almost just felt like they didn't want to choke the game away, and so they started playing this backward style.
While almost choking the game away.
Yeah, like this is kind of one of those things where playing well ahead, different teams have different ways and theories to approach it, and Big's today, I didn't really love it, but I did love just how Hype was so consistent in his ability to deliver.
Let's do like one final farewell and sign off to Astralis talent though, right? Because group stage, they come on through, but it doesn't look good for them. You think the same again, you're going to finish near the bottom. They go to the gauntlet stage, right? Single elimination. They upset you and Pimp every single time. You don't predict them, and they just wreck everyone and get their spot. Then they come into playoffs. We all predicted against them to lose that Spirit Academy game purely off firepower. They improved the map pool, for sure. They've made good efforts to actually be able to challenge teams. But I'm just sitting here thinking, imagine, right, if they were actually able to just go that little step further now, then we have literally 3-4 teams. If we include like, okay, Young Ninjas aren't here now, but you include Young Ninjas into that kind of category. They are all in a possibility of being able to take down a team like MOUZ who keep winning it over and over again. Any things that you think, like, what is a must see from Astralis talent coming into next season?
I'd say, well, even though the Cinderella story didn't have the fairy tale ending, they showed that there's a lot of pieces here and structure that actually makes this work. I think that what Big did kind of from season 2 to 3 can be maybe replicated. Just replace maybe 1 or 2 players. I don't want to pick anybody out right now for Astralis because I'm really excited that they made it this far into the event. But I think that if you do, like, there's some Breezer's already shown to be a great caller. Vigo, when he's not calling, has been a really solid performer.
Yep.
Fessor, that trio to me is very good. I think you can really work with that. The other 2 players, however you want to mix and match that, I think that there's a lot to work with here for Astralis.
Yeah, and again, just having a team that's so fresh. I mean, Trey said it in an interview we heard yesterday that, you know, them just having more time, like give them 2 months, give them 3 months, etc. Like there's gonna be visible progress and an improvement on that, even if they don't change a player, even if they don't do anything drastic. Like you said, it's like the small finite details to their play that needs to kind of get tightened up here and there and so on. And no, obviously like the classic expand your map pool and these kind of things, but at least they have a much clearer path to improvement now than what they did before, because in season 1 and 2 it was more like, yeah, everything needs to get better.
Yeah.
Like you need to get better players, you need to get better team synergy, you need to get better playbook,
communication and movement.
Exactly. Exactly. Twitch chat knows. But now it's more, you know, it's more limited in terms of like how vast of an area they have to focus on. I think they can get a lot out of just focusing on like 1 or 2 things in the off season in terms of what they need to do once they start off the 4th season of the league. But obviously, it would be nice for them to do well in a regular season for once as well.
Yeah.
I will say that. Like,
don't make it hard for yourselves.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Like it's great that you had your gauntlet run, etc. Don't make that a trend. But yeah, no, I'm excited to see where they go from here because it's obviously been steps in the right direction for each season.
Well, I'm excited to see another episode of CSGO Truth or Dare, but we also got to tell everyone at home that we're going to have a slightly more extended break. When we come back, then it'll be grand final time. Because Big have just played, they need a little bit more time, you know, to cool down, get themselves ready, be at full strength, so we get an epic grand final between MOUZ NXT and Big Omen Academy. But enjoy this for now. Today we're going to play some CSGO Truth or Dare. That means I'm going up against some of our very amazing Academy League players, and we get to play some pretty much normal Counter-Strike, with them being very good and me being bad. The goal is to try and get some round wins, plant the bomb, however else you need to do it. We have 5 minutes to do it within though. So 5 minutes, see how many we can get done. Whoever wins each round gets to ask the other person Truth or Dare, pick a question from it, and then we'll see the fun happen. The ultimate winner gets to have the ultimate Dare question, which I don't know what it could be. Last time, I had to change my name to Rob on Twitter. Let's see what happens this time. I was very hyped up when we saw you dominating multiple times when it came to playing CS. Now, I have to witness your domination, but be done onto me. I'm going to try and sneak around a little bit here, you know. Oh my God, what? Oh. Why are you in B apartments? Why would you not be in A for me first round? All right, you get to ask me Truth or Dare. So, where are we going first? Dare. Okay.
You have to buy the duels, and you cannot buy any other weapon. You have to drop your default.
Oh no! Yeah, I don't think I like trying to kill a pro player with dualies. We'll see how this goes. Earlier, Aqua was trying to be very fancy and show off with his backward. Oh my God! Why are you here?
Oh, you killed me close.
88.
It was close, man.
Nearly.
Okay. Truth or Dare?
Dare.
You can only move by shifting.
What? I've got to walk the whole way. Oh my God.
Gonna be a sneaky run from you this time.
I'm like playing Counter-Strike in sluggish mode. Okay, at least I can very easily clear my angles, you know. Element of surprise is something I can try work with here. Okay, you've been very good at reading me though. I went B. No! And now he's on ticket. Great.
Okay, Truth or Dare?
Truth.
Truth, okay. What is the most used phone app you use?
What phone app do I spend the most time on? Probably Instagram. I really always browse on Instagram. I think you guys can work out why, you know. A lot of lovely photos on Instagram for sure. And obviously all the stuff the pro players post.
Actually not using it that.
No, you made the jump!
Oh. Man, the timing. Truth or Dare? What you choosing?
Truth.
Truth. Okay, what is your definition of success? That's actually a nice question.
Definition of success for me is happiness. Like, you can be, I don't know, working just a normal job with some okay money, right? If you're happy, that can be great for you. You could be earning millions and that makes you happy. But you could also be someone who just has, I don't know, it's a family that you love, right? Or, You just feel good where you are in life. I think happiness you can't have a value on, so that has to be the way.
I like that answer. Same goes for me.
Hey, smart man, smart man.
I gambled this.
I finally got a plant. I finally got a plant.
I think I'm gonna lose this round now. Oh shit, I didn't buy a kit. I have no time.
Even better. No!
Oh, but it's gonna be close. I don't have a kit.
You got
actually.
it. I think you got it.
Oh. I might have messed up by not buying a defuse kit. Yeah. Oh, you got me.
Oh, Aqua, you now know always to buy a kit. Truth or dare, mate?
Truth.
If you could have any superpower, where would you teleport?
Probably either Japan or Italy, because I really like both of those countries, and I want to.
Have you been to Japan?
Huh? No, I haven't. But
there you go. Yeah, I've never been either. I would love to go, man. Japan is the one.
It's shifting again. But...
No, I would never shift again. I'm definitely worried.
Oh.
No! I knew you were going to get me from short eventually. I'm trying to check everywhere in A site.
Okay, try.
Right. Dare.
There, alright. Immediately spend all of your money and drop everything on the ground.
What?
You can take the bomb.
Oh, the time's up. We're done. Well, you destroyed me 5-1, mate. So now you should look at the questions and it'll say the ultimate dare. So I'm losing again. I've got to do something else. I don't know what's on it. So tell me, what is the thing I'm going to be punished with?
The ultimate dare is give away a skin from your personal collection.
Give away a skin from my personal collection. God damn. To who? Just the community?
Yeah, to the community, probably.
Well, I'm not giving away my Howl or my Dragon Lore, so screw you, WePlay. That's what happened. We can give away an Orb Wildfire. I think that's still a nice one, right?
Ooh, that's a nice skin. I have it as well.
All right, I'll give that away. I'll put it on Twitter, and I will tag you in it, Aqua, and make them follow both me and you. There you go. First of all, I'm now called Rob on Twitter, and now I'm giving away some of my personal collection of skins. Great fun. But Aqua was a good sport, and he's very good at predicting where I'm going to go. Aqua, thank you so much for your time, man. Did you have fun with that?
Thanks for having me. It was a pleasure to play against you. And, man, I think I have to practice a little bit more because you got me one time, and I'm definitely going to think about the diffuse kit more often now.
Definitely. Don't be a loser, buy a diffuser. You know, that good old meme.
Headshot, nice. Fist bumps go to the teammates. I wanna hear your go, go, go. I wanna see you falling fast. Win the round. Win the game. Pretty much. They play, you win.
this will be my last ever appearance on WePlay Academy League because so far we've played 2 players and every single time I get wrecked. The first dare was just to change my Twitter name, not too bad. Now I've had to give away personal skins to my collection. But you haven't seen how this all goes down. What I do is I play against one of our Academy League pros and I play it in a 1v1, 5 minutes. Pretty short timer, get as many rounds as we can. So far I've only had 1 round, which I got against Aqua. But the goal here is that when they're doing this, they basically get the kill, they get the win, then they can say truth or dare. I choose maybe dare, they pick a question, and then all hell breaks loose. Last time I had to drop a lot of weapons as well. I played a whole round walking, so the dares can be quite funny. The truth, we're going a little bit deeper, a little bit nicer, but maybe Viggo will go easy on me this time from Astralis talent, or otherwise he's probably just going to wreck me, and it's going to be another terrible experience for you. Okay, the 5 minutes starts now. Let's do it, Viggo. Oh, well, I can't buy anything now. I didn't buy, so we'll just go through with nothing in this round. Let's see how it goes down. Nice one. All right, you get to ask me truth or dare.
You can only buy dual Beretta from his.
I can only buy. Well, okay, I've got no money left, so I cannot just buy dual Berettas. That's not going to work. I'm going to just run at you with my USP instead. Okay. I have dropped my MP9 now in spawn.
That's okay.
Oh, this is a handicap and a half. This is not what I wanted. All right, where have you gone this time? You and these plants. Oh my god. All right, another one. You're getting it. What do you want? Truth or dare for me? What should we look at? I'll take truth this time.
What was the biggest revelation you lately?
Ooh. I would say that I haven't played any sort of competitive Counter-Strike since 2007, the 1.6 days. I recently started playing CSGO to learn it properly, be more competitive rather than just watch the game that you guys play. And I would say overall, I've got a new revelation that configs in this game are a lot harder to work on and do. I've learned so much about Go configs and setup the last couple of days. I'm surprised. Oh, nice. I heard your footsteps, but I have no idea on the sound cue for where this is on this map.
Hatch.
And see, this is another thing I'm learning. I need to play more Ancient, definitely.
Yeah, pretty one.
Oh! Okay, this one. I'll take another dare. Let's go.
Okay. Can only throw nades with the right mouse button.
I can only throw nades with the right mouse button. Great. I'm going to be short-arming flashbangs at you. I'm just going to flash myself, aren't I? This is going to be brilliant.
Indeed.
Oh, no. You can actually hear the sound on Ancient quite well, like, at distance.
Yeah. Yeah,
right.
Like...
Here we go. Right-click, flashbangs. 1. No! All right, I'll take another truth from you.
When was the last time you felt cringe? Why?
Oh, the last time I felt cringe was when I redid my config like I was telling you, and I forgot to bind the bomb button. I even tweeted this because what ended up happening was I didn't have the bomb bound. I didn't know you could plant the bomb by pressing E. So I was sat there literally trying to work out. My teammates are shouting at me, and everyone's just laughing because they're thinking, what is this guy doing? And all of a sudden, I basically... Oh, I see you. Okay. Do some Munacy shit. Oh no. Oh, I'm so blind. This is awful.
Good.
Where are you? Oh! And so basically, I even tweeted the clip that basically, as I finally learned that you could press with E, the literally other guy swung on me, I died, I cost us the pistol round. That was me getting wrecked. All right, you get to ask me another one, so I will take a dare this time.
Okay, then can't press W.
I can't press W?
No.
Oh my god. Well, I'm running backwards. You are really... Okay, obviously I can't see you, so I'm just going to run backwards. Oh, I've got a tactic. This can work. No. Yeah. Oh my God. This is ridiculous.
Going slow?
I'm never going to get to you. Because I'm so scared that you're going to see me. No! Oh, and on that one, you're done. So you've won now, Viggo, by the way. The time is up. But you have a question, which is the ultimate dare. Because I lost, you won in good style. I may have killed you twice at the beginning, and that was it. So what is this ultimate dare? What do I have to do?
It's post a picture of Dota 2 main menu with a text switching to Dota guys. Which hero is best for MMR?
No! Oh, no! Switching to Dota 2, okay. So, as WePlay continue to destroy my life and career during this media day, I'm now tweeting that I am switching to Dota away from my beloved game of Counter-Strike. So, which hero is the best for MMR? Yeah, not really ideal on these 1v1 videos, is it? Not the greatest start for me, but a great start for our teams here at the Academy League and our pro players wrecking me in the face. But I will do a shameless plug, twitch.tv/Banks, if you want to see me actually play CSGO to a good level, because that was bloody embarrassing. That was really awful, and I feel terrible about all of this. Maui, Ben, we're at the grand final stage. One more best of 3 to go. MOUZ Sports potentially looking to grab themselves all the trophies so far ever at the Academy League. Big have to do what they can to stop them. How much faith have you got in your boys from Big?
Oh, how much faith? I'd probably peg this up to maybe 1 in 3 times they're going to win this. They've already lost once. This is the second. I mean, so now that kind of makes it 50-50 if we're using projected odds.
Okay,
right
yeah, no.
I like it.
No, we're using, it's a 1 out of 3 times.
Okay, yeah.
I think Big has a chance to make this competitive. I think they have a chance to learn from yesterday's mistakes, but MOUZ, they're still the favorites.
Well, let's take a look at how Big got here. Let's look at their road to the finals. The history of forming the Big Omen Academy roster, which had its debut during the first season of the WePlay Academy League, reminds me of the Fnatic Rising situation. The entire roster was formed just before the start of the first matches. However, the German squad had 2 players already signed, NixJ and Lapex. Aqua, Glaive and PrimeTaps had joined the team to complete the roster. Having a similar level of preparation as Fnatic Rising, without complex preparation, the team chemistry just wasn't there. However, during the first matches, this notion was put under question. The confident and calculated games of the German squad allowed them to earn enough points to stay at the top of the tournament bracket. And then surprisingly, the team reached the final stage of the tournament in 3rd place. On the stage, results remained similar for the team. Losing the opening match against MOUZ NXT, the team had dropped to the lower bracket, where they had to face Fnatic Rising to fight for their tournament lives. But the team didn't manage to find themselves in these LAN matches, losing 0-2 and getting eliminated from the final stage of the WePlay Academy League. This had been the story of the first season for Big Omen Academy. Before the second season, the team had changed the roster and roles for some of the players. Lapex had left the roster and Process substituted for him, coming from Fnatic Rising. Aqua and Glaive changed their roles to Orpa and IGL. It's hard to tell if the changes were a benefit to the team, since the stability had dropped compared to the first season. In 6 of their matches during the online stage, Big faced off against Na'Vi Jr. 3 times, but they didn't manage to win a single map in those matchups. However, the team has shown up for the deciding games. First, they won against Astralis talent without even breaking a sweat. And then they beat Fnatic Rising not once, but twice. The second series win against Fnatic Rising marked the second LAN berth for the Big Omen Academy roster. But the LAN experience on the stage remained the same. After the crushing defeat in the opener against Young Ninjas, Big faced off against their main nemesis on the second season, Na'Vi Jr.
Unfortunately, in an absolutely one-sided series, the German team didn't manage to show off consistent Counter-Strike and had to accept 4th place on LAN for the 2nd time in a row.
The 3rd season brought new changes for the lineup, and this time the changes were much more global than before. The team was left with just Process and Aqua, and they had to add Sin, Crimbo and Hyped to complete the roster. The very first game of the season was against the top rivals from the previous seasons, Na'Vi Jr., and a lackluster performance in that match didn't add any optimism regarding the refreshed German roster. However, this kind of loss woke the team up for the next series. Big sorted out their flaws and performed very confidently versus Na'Vi in the 2nd meeting. As a result from this series against Na'Vi, they were tied 1-1, and it wasn't as bad as it looked in Game 1. After that, the season had been nothing but great for the team. They handed 2 losses to Astralis Talent and even 2-0'd the favourites of the group, Young Ninjas, which made Big Omen Academy the top team in the group. And even the intense series against Fnatic Rising, which ended up in the loss column for the German boys, didn't take away the ticket to the final stage of the WePlay Academy League Season 3. And that was the story for Big Omen Academy, and it has only got better. Season after season, they've made improvements, they've made playoffs, but finally, they're in the grand final with a chance of stealing that trophy away from them. Big overall today, though. We were impressed with how they dealt with Astralis Talent, right? Because, okay, the games are close, but the players, the individuals, the thoughts behind it were all looking pretty good.
Yeah, again, they are a team with a pretty clear idea of what they want to do, which is not surprising, you know, obviously considering that they're next door to the big main team, which is very much that kind of a team and unit who likes to be prepared. They like to know what they're doing, and they have usually a fair few options as well. They're not necessarily like a one-trick pony that only knows how to do one thing to an exceptional level, but they have had some, I guess, some hiccups here and there as well. Even though they do come out of the consolidation finals with a 2-0 win, there are times you could say that look a little bit more labored than others. Again, we kind of harped on Crimbo over towards the B-bomb site on Inferno, for example, in the closing match versus Astralis Talent. And then those kind of small things, but you know, you can forgive that considering the big picture of Big Omen Academy has been a positive one, and I think they're deserved finalists, and it's good to see them being able to kind of step away from that 4th place finish like they've done 2 seasons in a row and actually make it all the way here.
And the thing for me, Maui, right, and this is the big question, not only have Big Omen Academy got to try win this, but on what maps can they try to get an advantage on over them on this, right? Because MOUZ, we know what they can do, but last time these 2 teams faced off, right, it wasn't the 3-map series we expected.
Right. There's unfortunately a couple punish picks that could come out from MOUZ, which would upset Big. But Big, right now, they've kind of shown their hand already, and I think these stats very well so reflect that. Inferno, commonly one of their picks. Vertigo, a map that they're solid on. Nuke, I think they kind of had a rocky time there dealing with Astralis Talent, which isn't probably a good sign because MOUZ, in good form, and after having looked back at those demos, should probably be better on it. My best bet is that it would probably be Inferno. I think they probably want to run that one back because a couple of those rounds didn't go their way. A couple of the situations broke down because maybe someone overextended, and Hyped was a guy that didn't really have the best time against MOUZ NXT, but today he's on fire. So things completely can shift if you got an opera like that rolling.
Oh, it really could, but they do have to take down MOUZ NXT, and these guys are the poster boys for what the Academy League is. Some of these very talented players already making their way up to the main team. JDC just been announced to fill in for BMAS, who sadly has COVID. He's been playing at IM Katowice after he's done this. Can he walk away with the trophy once again and go with confidence over towards Katowice? We'll have to wait and see, but first, take a look at their road to the finals.
3 months prior to the first season, the MOUZ organization had assembled a fearsome stack of players. The team made a transfer and got Torzi, followed up by a super young talented player, Exertion, from Israel, as well as 2 solid players from Poland in Suhi and Shane. They were brought together by JDC, a very confident young man from Germany, all united by the leadership of a seasoned Counter-Strike veteran and ex-player, Cyclone, who took the position of head coach for the team and scouted the players.
I was always an in-game leader ever since I was 14 playing Counter-Strike for the first time. Even if I played with people who were like 18, 19, 20, I would always call the shots. And I think for me, it's just a natural transition into the coaching role.
It's simply going to happen because m0NEST...
Yeah, I think to be a good coach, you need to know how to create a good culture. Culture of professionalism. I try to lead by example as well. But also a culture where everyone feels comfortable, feel heard, feel like they're contributing to the team in their own way.
In the first season of the WePlay CSGO Academy League, MOUZ NXT didn't face much resistance in the online stage, comfortably qualifying for the LAN playoffs in first place. On LAN, they were even more spectacular, showing their emotions and incredible cohesion as a team. Young Ninjas, led by ZTR, managed to seize the opportunity and took down MOUZ in the semi-finals. But in the finals, they couldn't capitalize on their advantage, and MOUZ ended up taking it in a convincing fashion.
But be ready to fight. 100 runs. City is clear. Watch out, runs. 5 runs. I don't it's one. Root is dead. Up runs should be.
And there we are, your winners for the inaugural season here at WePlay Academy. It's MOUZ Sports with an absolutely insane victory coming in and a one-map disadvantage.
Coming into the second season as clear favourites, MOUZ NXT faced an even greater challenge on their quest for defending the title.
And now season 2, actually our coach said this, which is really important. We should watch it instead of trying to defend the title, just winning it again. That it maybe helps us mentally to be like no pressure, just feel good about ourselves.
MOUZ NXT scorched their opponents on the online stage and were facing another LAN berth even more dominant than in the first season. But it was Na'Vi Jr.'s time to remind MOUZ NXT of their existence in the finals. m0NEST had already proved to be a monstrous player, but they also added Flamey to add this experience. Despite m0NEST having a godlike performance, MOUZ NXT were playing better as a team. Exertion got multi-kill after multi-kill, eventually carrying his team for the second title and an MVP award for his incredible performance.
Actually, it's a joke within the team that whenever Adam is in like a 1-on-4, we call it 50-50. Yeah, because he's so good at it.
MOUZ NXT continue to impress and climb the ranks, making it to the top 30 of HLTV after their victory at WePlay Academy League Season 2 finals. The two-time defending champions approached the third season with a substitute for their AWPer. Torzy had shown impeccable skill and game sense that led to his promotion to the main roster of MOUZ Sports. A 19-year-old MHL came from Poland to replace Torzy. It seemed like this was the only factor that could create some sort of intrigue in Group B and undermine a total domination of MOUZ NXT. But it quickly has shown that the team is not in the mood to get their foot off the gas pedal. The team has won 4 out of 4 matches to start the group without breaking a sweat. That was all up until they met some of the rookies of the league in Team Spirit Academy. Team Spirit Academy put up decent scores on the European side and were the only reason for MOUZ NXT to lose points in the group stage of the third season. But even in a hard-fought series versus Spirit Academy, the rookies couldn't overthrow MOUZ NXT off of their first place in the group and a direct invite to the playoffs. But does it look like a clear path to the three-peat for MOUZ NXT? Let's find out at the finals. And this is it, the grand finals here for Season 3. Big Omen Academy taking on MOUZ NXT, and that three-peat, oh, it's so close. But it's different now for these guys because
they are in a situation where it's like the pressure is on them. The eyeballs are on them. People are excited to see what these MOUZ NXT players can do. And that's not easy for Tier 1 pros, let alone the Academy guys.
Exertion even talked about it in the HLTV interview, the fact that there's so many people that are looking at him. There's several players that picked him as their bold prediction for the upcoming year. Once that pressure is on you, you start to sometimes judge your own play and say, am I living up to the standard that everybody else in the community has created around me? But the thing is that MOUZ, they've been very strong. They still have held their own. They still look like the favorites in this matchup. But the thing is that they don't have a coach behind them that has known them for very long. They just started playing with Tobiz recently, and that's something where there's a new dynamic now in the camp. That's something that's going to change how sometimes the players respond. Sometimes there might be negative energy surrounding how he's going to suggest something, but then they'll say, we didn't do things like that. Those kind of little moments of hesitation or doubt, that can be everything in a close match.
But I will say, right, on what you're saying there, remember when we did the interview with them, they were very much saying that, okay, Cyclone chose him, we respect it, that maybe, or hopefully, get rid of some of those moments for him. But look at this impressive map pool, and just look at how many games they're playing.
Yeah, again, one of the teams that have had, I guess, the benefit of playing other tournaments outside of the Academy League as well, so they do get a ton of testing, which obviously leads to an improved map pool over time, and that's really what's happened with MOUZ NXT. A lot of these maps are maps that they still played in Season 1 and they were good at, or at least better than their opposition at, but now, like, these numbers are more impressive than the Season 1 or Season 2 numbers, simply because now this includes Tier 2 opposition and so on. So the fact that MOUZ have continuously kept up their improvement is really, really impressive, especially considering the fact that they have had, you know, as you mentioned, lost a pretty significant part of their team in Cyclone and obviously Torzy as well, even though they've most likely gotten pretty good replacements as well.
Yeah, probably the best replacement you can get in terms of that, right? And this is a conversation I do want to have. MHL versus Hype. Now, if I'd not seen the kind of, I guess, the recency bias of what we just got from Hype there, I'd maybe just be like, MHL is going to have a field day. But this could be more interesting now.
MHL was the highest rated player for MOUZ throughout the group stage, even part of the playoffs, and Hyped was the lowest rated player for Big throughout the group stage. So you're kind of comparing two players that are on very different footings here.
Yes.
Hyped is a guy that's finding his way through this kind of Tier 2/3 scene, and MHL is a guy that was already like knocking at the door of Tier 1. Tier 1 teams wanted him already. Several North American organizations were saying, I mean, he was slipping through the cracks that that they wanted the MHL as maybe a backup for OC if that Liquid deal didn't go through. So there's a lot of eyeballs on MHL too. Exertion's not the only guy with a lot of pressure on him. There's guys here that really people think should be playing Tier 1.
And that's the beauty of Counter-Strike right now. Some of these young guns coming up are extremely talented. Now, you guys looking at this feature already, Mirage, Overpass get banned out. Do you expect any curveballs to come out, or are we thinking that Inferno Pick's going to be there, you know, for Big, and then MOUZ, they can have pretty much whatever they want to feel comfortable on?
I mean, I kind of want to see, just given what we were given yesterday when they played each other on Inferno, I would like to see Big perhaps try something else, and I think Nuke is the more obvious choice, and that might be, you know, as simple as me thinking like, well, Astralis did actually put it to MOUZ NXT. Big were able to handle that kind of thing. Obviously, that wasn't prime MOUZ NXT by any means, but it's just Big have been able to beat better or assumed better Nuke teams than themselves previously, like in Season 1 and Season 2 and so on. So I feel like even though they might not be Mr. Consistent on that map, they are, or they can be very good on it. So instead of having to go back to everything, you know, then that could have been a pick. But Vertigo, that's fair as well. Again, not necessarily something that we see MOUZ go to all that often.
Yeah, I was actually kind of hoping that Big would go to Vertigo because they played it a lot lately. They've got what, 11 rounds against Dignitas, 13 against Sinners. They're not winning those, but then they're beating some teams that are kind of at their level. Isuba, I mean, those kind of teams in other sort of cups. It's important that they find those sort of victories. For MOUZ's pick, I think they could just keep things simple. They could just go for Ancient again. I really don't think that's a bad pick whatsoever. I would be surprised if they think they need to switch things up because they handled Big pretty convincingly in my eyes. They got 7 T-side rounds last time, and they're going to go for it once again. I really think this is just playing to their strengths. They don't need to overthink this matchup too much.
I'm a little bit worried about the Ancient pick. Again, same reasons as yesterday. They're going to have to start on the T-side. Now, again, Big are going to have a much more intimate knowledge of how their executes actually feel. Like, one of the few strengths, or one of the strengths that you need to have as a T-side team on Ancient is solid executes. And again, we have to keep in mind that Big were in the lead on that map until Exertion, Shane, and so on kind of got into the groove of things. They had a couple of clutches going their way. And basically what solved it for them, because they couldn't hold the actual executes from Big on the CT side. MOUZ had to go aggressive. Well, again, Big are coming into this match having full knowledge of this. Like, well, the only thing we really faltered to was basically the run and gun, coming out of cave from Exertion, tried to take any fight he could possibly do. Same thing with JDC in middle. So, okay, do we just kind of hold off for a little bit, chill for the first 20 seconds of a round, see what happens, and then kind of slowly establish map control before we get into the things that kept working? Then it might be a very different story for MOUZ NXT. In a weird way, I don't know how I got here, but I probably would have liked to see them pick Dust2 over this.
I think Big's going to ban Dust2 next. I think that's gone. All right, there it is. And MOUZ probably... I almost feel like they could go with... I think they probably want to ban Nuke.
Yeah, that makes sense.
They don't want that Astralis kind of repeat sort of situation happening.
There you go.
And we get Inferno. I think that Big actually are okay with this veto, given the fact that they still got Inferno and Vertigo, which they wanted last time around. And then, like...
They had a fighting chance for Nation.
Exactly. So, yeah, this is not too bad.
With the odds on our screen from Parry, man.
Big are getting disrespected today.
Yeah,
they really are.
They were the underdogs against Astralis, according to those odds.
Only on map 1, though. Only on map 1.
All right, that's
so,
true.
yeah, you know how it comes out. But we'll give them this, right? This is MOUZ Sports this time around. The benefit, starting on Vertigo, it isn't a map that MOUZ don't know how to play, right? It was played God knows how many times throughout the Academy League, over and over again. Flashbacks, PTSD, all flowing in with that one. But there is a chance here, at least for Big, to maybe have thrown something that they were not expecting to come into this, right? If MOUZ sat there and thought, oh, they're probably just doing Inferno, we're going to go for a very similar veto as before, and we'll see how it all boils down. Maybe there's an angle there for it. But what are we looking at for Big to come out confidently on this map? Because you've got to remember as well, they've had this hour break in between. They're going to be sat there thinking about these things, getting themselves ready. They're at the boot camp. This is now where you need to bring all of it together as a team and show your full force.
Yeah, if you can bring a little bit of what Hyped was able to deliver at the end, if he's able to carry a little bit of that performance over. I've talked about Prosus before on Vertigo, how he's able to dominate ramp. This is going to be a huge clash for me between Prosus fighting for ramp and Exertion fighting for ramp. They're two of the highest rated players so far at the playoffs, and I think that fight is just so key because we've seen how Big, they're actually pretty good at converting. I'd say they're 5v4s, but I mean, both of these teams don't surprisingly have a low 4v5 conversion rate, so that opening pick is just so essential. If Hyped and Prosus can chime in, I think Big really do have a fighting chance here. I don't think the odds are actually quite painting the entire picture. Like I'm kind of, there's some hopium that I'm really shooting up right now for Big.
Huffing the hopium. The thing I want to see really is Big Omen Academy. Again, I like the fact that they are utilizing mid to a certain extent, more so than what we may see from others, and they had, they might have safer pair of hands than Maui. But
audience didn't see what just happened.
No, they didn't. No. But we're gonna hang you out to dry either way.
We're not gonna talk. We don't. They just see a ball that I don't have is no longer. Yeah. I mean, I had a ball before in the last scene. I don't have it now.
Like a magician.
You got some balls, don't worry.
Oh yeah, I'm picking Big for map 1. For map 1, I'm picking Big.
You did this the first time, first time around as well.
I said 1 out of 3 times. I think 1 out of 3 times Big can win this BO3 against MOUZ. I think it starts with winning this map. That's
Are you not going to call that you think that then Big's going to win the whole thing? You're not going that deep?
I said 1 out of 3 times, James. How much more do I need to deliver here? Okay, the hot take's already out. How much spicier must it get? I already made my bracket. My bracket says that MOUZ is going to win this, but I think that Big are going to win map 1. That's it. That's all I can give them, okay? I like Big a lot. MOUZ is really good. They're really good, James.
Somehow.
I can't lie to the viewers at home, okay?
Somehow, Altex is going to drop 34 Big.
Yes, I do.
That's the hottest.
Gonna come.
I had to think about that in my head for a second. I was like, where's he going with this?
Yeah.
Ben, real quick before we get into this game, what are you thinking? 2-0, 2-1, where are we at?
I think MOUZ got this 2-0 unless Big can abuse mid and B on Vertigo.
Well, let's see if they can abuse that mid and B on Vertigo. And let's get ourselves back with our fantastic commentators. It's Vertigo to kick things off with, and this actually is their favorite map. So Hugo, Harry, take it away.
Thank you very much, James. And yes, no better way to go into the grand final here of the Vertigo Academy League than with our favorite home map. And it's not just our home map, it's every team's home map, especially Astralis. They couldn't make it here today, but Big managed to dominate and maybe warmed up, feeling fancy, hyped, hitting shots. Harry, is there a chance today against the 3-time almost winners?
I mean, dude, there definitely is a chance, right? And maybe more so than in seasons gone by, right? Like, MOUZ are coming into this, and, you know, like Zershner, that interview where he kind of talks about the nerves and all the eyes being on this team, and the kind of stress that comes with that. On top of that, you know, this is like our season to get to have a look at this iteration of the Big Omen Academy squad, and they're in like this kind of honeymoon phase. It feels like where everything's slotted into place. They feel like they're playing their best CS yet. Like, remember, both these squads top their respective groups and managed to make it straight into the playoffs, and now they're here in the grand final. So yeah, you know, there's no kind of taking away from that, right? They've been both the kind of overachievers throughout this entire thing, and I think it's going to be a hell of a clash. I do think there's going to be maybe more room for error in the grand final than what we saw earlier on in like the upper bracket semi from these two teams, right? And I think Hyped is going to have a lot of attention on him because of the game he just delivered us, you know, an hour ago versus Astralis, where he's able to put up over 30 kills. Orp in T-side Inferno looking so good there. Like, mate, if he can keep this up and if he can get in the head of MHL as the new guy on the team, right? When normally Torshi was very dependable in these grand finals, that could be a means to an end. That could be a way to get in versus this MOUZ squad.
On the flip side, we've obviously got, you know, as just recently announced, JDC going to play for the main MOUZ Sports roster in Katowice. So he's looking to, you know, end this one on a high, go out with a bang, and then go into Poland as well to land tournaments. So this is really exciting for MOUZ, who would love to be the 3-peat, right, with a new AWPer. You say it's a new boy on the block, maybe that's pressure for MHL, but this guy looks like he was forged in the fires. He has been incredible from day one, out the gate. This guy has been, you know, topping charts for MOUZ NXT, so I think that's super exciting.
Yeah, but, you know, like, kind of linking it all back around and, like, coming full circle on the JDC point, I think, interestingly, like, that's going to add another element of very unique pressure to this whole situation. Like, you already thought there were eyes on you. Well, now you're the guy actually going to go fill in for MOUZ at Katowice. You know, like, with that comes a very, very unique situation for JDC, knowing that not only does he have to win this, but then, you know, in what, like, 48 hours time, he has to be ready to go again at the top level of Counter-Strike. So I can imagine, like, you know, that's going to bring with it your own sets of anxieties. The adrenaline's going to be pumping, and adrenaline can be something that speeds you up and makes you react faster and better and hit harder.
Crash.
Yeah, or it can be overwhelming. It can lead to confusion. You know, in the heat of the moment, you're so busy, you know, like running down the survival instinct route, you're not thinking about what your team are doing, what's happening there. So let's get into this one. It's the grand final, Big Omen Academy taking on MOUZ NXT. And we're going to start this one with a bit of a classic here at the WePlay Academy League. Maui, throw yourself off the building one final time. It's Vertigo to open up this grand final.
$100,000 on the line tonight, folks. And these 5 players, plus a coach on either side, want to grab their hands full of it. Grab the bag, get out, and feel good for next season, MOUZ NXT. This would really be the start of I say the start of dominance, but the continuation of dominance if they were actually going to go and put a 3rd trophy in the cabinet here at WePlay.
That's the Academy era for this MOUZ NXT team solidified. Like, if it isn't already with back-to-back championships, you know, they're coming in, defending this title.
With a new roster.
Exactly, like with changes having happened. You know, we talk about MHL replacing Torshi, but I think it's equally as important to mention Cyclone. This guy was such an integral part of this team. He was the guy who helped create the system that they're all now a part of and they're reaping the benefits of. And they're without him in this grand final. They're flying solo for the first time yet.
And we've even heard about the pressure that maybe that puts on MOUZ, like them saying in interviews, we're such young players, coming in inexperienced vastly on a tier 1 level, right? And we're coming in without a coach to at least calm us down, cool us off. And Cyclone, he had plenty of experience playing around in tier 2 and even touching into tier 1 CS at times.
It's one of these things where if this opens and the going is good from the get-go and MOUZ just look like the better team on map 1, I I think then it's a 2-0.
Yeah.
It's if Big win this first map, that then I start to look down that coach route. I start to look around the idea of the pressure on this situation and not having that calming voice to rein in over the top and, you know, get you back under control. Someone who's mega familiar with, you know, recognizing when someone's maybe getting in their own heads. But look, we've talked enough, Hugo. We're getting into this. Pistol rounds live now. MOUZ NXT, CT side start, Big Omen Academy coming in. Light utility for this pistol round. And they're going to set up early on, leaning towards this B site.
Yeah, MOUZ wanted the A play. You can see their buy is implying that double nades available. But I will say both these nades could be lobbed in to stop a B plant. JDC will need to watch off on middle because that's when the bulk of this push is coming in. Some stuff getting thrown over towards A. Here's the mid contact. JDC falls off. Nate goes in early. Forget the plant. Just trying to whittle down these Ts as they enter the site. Aqua very low, but he gets his kill. And Sui with a quick reload turns around and meets a bullet. Shane holds on the site for one. And with a trade from Hype, he's left Zershan trying to cut down the late mid player. Crimbo leading by example with a double. And that's the pistol for Big Omen Academy.
Yeah, great opener, mate. But you can tell Big Omen Academy are warm coming into this, right? And that's something as well. Look at that series earlier on. I think critically, the fact it was a 2-0 with guys like Hyped really having one hell of a game, you come off the back of that, and that's not a game that's exhausted you too much. If anything, it's probably pumped you up because the 2-0s really have kind of been few and far between here at the Academy League, right? And you get one in the lower bracket to get you to the grand final versus an Astralis talent that's looking better and better. Here are the odds once again, 1.52 to 2.42 over at Parry Match, still leading in favor of MOUZ, but you can see the effect the pistol rounds had. It's already shrunk them down a little bit, hasn't it? 4 spy up for MOUZ NXT. Then wanting to get right back on the board.
Yeah, I definitely think that plays in, right? You know, you have only a 1 hour break, and if anything, it's nice. You don't want to break too long. You don't want to lull and sit around for hours, because then you just lose your energy, you lose your focus. It's hard to get back in.
Dude, we've all had those days where, like, you know, you're just DMing a bunch or whatever, and it's like, at first, you know, maybe the first hour, maybe first 2 hours feels great, but then, like, the fatigue sets in, and it's almost like the exact opposite of that, where you go cold or you can't replicate the performances of earlier in the day because time has passed. You know, fatigue is a very real thing.
Yeah, we're only human.
You know, like, yeah, I think the hours break is actually perfect for that. You had a 1 series little warm-up if you're Big. And now you're ready to go again.
Yeah, but this could all be negated if MOUZ find a 4 spy win right now, right? Flip it on its head, get control back of the money on a favored CT side map. It might be just beginning the troubles for Big. We'll have to see if these Deagles can do the work as Big set up towards this A site. They can run and execute. MOUZ don't have those HEs available. It's a very dangerous flash for Sui. He's out in the open, but he will pop it in to get MHL involved. Lots of damage and no kill. Both players on the chopping block, and that will be communicated over. MOUZ know the 2 guys probably a 1 shot from death, and that is the case. Reaggressing, but Big are in no hurry. Aqua, oh, the turn. He hit the dink as well. Shane won't commit. He gets the kill and bails with a smoke. That's going to force Big into this A bomb site. More re-smokes. Look at the time they're buying right now on this A site. 3 players set up. Shane peeling back to watch mid for a lurker, but everyone is here for Big, ready to go after this final smoke.
It's very measured. It's very scared. A smoke delay play with no ramp control is just almost unheard of. So the fact that MOUZ have essentially forced them into this situation speaks volumes as to the pressure that Big are feeling. And so now, you know, you can't afford to feel pressure. You need to be clean. And that flash has brutalized the 2 players over at short. Zershan and JDC both fall to the MAC-10. And any danger that was present in this round looks like it's been navigated by Big Omen Academy. They're going to lock it in. They get that 2-0. And now waiting in the wings is a little eco from MOUZ NXT. So you've at least hit the ground running here. And for me, that was one of the win conditions. I think you need to get in MOUZ's head as early and as fast as you physically can.
Yeah, if there's one thing that we can give a lot of credit to Big, it is utility, right? It goes in you know, on brand with the organization, but even on Vertigo on CT sides, we saw the other day Spirit, they have these HE setups to deny plants. That will all be coming up later in the second half, but for now, on this little eeky-deeky, let's listen in.
Let's go, bud. Okay, come through Ivy. We smoked Ivy. We smoked Ivy, yeah. Marty second up again. I think one stepped mid or under ladder.
Don't see middle.
One is close ramp, close ramp.
We can swing after the smoke and just try to kill him. Second ramp already on A.
Ping one yellow.
Let's swing after the smoke. 3, 2, 1. 2. Yellow, in the yellow. 3.
Yellow. No B.
Out long.
B1.
Up long, 1 for B and
One
3
above.
behind him. Kill process, please, Bobby.
He will hunt. Like a crazy guy.
Nice shot.
I mean, they weren't wrong. Process was hunting like a crazy guy indeed. But no MAC-10s to be removed right at the end. Big run their bonus into the first gun round. And MOUZ have everything they need, including the AWP.
Heading into this bonus, this is going to be a really good chance to get a look as to the ebbs and flows of this Vertigo, because MHL's bringing the AWP out in the first rifle round for MOUZ NXT. Now, I really believe that he could be your route in, right? While the rest of the squad, they've been here in these grand finals before, MHL hasn't, right? He's not been with this squad in these high-pressure moments. So let's see if he's going to crumble under that pressure, or if it's going to mold him into the diamond that MOUZ are hoping he is, that diamond in the rough after the departure of Torshi. You hope that while he's uncontested, while there's no AWP for Hyped on the other side, he can do work with this AWP.
I have this boost up. Double nades instead to Tetris. Shane's just going to dodge him. He's fine, but he gets a lot of info off of that. The big set heavy B. They're going to start to walk up the stairwell, keep the pressure high, but it's only a fake out.
He wants to move over towards Tetris now that they've naded it, right? Take that space once the utility's gone in that was designed to clear it, just so there's like that mental element of them discounting it.
I like the big don't commit here, though. They know they've made enough noise to keep MOUZ situated on B. It's not a one-man fake. They know that 2 Ts were sitting around the stairwell, so big regroup back on the A site. Indecisive initially, climbing up ladder, but then changing their mind for an A pop. With Crimbo at the helm, he already has this space up top ramp alongside Process. Short AWP. We saw this flash wreck the setup earlier on. That's why there's a second player ready to help out, but they're both peeking. They're going aggressive. Caught throwing nade. He runs away. It might fake out, but the AWP is now trapped and the Molotov has kept them in this corner. They know there's another man, and Sui will at least stand up to the call. Double kill from Short before the molly fades. Process trades, and over the top of the boost, Process will deny Xertion. Spoke spam makes this round interesting yet again, as it's all left on the MAC-10.
Yeah, Aqua needs this kill at Short. If he manages to find this, woo, which he will, that's opened up a route to the clutch now. Suddenly, this is a game of timings. This is a game of hunts. You're going to have very, very few opportunities if you're Shane to get this kill. The flash is good, but the pressure's gotten to Aqua. He can't find the spray. Regardless, there just isn't time for old mate Shane. He's looking for a kit. It must be around here somewhere, but it's over on Short, and so there isn't time for the defuse. Aqua steals the round away.
Oh, the kit blended in, man. It was right on the ground in front of him. That player did die boost. That was the call from, I think it was Xertion over the top, but it had fallen in the middle of the site and he could not see it. Very awkward. And hey, the util isn't perfect for Aqua, but it works out, doesn't it? Doesn't overcommit, figures out it's a fake tap, and then just playing the time at that point. Nice active flank from JDC as well, something that we don't see a lot anymore on this map, especially with the how comfortable every team is with Vertigo. They know their timings, they know the potency of a flank out middle or coming down ladder. But, oh, talk of the middle aggression. This is it again for MOUZ. Beautiful deep flash to find Aqua. Nothing he can do but hold MOUZ one. And a gun given over to JDC in a round that has no business being MOUZ.
Yeah, but mate, if I had a tenner for every time that one of these rounds has gone out of hand, I'd be a very wealthy man indeed. Xertion with a little jiggle down at ramp. Meanwhile, Sui's taken real estate outside of B. What this is going to do is facilitate a heavy A lean for MOUZ NXT. That means Big O and Academy, they might come into this with like some big firepower advantage. They might best you in terms of utility, second to none in that regard. But you do have all your resources, apart from Sui, lent into this A bomb site. And these guys in A can fight like they have nothing to lose. Pistols can get very unpredictable. They're very hard to deal with. Hyped donning this AWP. The upgrade, courtesy of MHL. He would love to break the silence with another one of his famed openers, but isn't able to find it. Instead, it's Shane doubling up with the Deagle, and JDC here as well. Oh, it's another one of these rounds getting tricky, getting finicky, and Sin, despite his best efforts, is not ready for the rapid ramp.
The crazy part about that, Harry, is that round would have probably been big if if Hyped hits that one shot, right? He's a little flashed off the angle, a little slow to fire, and Shane wins, or lives rather, through the molly, and then doubles up with a Deagle. We had the boost up, JDC kills the AWP, and it all falls apart, but really, Shane should have been a dead man from the get-go. Beautiful Deag work from that guy. And MOUZ on the board with an eco, of course. It gets out of control. It's nothing new. They always come to the party with a little trick to show off. That double aggressive mid flash to try and take down the lurker, or the man holding it was Aqua. And that gun goes a long way for JDC. 4-1. MOUZ on the board early. Or back to the deep ramp peak, but with flashes and smokes, they never know how close they can be. Good grenades. Put Shane on his last legs. I mean, he was the one who saw those double nades just 2 rounds ago, so already forgotten about them, and that's a bit of conditioning. It's going to just mean he can't play the position very often. Not until he's seen the nades go through. Always at fear that they could be coming in. MHL still deep peeking ramp. The fact that he stays on this angle after the short smoke comes up is very dangerous. He's going to get pushed out by the Molotov. Good grenades in, but Big do at least trade space. It costs them a lot of health and a lot of grenades, but ramp now belongs to them.
Yeah, and you know, oh mate, there's been a couple of miss mollies. Like, you can definitely tell the kind of strain, right? Like the bigger under. But, you know, taking ramp control is nice. It's a very solid prerequisite to really any play on the map. And Process, full contact up ramp side, just sneak walks the entire way in and gets a lot of real estate from it. They were all homed in on middle. They were all anticipating a mid play. And now Process has called for this rotation back to the A site. There's 15 seconds. A well-placed kill here or there could make all the difference. And that's the bomb. MHL dropping it out in the open. Now there's still nades in play. Hype might be good for a kill, but you are close to running out of time here. That plant's coming in and there's nothing you can do about it. You might do good on dealing with Sin in the site, but they don't find him yet. JDC all alone. On the swing, it's clean, and MOUZ, they put this guy in the main team now for a reason. There he is with the closer. 4 in the round for JDC. And a little taste of what's to come in this guy's future. It's a second on the board for MOUZ NXT.
Oh, now you see why he got the call up. Beautiful shooting from JDC and saves that round for MOUZ NXT. The swing through the elevator smoke, very ballsy play to trade out MSL. And then perfect isolation of all the cover. He knows that planter is stuck on default. And while he's not being given a kill, he takes down every single player trying to save Sin's life. Look at this, deletes the AWP. Doesn't get much better than that for JDC, and he's kept MOUZ in this early on. That would have been the money broken after their eco win. Instead, now it's the flip side, bigger on pistols themselves, and even eat a nade in middle. Util ready for the ramp side. MOUZ's utility, terrifying at the best of times. MHL has to care potential one-ways in the smoke, and in fact they're walking up very, very close to yellow right now. He doesn't know. Eventually going to have to give it up. Aqua has found a bit of room in middle. JDC's got his eyes on it though, but doesn't know how close he's gotten. JDC gets 1-deep in mid, and now MHL has to hold on. The mid lurker is gone at least. Hyped loses the bomb up deep. He knew he couldn't plant with so many players here, and triple peaked. Crimbo may hit the shot, but there's no reason to throw away this round. Lovely nades, and Crimbo's going to have to hunt them. MOUZ will not be giving him a way back in.
Yeah, AWP is scoped on this angle. Crimbo, whoa! 10 points of health and MHL's gone. trying to fake the drop, trying to give the illusion that, yeah, I'm getting tricky with it. I'm playing down at ramp right now, but they want to swing him. They want to just deny his clutch attempt. And I really like that response from MOUZ NXT. You know, if that Liquid, you know, 5v1 from back in the day taught us anything, is that sometimes you can play it too safe, right? And so they just decide, look, instead of letting him have full control and decide when and where he takes these fights, let's just go together. That might be our best chance. And so they managed to win the round on the back of it.
Yeah, sometimes holding the angle isn't the best play at the end of the day. You know, we've seen some incredible Ds in this tournament as well. Someone like Fessler, I think, deserves a notable mention. He's had a great one. But we're going to be jumping into the big team speak, see what they've planned for this rifle round.
Ja.
Bitte wieder Molly.
Einer hat GB gejumpt. 2 Nades B, 2 B gestartet.
Gut.
Hat sich jemand eine Flasche gegeben? Ich pick hier. AWP, die 1 AP.
Hab jetzt Seite.
Geh weg hier. Ivy hat Low AP. Flasche einmal.
Kann der Ivy wieder... Kann Ivy
ja.
Ich glaube nicht Crispin. Gut.
Ja, Matze, können wir traden, Bro?
Blitz.
Ich ziehe euch den Engel an. Den. Die weiße Engel hier.
Ganz tot.
Schaltet euch jetzt Ivy. Schaltet euch Ivy.
Lass Mitte jetzt offen.
Ivy raus. Ivy raus.
Weiter immer noch.
Gut, ich
tue
die auf.
Ich schalte die von hinten an.
Kann einer Respect Flash gleich geben?
Einer zieht B tief rein und noch einer ist Richtung B geschoben.
Die schmeißt halt hier alles raus, dann bitte kurz stehen. Ja.
Schalte G2 Smoke gerade an.
Ich glaube, der ruft Faven oder Crispy. Einer schiebt weg von A.
Kommt nix.
Nicht mehr zoomen jetzt mal zu, okay?
Ja,
bin das nicht, Bruder. Einer Ninja.
Könnte Crispy stehen. Schaltet euch nochmal Ivy weiter, ja? Könnte Ding stehen, ja? Pass auf. Ja.
Wenn es mit vor, hinten kann jetzt kommen, theoretisch.
Das ist wieder unser normalen Execute spielen. Ich denke, einer steht Sandbags. Nico Molotov, David Molotov Sandbags.
Ja.
David.
Ich mach linke Seite Smoke.
Einer Crispy.
Ready mit linker Seite Smoke.
Swappen, du machst die Granaten. Scheiß auf, Entry.
Ready mit linker Seite Smoke.
Ready, ja, ich hab alles.
So. 25.
Linke Seite Smoke fliegt. Ich molly noch
Ivy rein. Kommt. 2 kommt.
Und jetzt hinter die voll.
Einer rechts aus der Smoke raus, rechts aus der Smoke raus.
Auf die down. Noch einer hinter der Smoke.
Legen, David.
Ja. Einer Ninja.
Leg einfach. Links kann rausgehen.
Nico hat Gop-Flashes.
Ja, ich geh.
David bleibt Default. Weg hier. Ninja oben nur.
Ich hab ready.
Einer Ninja oben. Gold hier.
Halt ruhig, David. Ninja unten.
Flash.
Flash 1 fliegt.
Ah.
Boom. Flash nochmal. Boom.
Ninja oben.
Links on Default, AWP. Noch.
Und mal liegt TC.
Ja, diffused.
Und liegt vor der Box.
Auf die
Fuck, Mann, ich bin zu früh gepiekt.
Oh, it all comes down to that flash, doesn't it? It didn't seem like it was calmed exactly where it was popping. Process, he was in a perfect spot to multi-kill there on the default site. Low HP, they were trying to play off of him, but he just looks into the flashbang that pops right in front of his face, and yeah, that's it. Dead man walking. MOUZ have no fear to run through these smokes, to go over the top of default. Xerxon being very confident. And even though the parry match odds are closing up a little bit, showing that Big do deserve a bit of respect in this matchup, it's still not going to be easy. MOUZ showing their retake potential. Haven't even had to pull out bomb plant denial nades. As talked about, that's something we can expect to see from Big CT side. Very good at these retake setups themselves as well, but right now we're even Stevens. Big have money, but not enough to justify a buy. They wouldn't have that util that is so necessary for not only just getting up the ramp, but also getting the plants. As we can see, these wall of smokes, a necessity, so Big will keep it slightly cheap. 2k a player, can run a faster round here, play a bit disrespect. This is how Big crippled Astralis round after round with rounds like these. Double entries so many times with Tech 9s, and that's a lot of damage. Xerxon, the molly drops as he falls off the box, and he's at least going to get 1 kill. Weird molly. Not as helpful as maybe it looks. MHL has middle, and as the smoke blooms, Xerxon catches a player walking through. MHL's got the pistol out, and he just does not care, but maybe he should. Deeg denies him, and Crimbo can see through the wall. That's insane.
Oh, man.
Little pixel gap, that's all he needs to find a 2-on-3, and maybe there's hope for Big still.
I mean, hell, dude, you're making this, like a kill away now from at least doing some economic damage at a bare minimum. That's before you take into account, what would happen if another kill comes in here. The real guy who's vulnerable right now, I guess, is Sui, the only one near enough to be in this danger zone of mid. If he were to fall, that could open up a route into A. With so much time being taken, real estate's been nabbed. This is kind of cool, right? A nice way to really boost it up, and then they catch him, and they keep it silent. So even though they get the advantage of that boost, they never made noise. Might not matter. Stealthy was nice, but Sui cuts it through, and that will be the AWP saved forward as well. So they keep 3 alive on the side of MOUZ.
I even like in that position, MOUZ are so proactive. They have the call, they know there are 2 mid, so Shane just pushes down B stairs with his teammate, and while his teammate anchors B, Shane's on the full flank. He can reset A, he can go up ladder. It's all going to depend on the info that his team get in the meantime as Sui rotates around. So it's just very proactive play, taking the space that they know they have, because the last thing Big are expecting if they go back is to see an opponent in their spawn or below the map. So yeah, MOUZ are always proactive, always have something to do, never sit back on their laurels and let the round slip away.
And mate, thinking about that, I think one of the biggest problems that this Big Omen Academy squad had versus Astralis was sometimes expecting too much respect out of their opponent. And if one thing's clear from the first, 9 rounds here, it's that MOUZ, they are a very proactive team. They're not going to give you that respect. They don't like to just sit back and play it safe in rounds like those. Yeah. And that's something that Big are going to have to adapt to very, very quickly, or else, it could be their undoing. Got the AWPs out once again. Was a slow start from MHL. He was down 0-6, but he's been on a nice little kind of hero's journey. Nice bit of a recovery arc for MHL in the early days of this grand final. He doesn't have many kills, but oftentimes he's been that first point of contact at A and has secured those openers for MOUZ NXT.
Yeah, well, he's got to watch out for this short flash again. He's setting up in front of the smoke, so he's got a nice little bounce molly onto the ramp. And even info here is key, right? Just a tick on the molly. You're not necessarily looking for damage. You just want to know if Big are this close, and in fact they are. MOUZ can guess, but they can't know for sure. And JDC starts to make his rotate. Smokes come out now. Big making it clear. MHL, like you said, first contact and first kill going over the boost. Might have to move because that molly is spreading and he gets blocked in with JDC. Both of them get mowed down on the edge of the smoke. It was a 1 smoke execute. It's left a nice little gap there for them to fight forward. Denying the plant is so close for Xerxon, but too far to the right. He'll kill Crimbo after the fact, and it doesn't make a difference. The only way to make that round winnable was to drop the bomb in the animation. Killing in the post plant did nothing as Big had the numbers to shut out the round. 5-5, and MOUZ's money on the edge. They're going to call out a pause. They know the importance of this next round.
Yeah, trying to figure out the best way to deal with this. I wonder what MHL spawn's like. I wonder if we could get a look at that. Because he's been given the AWP. I think he might have the ramp spawn, If he does, I hope we see himself, throw himself at that gunfight. Oh, it wasn't the best spawn, actually. Xerxon had that. MHL still in a spot where he could justify a ramp peak, but you might not want to risk it, and that's fair enough. Even being a second late to this position can sign your death warrant.
Yeah, it's also, when you're peeking down there, when Big have an AWP, they're going to be on the same angle you're on, and it's, it's not a necessity. MOUZ have depth on this CT side. They don't need to be forcing early fights. They can just play the clock. They know their util has slowed Big down in many of these rounds getting up A. MHL will take a short fight. He misses, he backs out, but it's of minimal difference. He doesn't get harmed too much. Sui also backs out with a one-way smoke. He's been throwing that just to bait on occasion, but Big know it's a fake. They've moved up past it. MHL might not be ready for a swing right there. Missed shot, but he needs to call to his team to turn around. They do. Xerxon with a frag. The flash is good, but Xerxon cannot follow up. It's Crimbo doubling on the short side, and MHL goes 1-for-1, giving JDC a chance. Where there's one, there's often more, and JDC is walking the smoke. Close shot for Hype. JDC gives it up, and they know they want to play safe. 2 smokes for what should be a retake. It just needs time for Big to get that bomb, and out they Scarper. They will not commit.
Oh, mate, Hype just waiting. And now Aqua recommits once they've dealt with the danger man, with Shane up close. JDC, another one of these clutches is going to be needed, and once again, it has to be clean to get you past this AWP. Gonna get the info, gets the spot. Oh, taps out the AWP of Hyped, and now just Aqua left to beat. He never saw him leave the site. He's got the read that somewhere Aqua behind these boxes, and JDC gonna knock them out from under him. It's 6 on the board, and another clutch for this guy, JDC. You know, I can imagine that when Torshi got that call up, JDC, there must have been a part of him that was thinking, maybe I'm another player that could move onto that main squad. And now, after being given the opportunity, I think that's, by the looks of it, it's fired him up. I was wondering if, you know, the nerves would play into it at all, but it seems like it's all positive for JDC, baby.
Nothing outside the game is affecting this guy. He is tunneled in right now. That is 2 clutches on the A site, a 1v3 and a 1v2 retake for JDC. He is saving MOUZ in these crucial swing rounds for the money. That was their economy on the line, as said. They called a pause for it. I do like the slowdown for Big, though. They always let Hyped have room on this AWP on these tier halves. They let him work. Aqua backed out to check the flank, giving Hyped time to hold on. And as you said, MOUZ are playing, you know, not disrespect, but they are playing aggressive at times. And so Big were very ready for, you know, a re-push back in for MOUZ to try and get info on top. And that did cost them 1 man, but not the round. Hyped back to A. Spam through short does do a lot of damage to Sui, or a little damage to Sui rather. He's going to have to back out, but it's only fake footsteps. He does even more volley, makes him commit. And even though it looked like he had Process dead to right, it's Hyped to cover with the AWP. It's what he's good for. Re-aggression. Shane's done this a couple of times. He won't be rushing. Crimbo's been picked, and he's often been the man, not just calling, but entering his way into this A bomb site, killing these wall players. All in all, the flank is still coming in, and at any point Shane can activate. He's going the long way round just to play things safe, and that's good because Sin's doubled back to check his backline. Meanwhile, MOUZ re-aggress for an aggressive A setup, and there is the reason why Shane goes all the way round. They walk right into him. They know their escape route is closed off. Shane will not continue, and he forces Big to commit if they want any chance at the round.
Yeah, it's heartbreaking as you go back. Every bone in your body wanted Shane to still be there fighting, and now that he isn't, it's wasted so much time, right? Ooh. Just going back to clear dead angles. The Molly's just decided the outcome of the round. You cannot win anymore. They're slowed to a crawl.
Yeah.
And even though Hyped is going to get one, it's all in an effort to save that even then, JDC will not let him get away with.
That was through the yellow pole. It soaks the bullet of the AWP. And that's what I love about MOUZ, because I think, you know, it would be very easy to look at players in this league and teams in this league and go, oh yeah, of course they're inexperienced, they're young players, they haven't played the tier 1. But a move like that for Shane just shows the experience. And of course MOUZ have it with back-to-back wins here a while. But, you know, like you said, getting kill on the flank and just bailing would have been so easy to justify either flanking more or just locking them in with 30 seconds. But he knows if he completely repositions, not only do they not have time to go B, but he can assist on holding off the A site or retaking if things go bad. And they do not go bad. They go fantastic for MOUZ. So yeah, as far as final bosses come, this is it. MOUZ NXT, back-to-back champions. And right now they have woken up. We may have had that little 4-1 lead for Big Omen Academy, but reality has come crushing down. 3.5 in the bank. Gonna have to be another fast Tech 9 round. Big at least made the previous one interesting with that slow 2v3 mid attempt with a deagle from Crimbo, but maybe we have something faster this time. They've always got something to show on these ecos. Lots of util. The perfect round to taste test another bomb site or another area of the map. It's been pretty asymmetric, as Vertigo often is.
Yeah, Easy does it in this one. Ramp control attempting to be taken by just one man, just Process there, while the rest of the gang look to work middle. You've been able to get past Xerxes in some of these rounds, but we'll call it a mixed bag of results. This one's far safer, and look at MHL go. We said this guy versus Ecos, he's really not afraid to just throw himself into the fights. And there he is in middle, making his presence known. 8 on the board for MOUZ NXT. And this CT side is shaped up beautifully for them. You know, no caveats on this one either. You know, like in all the games where MOUZ have maybe looked a little vulnerable, we've often looked at it and had to say, ah, yeah, but you know, like someone like Shane, maybe a little quieter than normal right now. Oh, JDC having a rough time. But nah, mate, this is all 5 players fully switched on, fully engaged, and fully believing that they can make this three-peat happen.
Yeah, the mid to B is always a lock-in for MOUZ because Xerxes plays that you know, connector area from CT spawn, and he is so good at that position. I'm sure you'll remember the game via Astralis Talent where MOUZ were dropping the ball. It felt like they were going to lose that BO3. Of course, there were some whiffed rounds from Astralis. And what really saved them was Xerxes dropping 30 kills. He had an ace in there, some sick holds from CT spawn. And MOUZ's comms, as we listen in a lot, are very, very clean, calling all intentions, calling what's open. Xerxes is just so good at making sure these mid to Bs don't happen. First time we've seen an aggressive ramp setup, and of course it's on the A fake, so he clears out process. And now the play was to take ramp and go back to B, but Big don't want to do that because they know that MOUZ have this further info. Fortunately enough, Sui has left the position and gone back to the bomb site. MOUZ read this extremely well.
Yeah.
So Big have flipped the script, as it were. They've changed it up. However, MOUZ don't mind. You want to play a 5-on-4 on the retake on A site? MOUZ are absolutely A-okay with doing it.
Yeah, I'll say, you know, credit to Crimbo for realizing this so quickly.
Yeah.
He had the bomb and he just solo walked up ramp with it. Like, that's risky. That screams that he felt comfortable in his read. So here's the little A-pop. Missed shot from MHL, but are they ready for Sui? He wrestles with that A1S, but does get it back under control. Flashes, leaving everybody blind.
Good smoke from his team as well.
Mark now coming in. The swing does not work out for Sin, and even though you've got that bomb planted, oh, that's a lineup. A chance for even more. And stars aligned in that smoke.
So low.
This is so terrifying now after Aqua lines up. Oh, sorry, Crimbo lines up that spray. He's bought them all so low on health and set up Aqua in the site to bring this one over the line, and that's until Shane goes up above and beyond the expectations of him there. 9 points of health, the difference. And once again, it's another clutch out of MOUZ NXT, even when Big are in pole position and managing to pull back these rounds into what should be doable situations. There's always someone ready to answer the call, to step up on MOUZ NXT when you need them to the most.
It is that star power for MOUZ, but that's a real problem for Big now. That's 3-on-1, 2-on-1, and 2-on-1, all in post plants with the bomb down that Big have lost. Now, I'll tell you the details about all 3 of those clutches. MOUZ never let the planter get off default. They always keep the pressure on. Big have never been able to escape, and so that's why these clutches keep coming through. The second player is always trying to swing and trade out the bomb planter, but Big are never able to get comfortable in these post plants and play it slow and play the clock. Really sick round out of Shane. And MOUZ just keep building. 4-4. Going into B now, we've not seen a proper exec on a gun round, and this might not even be one if JDC has his way. Trapped by the Molotov. Sin, that's a beautiful escape. He takes a lot of damage on the drop, but it was worthwhile. Meanwhile, Process has walked into A, and MHL was none the wiser. Big, they have at least drawn MOUZ out of the bomb site. This has been a tendency they've noticed. A bit of B pressure after so many A rounds. MOUZ did fall for it. This time they're going to have to rely on the flank, a double flank. Pushing in off of B. Meanwhile, that A player has to make some noise, but JDC not the health nor the util to work for it, and bigger man up, finally a post plant they should. They need to convert.
Oh god, that is not the start you wanted. Xerxes, no business getting a double on the ramp swing from Big Omen Academy, but he's managed it. Now they are both low, but that's not been a detriment to MOUZ NXT yet. Sandbags, he's considering it. JDC's cleared out CT. They don't know where the second man is. They don't know where either man is. They've got no idea. They've been timinged on the short side, and there's the lineup finally. Big Omen Academy are able to get one of these A post plants over the line, and critically, you know, to round it back to the point you made earlier, first time we've seen them successfully get that planter off the site and into the post plant. It is that little short wrap from Process that sets them up to win the round, because he hits that timing, because he escapes the A bomb site.
Yeah, you got to give it to Big. They held on here, but MOUZ are playing incredible CS, full of clutches, full of really nice calls from Shane's aggression on B to Sui's aggression down on A. MHL, there have definitely been some missed shots in here, maybe taking a few rounds to warm up, but he's hit what he's needed to. It's not been a complete liability, and Hyped hasn't been anywhere near as crazy as he was back on the previous map. Obviously, didn't really have the same amount of AWPs, and when he did, it's not like MOUZ are throwing themselves down ramp every round to fight him. This is an excellent game. This is exactly what we wanted for the grand final, a competitive series so far. And of course, if you are enjoying the WePlay Academy League and you do want to support the growth of the future CS stars, consider supporting our sponsors as well. Western Digital with a new WD Black SSD series. If you need a new SSD, we all do. Speed is key. Check out Western Digital. They are the real ones. People like them that make running this tournament possible and setting up the future of Counter-Strike. And boy, not just the future, Harry, but the present, as we've talked about many times over the last few days, from previous players from this league being graduated to main rosters, to even right here, right now in the grand final of JDC going to play at Kato tomorrow, or the day after tomorrow. It's an exciting time to be a Counter-Strike fan.
Yeah, I mean, that much is certain, right? Oh, dude, you can't shake the level we're getting out of both of these squads here in the grand final. You really can't. Big giving it all they've got. They've salvaged a competitive T side to round this one out. And heading into that second half of play with 6 rounds to their name, you know, it could have been far worse. That's all you got to think. That's a nice T side, all things considered. But is it going to be enough to stack up against the Titans, the heavyweights of MOUZ NXT? Only time will tell.
Yeah, 1.5 to 2.5 now, those odds. They were getting close at the beginning, but MOUZ, they feel pretty comfortable right now with a 9-round CT side. We're going to see how they're feeling in person as we jump into their team speak for the pistol.
That's what happens when you never buy new shoes.
Give me sound on mid as well.
You ready?
Wait.
As well?
Ready. One beer?
Yeah, I'm going back. 10 feet. Let's see.
Okay. I'm ready. Wait. 3, 1. Mollying.
Okay. Run.
Flashing once! Flashing second time!
Smoking.
Yeah. That's okay.
Fuck. Be retake? I guess.
Come city, come city, come city.
Yeah.
City 1. Speaking city.
I plant default. That's
Nice one. 4v4.
One window.
Watch out HEs, guys. They were playing retake.
I got window.
I have behind, guys.
Go like
one window
yes.
Or one mid main.
I mean default.
Out window.
Out window.
Close electron.
Right side.
One more left side. I'm hiding
side.
first. That's on the left.
Two right. One right side, one left.
Okay, nice try.
Nice try.
Oh, dude, it's always nice listening to MOUZ. Nice stick there for Crimbo and Hyped with a lights out 3K running and gunning on the retake. You'll notice Crimbo as well. He crouches and looks away from ramp. Very hard for that last player to swing out and one-tap him. In fact, impossible. You can't see his head. Also note that even MOUZ called out in that post part, in the 4v4, watch out for nades. They're playing retake, something again that we've talked about. Big do quite a lot on this CT side. They're happy to give up A and just dunk you where you stand. Now, there was a full armor round for Big, but it's something even MOUZ are aware of coming into this second half.
Mate, right at the end as well, they said, no kit, like they realized that, and I think that was one of the reasons they were actually keen to even fight in the first place, believing it was like this B retake round with kit nade in play, which is often the case, right? Like, so it's a good read, but Big didn't have one.
Risky round.
Exactly, like that is actually a big risk, and it was enough that, like, you know, it's even gotten to MOUZ when they realized that. So now they come back in with a 4 spy. It's AKs, it's a Galil, couple of Deagles here and there. Once again, they're set early on over here towards this B side of the map.
Oh no, they're holding for this. Bigger ready, they're one step ahead. Head seen, shot, and knocked off the boost. JDC will live, but jumping up is Sin, and Sui was very far up the stairs already. He was not ready for that. 5-on-4 taken by Big, and MOUZ rather, and they'll take it. Regrouping back at A as Big reset, re-aggress Crimbo on the sandbags, and it's a good round for this, but there is a Molotov, one on Shane. However, he is the last man in position. MOUZ will have to wait for him if they want to molly this spot.
Cool little detail here is that there's a nade dropped in elevator for Process to be able to double nade the site, or he can just go back and grab it now after throwing one out to ramp. The molly's not gone in at sandbags.
Nice.
Man, Molotov instead used to try and clear the boost, and it allows Crimbo to get away with a double.
Oh.
Spam damage is good. Aqua's wrap is even better. There's the double kill on this MP9. MHL can't get a thing done. And so there's the AK upgrade secured.
Yeah, very nice. They just run him down there, right? No room given in that 2-on-1. We've seen enough clutches today from MOUZ NXT. Big don't let it happen. They just chase. And yeah, you know, probably weren't expecting a player at sandbags at all there as well, given the fact that they just faked out being got a pick. But at the end of the day, it's going to be their undoing, and something that MOUZ will surely do when they have more utility available. Let's jump into the big TS comms for this follow-up round, as MOUZ are a little broken.
Flash war immer Runde hier, Kari. Nichts B. Einer vor B.
Mitte rum, einer.
Einer vor B. Ivy down. Noch einer hinten nach.
Ah, einer Mitte.
Mitte ist noch nicht rum. Ich
einer war vor B. Geh weg da, geh weg da. Geh weg da. Weg, weg, weg.
Warum? Was, wie war?
Kann ich Solo lassen?
Ja.
Ja. Einer dann B mitkommen.
Ja, komm ich gleich.
Ich mach gleich mit für dich.
Einer down.
Das war Mitspieler.
Helft dir. Komm zu dir.
Noch einer unten ab.
Ich geh zu Pix rein, Karim.
Hit die Nade. Einer ist hinter der Box links, ja.
Kill ihn, warte.
Warte, ich piek oben Monesi.
Down.
Nice.
Jetzt auch
down.
Nein!
Sieg, Mann. So.
They're able to navigate that one with ease to tie this game up at 9-9. But now we have that investment. Now we have the AWP in the hands of MHL. Rifles across the board. What's the protocol going to be in this first rifle round? With the AWP in play, you can bet there's going to be attention on taking a ramp control. It's kind of a necessity here. And take a look at those odds. Those have shrunk right on down. MOUZ went from being clear, decisive favorites over at Parry Match to now just a 0.05 difference between the two.
Yeah, Big is showing us some stuff on the CT side. They've now got the AWP for hyped as well. Let's see how that compares with MHL. Some of them missed shots early didn't feel too consequential, but as the score closes up, you're counting every single one. JDC's out lower B, but meanwhile MOUZ have that top ramp. Zertian just caring he doesn't tick on a molly. Someone will though, coming up short, missed shot for hyped. Aqua's got the bomb. Does he see it? I don't know if he sees it. It's underneath the little cardboard there. He's walked right by. Now that should appear on the map even if he didn't. But forget the bomb. He's flanking to win the round. Goodbye to the AWP. And now he full chases. Aqua definitely doesn't know that he's just walked over the bomb. I don't know if that was by purpose. Probably not. But that's a crazy hidden spot there. Little secret that Aqua never knew. And back down he goes, sat on the short side while Shane flanks this play. And okay, he should be dead. Cleared by Crimbo and JDC. Trying to get that bomb back. Spotted picking it up. He's now got nowhere to go and nowhere to hide in a 1v5. And the MP9 keeps the pressure on, but uh-oh, that's now a path opened up on B. Only Crimbo's close to take that position back. But you don't want to give JDC too many 1v1s with the game he's having today.
Yeah, flash is very important. It slowed him down, and even those few extra seconds can make all the difference, right? As he's on that 20-second mark now, planting is a fantasy, mate. We're in a dreamland if we think he's going to get that bomb down. And so they do just run it in. Big Omen Academy now in the lead, and they also get the AWP out, so they're fielding a double AWP setup here. That could be a little bit worrisome, considering it's going to be one of these partial investments from MOUZ NXT. You know, if they were to go for a B pop, that's the thing, they don't know about the double AWP. It's one of these situations where, like, B definitely could be the right call here. And if they decide to throw in one of these Hail Mary plays, and one of these AWPs is left retaking, that could mean a bad time for Big Omen Academy. Let's find out.
Yeah, got to be careful in the mid. We just saw Shane just wreck a 1D and onto Hyped. Just the other round there by running and gunning him down.
Oh, they just saw the AWP middle. They don't know about the double AWP setup. So they see the AWP mid, and this has triggered the A rotation out of MOUZ NXT, right? They go, oh, he's AWPing middle. That's going to give us a far easier time at getting up ramp.
Yeah, there is no one A, at least, on the AWP. It's mid and B still, so MOUZ, you know, if anything, while they're wrong, they're also right. They're going to get the room and try and take down these rifles. Since killed a lurker, but the rest of them are up top, and the one-way will do nothing to help Process. Hurt instead. Oh, Zertian with a gun, and you don't want to give this guy a reason to believe as his team run in alongside him to find this A entry. See Big setting up nade lineups to stop the plant, shooting backpacks very close, and the second one will connect. There's only one nade here to do it. One molly on Aqua. He's too far though on the flank. They're not considering it just yet. Nade slows down the plant. They're going to have to recommit. And same story for Aqua. Wallbang won't connect. And MOUZ still are not watching their back. Finally, Shane gives it a check. Aqua is taking so long. Good trade. And Sin now has to wait for his man.
The longer it's quiet, the more they consider this wrap round, though. Aqua might struggle. Oh, that's a nice flick, but it's still a 1v1. And with Sin dinked up earlier on versus Shane, 1 bullet's required from either party, but it feels like it's all against Sin. He's on the bomb, he's sticking it, and the spam connects. MOUZ NXT, it's just pistols and a bit of armor, but that's all it takes for them to find a 10th on the board.
Yeah, that's a desperate stick, man. Sticking on that low health, you just know that you've probably already lost it. 1 bullet is all that's needed. The only way you win that is if your opponent calls their bluff. And MOUZ weren't about to fall for it. Shane's having an excellent day today, and even though that's not rare, but he's not been the guy we've looked to be that top performer, at least in the playoffs so far. So no better time to step up than the grand final. With some clutches coming through alongside JDC. Good shot. Hype finds the opener, swinging off the stairs with Sin. Big take a double open. 5-on-3 towards B. Notice they even shoot that cone off on the way out. That's so they can see that little head boost that some teams do on the railing. Allows you to jump up onto Tetris as well. Step on wood. Oh, that's a surprise. Zertian runs through the utility, but he does get spammed through the smoke right back. A bit of karma and a nade and molly combo onto the boost. They fake the tap just in case of more mollies, and in they come. MOUZ going to have to wait it out, and by that point the smokes are gone, but Aqua will shoot before they fade. Silencer better than the tracers shown by that spam. And Shane now starts to look undoable.
Oh yeah, that timing, mate. As he goes to spam, the AWP was moving into position to swing on out and deal with him. Big Omen Academy up in the lead, and now... What's the situation for MOUZ NXT? You could very much justify keeping the investments rolling in. You know, you can have the AWP, you can have rifles on everyone. Decent util as well.
Wouldn't be a pretty buy if you want to get...
No, it is going to have limitations, right?
Yeah, it's kind of... I think if you do buy here, you kind of have to give up the AWP and just have MHL dropping over an AK to field utility. That's going to be so much more important ultimately. Depends how they want to play the round, right? See what the call is coming from Sui. AKs are out. MHL drops one over. JDC is armed to the brim. We will have that full buy. Sui dropped nades by his teammates. That's nice. Often the guy throwing in the flashbang, setting up the executes. Hype, though, coming alive in these last couple of rounds with the AWP is a good sign for Big, a necessity on this CT half. And Crimbo, who just, he's such a talent, man. Not just in game leading, but top fragging seemingly every game that Big play. That's bonkers. Aqua, he almost takes down Shane, who gets a second chance at life, jumping out off the ladder. Hype tries to go for the pick down ramp, but put down low from the spam.
Yeah, I don't even think they were really expecting a full-on investment here. Like, you know, that decision to run through middle from Aqua to meet the man in ladder room is bonkers. And you might taper off now that Hype sustained some damage and you know these guns are in play.
They got the info for free, essentially, though, for minimal damage, so it's worthwhile for Big. And even though there is a buy, the util is going to be lacking here. 3 smokes, a molly, and a flash. You don't have a lot of options on MOUZ, and the wallbang is perfect. As Xerxen jumps up, he loses his head in a reboost, because why the hell not?
I mean, it's the last thing they're going to be expecting at a time like this. While this is happening, by the way, Aqua's back in middle trying to get aggressive, and that's given a kill to Shade. Process fires off just a little too soon. They re-aggro at ramp, and they at least now know that these players have left, but knowing it's the B play doesn't matter when the B play's already happened. Sin gonna realize the full gravity of this situation. JDC didn't finish the job and had to go back in, and that leads to his demise. They still catch Sin, they still do good on the damage that JDC provided, and they're even there to shut out Hyped, tagged from earlier on. Only Crimbo left, but with the game he's having, he does want to give this just a little peek in. See if anyone overextends, which MOUZ will not. This is so back and forth. Just trading rounds at this point in the game.
Yeah.
And, you know, eventually, especially with how these rounds have been going, the fact that they've all kind of come down to the wire, eventually that's going to start to just naturally lean in favor of the T side, who have more means to make money, have cheaper investments, cheaper, you know, weapons. They don't have to buy kits.
Yeah, I think the red carpet's rolled out quite heavily in that round as well. You see Aqua re-aggros the mid flank right there, and that's what gives MOUZ the B bomb site. They get that pick. They've done a lot of stuff on A, even though they lost Xerxen jumping up. They had shown 2 or 3 players on top ramp, so Big were fully sold on that A play right there, and MOUZ realize there's a gap. They go back to the empty B bomb site, and the retake just falls apart in the post. So it's a bit of an awkward one there for Big, who aggress in a 5-on-4. Comes back to bite them.
Triple boost, huh?
I'm down. What you got for us?
Nice way to use the M4.
Yeah, but will it ever find results? You can't keep this up as well. You have to get 1 kill and drop. But that 1 kill may be just around the corner. Xerxen walks the smoke, very ballsy. He's trying to line up the shot, beautiful. You are slipping off there on all triple boosts. You're sliding, so trying not to fall off the top. While simultaneously getting away with the kill, he's going to keep that 5-on-4, gun irretrievable, but maybe they want to aggress to get that control back. MHL swings out, does drop that 1 rifle. It is available, but at this point, if you just run B, you know you've avoided the bulk. You've seen 2 more players pushing ramp, and so MOUZ have found that gap again. Another red carpet rolled out for this T side. They even see Aqua drop in. There's no way now for Big. They should be looking to save those 2 rifles on the other side.
Got to give credit to Sui in moments like that, right? The realization with a triple boost on A, with the rifle being there, that's where all the danger's concentrated. Because at a bare minimum, you know there's 3 players there. And what are the odds? They've all in the boost and then just left, you know, mid-open or anything like that. You know, you're anticipating an A-side stack at that point in time.
Yeah.
And so he makes the right read. He calls for an immediate bit of B aggro.
He is super decisive when we hear the calling. Like, he's not afraid to tell his team to shut up and to focus when, you know, things are getting loud and things are getting hyped, and MOUZ are a team that are definitely, you know, a hype team, an emotional team, and also who at times feel invincible, and so that only plays into them having fun with it. But Sui's not afraid to, you know, keep the folks under control. God, that is a scary fight with the poles in the way. But, well, right now the poles in the way are all on the MOUZ side, 3 of them. Not just the, you know, rated higher than the main MOUZ roster, but up there in the Polish scene as well. It's always nice to bring back that region. Right now, Big with a little pause as things are getting scary.
It really is. Throughout this whole game, you've remained competitive. There's even been times where you've snuck yourself into the lead, but this is truly, you know, the ugly underbelly of the beast. This is your most vulnerable spot yet, right? A loss in this round, and suddenly to say the game is slipping away from you is a bit of an understatement. You'd be staring down the barrel of another eco round up against 13. So you need this one if you're big. It's been supplemented with a little tack pause, a chance to go over what they want to do in this round now to safeguard their future on their map pick. But is that going to be enough?
Ooh. Oh, he saw him. Surely. No. Well, he heard the drop. I don't know how Sin didn't see the head of JDC. It just popped up. But either way, no kills to be found. I saw him, that's for sure. That's why they dropped off so quick. And they've shown enough B presence to bail. Again, a regroup back on A while big panic rotate. They leave mid, they play 3B.
Dude, that's as a result of this smoke, just cutting off vision to ramp. It suddenly makes you wonder, like, they could have gotten up. They could be at Tetris. They could be at the spam spot. You don't know, but the fear alone is enough to lean you into the B bomb site. And it's going to mean that inside of A, Hype and his teammate in Process now more than ever need to hold the line. That one kill, ooh, make it a double from the A hold. That successfully repelled the offensive and left them back on a B play for MOUZ NXT.
It's desperate. Flash go through the smoke. Sin never left the Tetris, and he's playing mind games all right now. 4-on-1, and just sat back waiting on the bomb. Nothing to do for MHL. Would not be a bad call to save here either. The time is not pretty, and that's such an important round for Big. Coming in off the back of the pause, a safer one, no mid flankers. When the B lean that works wonders at the end, even though it looked like MOUZ are about to avoid it. This is just so competitive. You already talked about the danger of the back and forth nature and the money that could come back to bite Big, but at least this round is pretty clean cut. They will make cash off of that. And it's so uncertain right now at this point in the game where it's going, who's going to be taking it. It's Big's map pick.
And mate, like, to give Big even more credit here, like, you know, obviously coming into this, you're up against the guys at the top of the world in the Academy League, you know. They're also up against the MOUZ that have looked fragile at times in the group stage or in the playoffs, right? But here, no, it's like everyone's switched on. You're getting very even input across the board, and yet still Big are keeping this neck and neck, right? Never letting up. Never just conceding or getting in their heads. Oh, they are the better team at the end of the day, guys. They've been together so much longer. They've accomplished so much more. None of that matters. It feels like it's all for the taking right now for Big Omen Academy.
Or can they take it? Or will it slip through their fingers right at the end? Running back with the bomb. Got to be careful. That noise will be heard by Hyped, who's still AWPing deep middle. So no flanks in this round. Unless they come off of the B bomb site, and Aqua is very keen to get involved, but no one's going to make magic happen in a 5-on-5. Wait for MOUZ to cause the first problem, cast the first stone, back up ramp, Molly on short. They know Hyped has been here more often than not with the AWP, so MHL needs to be very ready on this corner. No one there. Process tries to play above a smoke, but it's not really looking good for him. He just smoked the Molotov. He's just trying to live on sandbags. He's making a lot of noise. MOUZ should know he's here. JDC still lurking B. Might get caught throwing grenades. Flash. Sim ready to drop on his head. He doesn't check the corner. And JDC hears the drop. That's going to bring the bomb back. Why wouldn't it? A free kill. Gifted at the B bomb site. But there's one more man left to fight.
Oh, dude, elsewhere, MHL's even found another. Oh, and on that swing from Aqua, he just wanted to make sure, like, solidify, is this a lurk or is this the play? And even though they find MHL, it's nothing more than a consolation prize at this point. A double AWP retake at the B side, that just won't happen. You just don't risk that. And instead, you're going to play around this AWP that you've dropped over towards ramp. You want to deny them retrieving it. You want to hold on to yours. It's just positives in that regard, but it's negatives when you look at the round count, 13-12. And, you know, because of the back and forth nature of this game, because it has just been trading rounds left and right, ultimately this should get decided on the back of money. You know, either you're going to need to step up with very little, which can happen. We've seen Deagles do damage. We've seen, you know, hero rounds like this get away with murder, or the economy, as boring as it sounds, could be the ultimate detriment to one of these teams.
Yeah, they can still buy for now. It's not kicked in yet. You know, you can shamble together some weird double M4, double AWP buy.
I don't even know if you do, man.
Yeah,
I don't think it's worth
with
it.
a double AWP, it's a good incentive to just play round the AWPs and kind of cycle them. Aqua's willingness or keenness to look for information has let him down a couple of times now, right? Once on the ladder flank in a 5-on-4, and Big killed the flank and went back into B. And right there again, he's tucked in at Wood. It's obviously a pretty one-and-done spot anyway, but instead he gets none before he's done. And it was so late in the round, MOUZ had all their util, mollying sandbags, mollying short A, running the exec. They had nothing left to clear him. A few seconds of hesitation, a bit more patience, and he might have been able to set his team up for a round there.
I'm not trying to be an Aqua apologist here, but
apologize.
But I actually can at least understand the motivation behind the
it's
peak.
pretty desperate.
Not only that, it's like when Shane dropped originally, he saw one guy lurking.
Yeah.
You know, he saw one guy holding for B aggression. That was it. Main was clear. Main was empty. And so all Aqua's thinking is, if I kill JDC here, if I get this trade, I shut off the path to B. I forced the A play out of them. He didn't realize how quickly those rotations came through.
We have this shambled buy put together though, Harry. They will risk it. 2 M4s, 2 AWPs as the doctor ordered. Aqua's going to be able to get util, at least with his MP9. And Sin trying to hold for this boost that they've attempted a couple of times, but they've never kept together. Aqua needs to watch it. This AWP cannot see, and Aqua's in a perfect position to deal with it. Missed shot off the AWP. Aqua won't overface. Hype still has middle. They've seen one AWP. They don't know about the other, and they will trade it at least. Aqua's full blind. The flashes are coming in. The smoke close sight, and Sui trying to climb over Con. They will spam out the man mentioned. Sin's alone with an AWP, and there's just nowhere to look. Look at this wall of smokes, and Sui's even killed all the A players. It's Crimbo leading by example, 1v4, backed up into CT, and maybe already thinking about next round.
Worst thing is, mate, he's going to have a hard time saving. He's going to have a rough time trying to get out of here, especially with Sui like going on some... Actually, Sui's just playing it safe, going back to B, playing around the bomb, not giving him a way in.
But when that penny drops, they may as well hunt. MOUZ have, you know, they know it's an AWP at this point. They know it was dropped in elevator. At the same time, MOUZ, a team that often do just play their own money. There's nothing wrong with that at this point. Chasing an AWP isn't easy.
Let's talk about the context of that force buy then, because that round was essentially like, that was your moment. Like, that was either the golden goose or a rotten egg for Big Omen Academy. Losing this one, now it's just this AWP. That's all we have to look forward to up against 14.
You know, there's not even point critiquing the buy, because it is just, oh, that's so important. It is just off the back of the double AWP that wouldn't have been available if they'd ecoed that round and then brought in a arguably weaker buy here. You know, you can always win the eco round, sure, but that was Big trying to win it with everything. And MOUZ, they've been chipping away at this CT side all game with these traded rounds, and finally the consequences are here. An eco up against 14. Crimbo, he's carried rounds before on his own, but this should not be one of them. The second MOUZ see this AWP, they are bailing. He will start B. A very risky call given the map we're on, but MOUZ have wanted this B site time after time. Good shot. Does catch Xertion, throwing a bit of utility, but JDC is the trade king right now, saving this round. Shane luckily gets that kill because JDC fell off the edge of the stairwell. There was no one to trade, but Shane just jumping around corners and finding kills. 1 health and 3 frags into the B bomb site.
Dude,
that will kill Big.
He's 1 health the entire way. And I know it's only pistols, but like still 1 health. It doesn't matter. They could add a damn flashbang. If it hit you right, you're dead. So that is that's kind of terrifying that he just runs you down. It doesn't let the lack of health deter his confidence at all. And who can blame him with the game he's having right now? 15-12. Is this the beginning of the end of a go? Or do Big still have gas left in the tank? You've got the AWP in play. Hyped bringing that out. Now setting themselves up towards A ramp early. Silent as they approach. Process looking like he wants to get aggressive, pushing down the ramp. The nades remove Crimbo. That is devastating. He's just playing top ramp. He's not even in a position that was destined to fight there. Flash through for Process, a hero play had to get made, but it's only 1. And now Hyped has to answer the call. He's getting spammed, whittled down, and a missed shot. He now has no choice but to get out of there. However, this site is not as safe as he assumes. They're already up ramp. Oh my God.
It's cooking.
Hyped, you're screwed. He burns alive, roasted by MOUZ NXT. And a 4v2, 2 kills away from going 1-0 up in the grand finals. MOUZ, they've just got to do the formalities, cross the T's, dot the I's, and there'll be a map up.
And on Big's pick as well, with Ancient up next, a map that has looked incredible for MOUZ. We've had good games out of Big, even a close affair when they played them in that upper bracket previously, but MOUZ, I don't see them dropping the ball here. 4-on-2, walking into the one empty position on the map. Sin has just dropped in off mid. They're going to hear that. They know he's close, and he has nothing to fight with. Flashed in, running them down. JDC covers the planter, and it's Aqua on his own. Dead in the water. Vertigo gone, and this is MOUZ NXT. Red carpet rolled out, and of course it's a util to close it. What a showing right now. 16 to 12. First map locked in. Big locked out, and MOUZ are looking for the three-peat.
Yeah, man. I mean, dude, MOUZ NXT, like, it might have been worrying at some points. And Big, they did a tremendous job of keeping it competitive. But as we got into those final few rounds and you get onto dire straits as Big and the pressure's on and you're in your own head a little bit, you're thinking about rounds that have maybe slipped by, turning points that could have come in, or you know, how you would just love to have weaponry up against this to put a stop to it. And, you know, before it even registers, mate, the game is done. MOUZ have assumed full control. And, you know, now they're a map up, ready to go to Ancient, a classic map for this MOUZ NXT squad. They are eyeing up the 3-peat, and Big, they don't have many opportunities left to put a stop to that.
And good for them. I mean, MOUZ have earned it truly. New roster, new player, not been a liability. MHL's looked incredible in the leading. Continues to send MOUZ to look for this 2-0, to look for this $45,000 first place prize. And let's see if they can get it. First our desk, we're throwing it out of here.
Headshot, nice. Fist bumps go to the teammates. I wanna hear your go, go, go. I wanna see you falling fast. Win the round. Win the game. Pretty much, they play, you win.
Another team makes it competitive against MOUZ NXT, but it's still not enough to net them the win. And even though Big Omen Academy found success in the early parts of this game, it did not work out in the end. However, my man, this is kind of history repeating itself.
Yeah.
MOUZ even left the show, right? Because he said, you know what? I said they're going to win this map. I'm done now. He's completely out of it.
Yeah, no, he's like, the win condition had to be taking Vertigo for Big. That didn't happen. He's out. He's just had it. And to be fair, that is kind of how the vibe is in general. MOUZ Sports, they come through on a map where they look shaky. They manage to fight back. They find a pretty significant hole in the defense of Big and just continuously abuse it until let's get there was 16 rounds. So got to give them kudos for that.
And in terms of this fight, you got Big Omen Academy getting off to a bit of a hot start, but this was where things got a little bit more crazy, right? They had this AK saved over, they were making the magic work, and from this point onwards, you started to see that, okay, MOUZ Sports, you know, back to their old tricks again. And yes, there was a bit of back and forth, right? That's what we're talking about.
Yeah.
Got very close, even towards the very end of this game, but you never really felt like MOUZ Sports in a situation when they're not out of it. And I'm going to say this, JDC, Katowice form, he obviously got the announcement, and now he's thinking,
he's got an extra gear.
Yeah, it's like, hello, let's go.
No, yeah, I mean, he probably has a plane to catch or something, right? So he needs to get out of here. He needs to make sure he's on time and in Katowice by tomorrow. And it definitely, obviously, two massive clutches to really salvage the CT side of MOUZ NXT. Otherwise, they would have been in a terrible state, just economically speaking. And given how MOUZ were playing that CT side, which is so passive, so off of the A side, that can be really, really, really difficult. It took 14 rounds before we saw MOUZ NXT actually set anyone up on their side towards A in an aggressive fashion. So that's definitely something that Big on their end could have abused more. We didn't really see it. A lot of the executes that they had towards the A side were kind of half-hearted. You'd see them actually do the first part correct, which is like sneaking up on ramp, not using too much utility because they know they're not actually running into any opposition. But yeah, there were a lot of like weird ones. I'm surprised that Sin didn't notice it. JDC was fiddling around with a nade, gun tip was showing, a whole lot of things, and it ended up being actually the B bomb site, and JDC just kind of, yeah, doing his thing over on the, basically doing his damage to Big Omen Academy once MOUZ got to that T side, and we saw it repeatedly over and over again. When Big Omen didn't actually go to B a single time during their entire T side, it was pretty much the only thing MOUZ NXT wanted to do.
And even if they made you think they were going A, they were then faking you out and going to B, right? That's what they were looking to do. And JDC was there every time. If he smelt like there was an opening or an entry, JDC was able to find it. Him, obviously, we got to look at Shane as well, having huge impact for sure. A positive, which I will say for Big Omen Academy, is that Hype obviously was still having impact. Okay, it wasn't what he'd got against Astralis, those kind of numbers, you're not going to get every game, but it was positive. I also liked what we were seeing from Big Omen Academy in those, you know, like the boosts on A. They were trying to mix things up. They were trying to catch them off guard. You're trying to do something against a MOUZ who have huge confidence, right? They are the previous champions. They've got all the pressure on them. You're trying to throw them off balance a bit.
Oh yeah, absolutely. And if I had to pick between the two teams' A side holds on their CT side, I would go with Big's approach any time, any given day, because it's just more proactive. You are constantly looking for more information that's going to allow you to make better rotations. Just kind of keep tabs on what's going on the map. You know, and you're not necessarily solely relying on footsteps because, again, you have teams that just kind of just waddle around the entire map, not making a single sound, just holding in shit for their dear life. So, in that sense, I like what Big were doing. The only problem is MOUZ didn't attack A. Like, when they did, they got shut down, more or less. And then they figured out, okay, the B side is pretty much free because JDC is just doming heads. And that we never saw that adjustment coming in from Big to the point where they were able to deal with it.
Well, that is now why they are 1-0 down the series, but it's not all over. They may have learned some stuff from Ancient, but we're going to do a quick break, and when we come back, you'll get to see if MOUZ will be able to lift the trophy one more time and get the three-peat under their belt, or maybe Big will help it and take them to a third map and give themselves a fighting chance. But before that, we've got one more Truth or Dare to show you, and this time it's with Spirits Academy Chiron. So today, I've had to announce my retirement from CSGO, and I'm now becoming a Dota player. Clearly, that's exactly what I wanted to do after playing Counter-Strike for many, many years, because I lost to Vigo. It didn't go so well again. I did get 2 rounds, you know, I'll take that. It's a positive step forward. Now I've got to go up against Chiron. He's very skilled individually. We're going to be playing Overpass this time. Let's see if I can try and get a few more rounds and redeem myself in some way. Maybe it's possible. 5 minutes has started now, Chiron. Good luck. Have fun, my man.
Have fun, mate.
I've seen you play, and I know how good you are individually. I'm a little bit nervous, you know. I've been playing against a lot of MOUZ Academy League players, but I have a slight advantage being on the T side.
Yeah, T side is OP when you play one-on-one, I guess. You probably have some good chances.
Thank you for making me feel like I have a chance.
Yeah. Okay, Truth or Dare, man.
Ooh, I'll take Truth to start off with.
What's your game plan during a zombie apocalypse?
Game plan during a zombie apocalypse. Okay, so anyone that's been to my apartment here in Kiev, they will know I have bulk stocked lots of things. So I have washing powder, I have drinks. I went to like a place where you just order loads. So I'm ready for everything. I've got bats, I've got weapons. Like, I basically think I could survive 3 months. So that's my plan.
So yeah, you have pretty good enough time.
Oh no.
See you there. Truth or Dare, man. Once again.
Truth or Dare. Let's go for Dare.
You can't press W this run.
I can't press W again.
Yeah, you have to just AD.
Okay.
You're a big easy player, imagine that.
People that surf backwards and do all the crazy jumps backwards, they are very skilled.
Yeah, that's true.
My brain does not understand this at all.
Well, I got tricked a bit.
Oh yeah.
So you can't press W, what can you be? Okay, you should be on shot then. Yeah, there you are.
No! There's nothing I can do. I literally was trying to move backwards and swing.
You only can pick the bomb from short with 80-80, that's the only way.
Okay.
Wow, Truth or Dare?
Go for Truth.
What's your favorite toy when you were a kid?
I would probably say, do you remember Beyblades?
we kind of had it as well, but only like in my really early childhood when I was like 3 or something.
How old are you?
I'm 18 already, man.
18 already, yes,
I forgot that I turned 18.
There's a big age gap between us.
Yeah, that is. So there's the next question. Truth or dare, man?
I will take truth again.
Truth again. Okay. Which is the greatest team in CSGO of all time?
I'm a Na'Vi fanboy, so I probably should say Na'Vi, but like we only just won the major, and being a Na'Vi fan for a long time, we didn't really succeed for a very long time either. So I'd probably have to pick Astralis. You know, 4 majors, what they did was very incredible. You can't really knock that. So yeah, we'll go for the Danes. We'll go for Astralis on that one.
Actually, I agree with this. They were just on the next level for 2 years. That's amazing. Amazing consistency. I can imagine. Well, hello.
And anyway, so the time is up, but you won. So now you have to ask me the ultimate dare question because you're the overall winner, mate.
Make it with about the older person that Chiron, the best CSGO player in the history, the GOAT, and not even simple money seeker rich level of Chiron.
Do you know what's going to be funny? It's like Sasha's a really good friend of mine, and I know he's going to read this, and now I'm going to be punished for it. So I'll do that. You know, I will say that you're better than Monassi in simple. This okay. This is going to be your epic tweet from me, my friend. Well, enjoy your. Enjoy. Welcome to a very different type of pregame.
I'm Hugo. That's Harry. He's growing out his hair a little bit. Changed color. Gotten a little bit
stronger.
Yep.
Yeah.
Actually, gotten a better beard as well, I have to say.
Thank you. Yeah. I appreciate that helpful. Oh, God. So.
Oh, yeah. That's a throwback. That's a throwback and a half.
So this is 2015.
Yeah.
The last time we commentated together.
Yeah. The Gfinity 2015.
My. Your hair's pretty good.
Yeah, I was about to say, like, you kind of look the same. My hairline is just kind of...
Dude, my face, I look
try to
fat.
retreat.
I am hella fat in that.
We call that just like, you know, I don't know, healthy. Healthy.
All
it's a
right.
good amount of like, you know.
Take it. I think I've got better with age, mate. I think we've done better.
Yeah, no, I think
you do look like a gangster.
I look like I'm up to bad things.
Yeah.
I got to be honest. I wish I still had like more of the hairline though in place. But you can't have it all. You can't have it all. But you know, overall, I think we did pretty well. We haven't, you know, completely lost our looks.
No,
not
we're
yet.
Still hanging, hanging
in there.
We're both above 30 now. You know, sometimes this thing kind of happens. When was the last time we actually commentate Counter-Strike?
Oh, that's gonna be a hot minute since the last time. I did stuff with Norwegian TV, but not to the same extent, obviously. So it's gonna be a couple of years, a little bit of rust here and there. But again, it's talking about Counter-Strike.
Yeah.
So
the game we love, the game we know. We spent more than half our lives involved in this.
It's actually gotten to that point.
It definitely has. But for all seriousness, to remind all you guys at home, kind of obviously where is a little bit of a change up. We are in Ukraine, in Kiev. This is my home. This is like a little situation where there is a potential invasion. So we moved our flights forward, which meant Hugo, Maui, and Harry had to leave, so they won't be on the broadcast for the rest of it. Me and Halvor, we have a little bit later flights coming into it, so we will disappear after the broadcast. It'll just be us two to continue and finish this off. Potentially 2 more maps of Counter-Strike. Hopefully we do a good job for all of you guys, but obviously it's a horrible political situation. No one wants there to be any war, anything bad like this happening. This is my home. I live in Kiev, and even I'm having to go back to London at the moment. So fingers crossed, everyone is just going to be fine. There's going to be nothing happening, and it's all just some fun and games, which is just a terrible situation. But yeah, my thoughts are with everyone in Ukraine and in this situation. But let's enjoy some Counter-Strike. Let's have a great moment. And for sure, MOUZ Sports are looking to go and get a great moment again for the third trophy in a row.
Yeah, absolutely. They're looking to three-peat. Again, they're going into their own map pick here now. They did a solid job on Vertigo, as we kind of alluded to and talked about quickly on the desk. And it's hard to see how big are going to be able to kind of make the changes needed again.
Yeah.
I think withstanding the aggression initially that we saw out of MOUZ, the kind of what turned MOUZ's CT side around in favor for them, Big needs to have an answer for that. If not, I think just the individual side of MOUZ have gotten more and more into its, I guess, its own level, if you want to call it that. The further we've gotten along in the playoffs, I mean, just on Vertigo, we saw Shane popping off and him being the leading fragger, which is the first time so far in this playoffs. But that's not necessarily because he's been playing poorly, it's just that everyone else has also been contributing. So they just have 5 extremely solid players, and now everyone has kind of taken that upon them to be the leading man at some point in any of these series, and that is kind of not boding well for Big.
No, not at all. And the thing is here, right, I know you touched on it, however, when we were doing the pre-match run, we're looking at the Vito go down. Okay, they played Ancient against each other before.
Yeah.
Maybe there's something that Big will be able to take away from that. Maybe because you are the winners, the losers learn more, you know, that kind of thing. But the problem is the individuals right now when it comes to MOUZ are just so strong that I feel like even if they still go aggressive, Big are going to have to be like, what, you just sit back and wait the whole round for them to be aggressive every time CT side?
Exactly.
It's very tough either way.
And that is a bit of a problem that they actually ran into on Vertigo, because MOUZ did not go aggressive, but it seemed like Big had this in their head that they would at some point. So they would always come up towards the A ramp with, 40 to 30 seconds left, not do anything, just awaiting any sort of reaction from the MOUZ crew, and then desperately trying to get a bomb plant with 15 to 10 seconds left. Didn't necessarily always work out too well. And I'm a little bit scared that might be the case here as well. And if we roll back our minds to that previous meeting they had, think about the fact that Exertion and Shane were more or less non-existent for MOUZ NXT for the better, like I would say 3/4 of the game.
And when do you ever say that about Exertion and Shane?
Exactly,
right?
It's an anomaly.
The problem. That's not ideal. But the odds are also here from Parry Match. See massively in favor of MOUZ.
Yeah.
Big, obviously, they lost it last time around. This isn't the greatest amount from when you look down the history and how many times they played it and stuff. But it is not impossible for Big to win here, right? Big at the moment just need to dig deep and look at a different style of game plan. Because we looked at it. Okay, T side, they were actually better than we expected, you know? We looked at the first half and we thought, oh, MOUZ, you've done so good on your T side.
What, 6 or 7 rounds?
7 rounds, yeah. And then you think, okay, then probably you've got no chance. But then CT side, MOUZ wasn't able to get off that good a start. So if Big can make this improvement, they got another official rep on this map, then maybe there is a chance in it. But overall, it does look like we could be seeing the 3-time champions. And MOUZ NXT, I'm gonna come back to JDC. I'm just wanted to have a JDC mini cam down here, right?
Yeah,
just look at what he's doing, because he is obviously riding this high. Imagine just being sat there, right? Someone came to you maybe yesterday or the day before, and they said, JDC,
can you make it to Poland?
Yeah, you know Katowice, like one of the biggest tournaments on the Counter-Strike calendar. Would you like to come play for the main MOUZ roster? We're kind of down a player. Then obviously he's going to be super hyped up and ready for that, right?
Absolutely.
Playing against some of the best teams in the world, with some great players on his roster as well.
Yeah, and I'm just considering what he told us in his interview as well. After the semifinals, or upper bracket finals, it was like his goal is to play for the best team.
Yes.
Obviously his goal is to be the best version of himself possible, and now he's going to get an opportunity to do that on one of the biggest stages, if not the biggest stage that we have in Counter-Strike. So it's going to be a fantastic opportunity. Wish him all the best.
Why are we doing this again, WePlay? I love this map, and this is just unfair. This is just bullying, where I have to get... Oh, and of course, it's Pimp, isn't it? Just sat there enjoying...
to make matters worse.
Just to bring him back into this. Train is out, Ancient is in. You know, okay, do you play a lot of Ancient? Because I have played 2 actual CS matches on Ancient.
I've played quite a bit of Ancient, and I'm not the biggest fan. Again, it does have the novelty of being new, so it's fun to play.
Yep.
It's more fun to play than anything else in that sense. We'll see what's up, though. MOUZ NXT starting on the assumed rougher side here on Ancient.
Didn't look so rough from last time around, though.
7 rounds. It's going to be hard to replicate that.
Though. Crimbo looking to pincer him in early. This is a double push. Is it triple push? No, double push. Okay, that's cool.
Got Sin and Crimbo moving on up. So the question is if their timing is going to be correct. Yeah. If they're actually going to get anything out of this. Oh, actually gives away his position, though, as well. Could have just played off of the information.
Oh, look at them go so fast now, but they are going to a 3-player stack. JDC looking to lead the charge up into it, bouncing around, checking the usual spot. USB shots going back and forth. MHL's doing his best here, and he does manage to get away with 2 of them. Headshots delivered. The bomb will get planted, and now it's a 4v2 retake for the 2 players that are coming through with the flank. Not impossible. Surely need to hit some big shots there, but See who he's coming through massively for his team. Sin goes down. He's backing Exertion up, and Crimbo, well, he's tapping away. But I do not fancy his chances at all. Okay, Exertion's low. Sui's a little bit low as well, but yeah, you are really just stuck at this point, mate. Yeah. I don't fancy it. Walk away, try and save it.
Yeah, he's got full Kevlar at the very least, so if he avoids taking any sort of damage from the bomb or, you know, potentially a roaming Exertion, he could get the easier or cheaper upgrade going into the Force Buy round here in round 2. But great round for MOUZ NXT. Fantastic shots. And yeah, he's not even going to make it all the way through Crimbo with the Kevlar saved. Unfortunate for him, but MOUZ NXT doing a great job of actually picking up the pace. Again, that's an instant reaction to them kind of being figured out by Sin up by Windows. And just having the presence of mind and having everybody on board to just fully commit to the B-bomb side is amazing.
Now looking at the parry match odds that straight away after the first round go further in the advantage of MOUZ because they pick up the T-pistol. Beautiful stuff from them for sure. Very convincing. I love the fact that we saw Big try and go for that push though. Yeah. Like you said though, taking the shots, rather than just call it in, you kind of gave away and it just forced MOUZ to do this mad rush into the site.
Exactly. But it's a tough judgment call obviously for Sin in that situation. It's hard to say obviously in the moment whether it's the right thing to do or not. If he gets a kill, then obviously you're happy.
Yeah.
The Crimbo waiting for any sort of sound cue in mid. Not going to get it, though, from the two MOUZ Sports players in mid. We're seeing a pretty calm approach from MOUZ NXT, and I'm curious if this is something that they're going to stick with in terms of running as a default, having two people from the left side of mid cross over towards window. Something that Na'Vi likes to do when they play the map.
I like this, though. Slowing it down right, you know that someone could just try and swing with you. There might be a bit of a stack, but poor Hype. Scout in hand.
Suhi, man. He's been so good the entire playoffs.
Yep, and the thing is about Suhi, right? Obviously, in-game leader, but also a guy that has been the most consistent player, right? Because we can see heights of JDC, we can see Exertion pop off as well, and MHL alongside him, but he's been there as an in-game leader, leading the charge for his team. And on that game yesterday against Big, he was the one that said, no, we're playing it faster, we're rushing forward, and he was getting some damage done. He's looking to try and do some more damage this time around, but Crimbo, Maui's favorite player on the Big Omen Academy, does manage to take him down, but the rest of MOUZ have found themselves on the other side, getting this plant down, no problem at all. Everyone had already rotated over. And maybe you just hold on to what you've got here if you're Big.
Yeah.
Unless you get a kill in the next few seconds.
Yeah, so something has to be given up for free by MOUZ NXT for this to be feasible for Big Omen Academy. I'm actually a little bit surprised to see Crimbo moving up this far. Because you could obviously throw the Deagle on Aqua over to a teammate, something like that, and you already have a scout to work with, but well, the attempt is going to happen regardless. They end up getting a bit of a consolation frag on Crimbo. Well, that's probably all he's going to be able to get out of that round at all. Not ideal. MOUZ obviously off to a good start on what I would say, yeah, it is the tougher side of Ancient. T-side, Ancient is potentially very unfun. MHL actually goes down to the bomb at the very end of it. Unfortunate. I think that's something that you're also going to see with a newer map. Not everybody's going to be fully aware of like the bomb radius and stuff like that. If you go to a map like Nuke, everybody kind of knows where it's safe to stand. Here, it's still a bit of a mystery. Haven't fully explored the nooks and crannies of the map.
And that's the thing, right? We're talking a lot about just how these teams go down in general, but let's listen to what MOUZ are doing. We're going into this round.
Make sure you cannot go like plat, even fight him together. Like if you want.
They have no nades normally.
On timing, you can peek whatever you want. Just make sure you cannot be there.
Talk window.
Best miss.
Forward. Swing here.
Wait, flashing now.
Am I good? Can't be plat there. Can't be plat. Scout window.
Scout window.
And then native from window. Two there.
I have rinse, please.
And I'm on right side window.
How close rinse? I smoked on it. Oh, it's shit smoked on it. I'm going outside.
Push high.
We will end A lobby, but let's take rinse together.
I'm back.
I'm only deep.
Long booster to scout.
I'm gonna flash the Dory, let's speak. Give me one hit.
I have ramp.
Okay.
I'm in banana.
Fine. Nice.
One more. Two, I think.
I have rinse. Yeah. Can you come plat and peek, triple peek this?
Where?
Just banana.
Yeah, 3,
2, 1.
They could go lobby.
I think we should just end B late. They will rotate. No, I think we should end A really late. Okay, whatever you want. No problem.
I think that we push him in.
Fun. Clear them together. Just end A.
Dory will go donuts. Yeah.
Watch out, T-spawn.
Gonna smoke window, boys.
Go forward.
Can we left the close?
See him.
They have scout.
We're just gonna work out. He actually one more TTD from CT. Boost me then. Maybe a lot A. Don't see default. I'm up boost.
I'm picking.
I'm gonna jump out. Jumping.
There's a CT. Default.
Temple scout. Right side temple.
I'm going donut.
Game in fast. Donut. And CT. Donut and CT. Fight CT.
CT.
Last donut scout. Or Deagle. Sorry. Low speed.
Yeah, he's behind donut. He's behind donut.
Right
Maybe AVK. Every side.
I just ran away. I have city.
I got left side donut.
I have city. Good shining in Dory. Amazing call.
Let's go.
Won the round with the fighting city. I love it. Good job. Nice reaction.
Nice round, Booby. Nice call, comment. Good call.
Good job, babies. Man, he fucking destroyed me with USP.
Make sure we save these weapons. We have really bad utility.
I don't die here, do I?
Really solid communication and a well fought round there for MOUZ NXT. Going into the stack, very aware of this, right? They're saying they're just going to walk out, take it slow. As soon as that first contact comes, they manage to get the job done.
Yeah, and I think I love how good of an overview they had of what was going on.
Yeah.
Again, initially you hear like, okay, I want to end late B because they're going to rotate. And they do actually do that and still decide to commit over towards A. That's fine as long as it is a team decision in that sense, that everybody's on the same page. And that's why you're getting, you know, the success that they had on the site as well. Also, you have to give a ton of credit for how quick they are about their communication. You hear it on the team speak. The second they figure out there's two players left, they have one in CT spawn, one in Donut, someone is instantly calling out, we're fighting CT. And again, yeah, that's what secures the round for them. Just great communication from start to finish from MOUZ NXT.
I also want to point out JDC's voice at the end, right? Where he's just saying, like, really well called round, good reads, like adding that positive reinforcement very calmly at the end. And, you know, you don't need it every single round, but little things like that, small details.
Absolutely, keeps morale high.
Yeah, morale boosting for sure.
Oh, Process.
Ooh, there's no morale going to be left in big if they keep going down like this, though. Weapons in their hands and Hyped misses a key shot. Also takes a ton of damage. 34 health, drops the smoke down. Doesn't want to be pushed here. Was very well aware of that, but...
And this is one of the things that MOUZ found a lot of success with on their T side as well. It was Suhi predominantly the last time around, but yeah, opening up that cave/lamp room area was essential for them, and it set them up for a lot of success. And it seems like, you know, this game is kind of starting to go in the same tracks. I also see a pretty big rotation and kind of a gamble from the side of Big Omen Academy here over towards the bomb site too. They kind of realize what's about to happen.
Well, they are aware of it. Let's see if they can get it locked down. 2 AWPs in hand, it's Sin and Hype to try and make that damage happen. Good utility usage so far, trying to keep him at bay, but the flashes have gone up, and this is now a bit chaotic for Omen. Aqua's sat there, right on the edge of the smoke. No push coming in just yet. Only 25 seconds to go as well, which means MOUZ, if they delay this too much further, it could be problematic with JDC. He starts off with the first one. Hype spot's known. Now he is able to get one. Some damage is being done. Aqua cleared out of the corner at the same time. The sneak is looking to come in, but it's not going to work out. And Exertion finishes it off. Picks up an AWP as well. Money in the bank. More rounds going their way, and it's a 4-0 start.
Yeah, valiant effort from Big Omen Academy there, honestly. Again, you mentioned it, the fact that there's constantly just raining down new utility from the CT side. It's making it very, very hard for MOUZ NXT to actually move up and into the site. Aqua very nearly gets 3 kills quickly to salvage that round for Big Omen Academy, but MOUZ doing a great job of just making sure they trade for each other. Never too much of a gap between one another. Exertion obviously holding off Crimbo at the very end there to make sure the bomb plant doesn't get denied or anything like that. But it's a little bit dicey, obviously, like with time remaining and everything. That could very easily swing in the favor of Big Omen Academy, the way they're set up and how they use their utility there. We'll see, though, not the greatest of buys, I'd say, on the side of Big Omen Academy. Crimbo's actually decided to opt in for an M4. He did have excess cash, so it's kind of balancing out the spreadsheet, if you want to put it that way. Maybe he's going to be able to find some sort of impact with this.
He's trying to get aggressive with it as well, see what he can get done.
Yeah, we saw JDC doing this for MOUZ when they play versus Big Omen Academy in the upper bracket finals.
Ooh,
Boost coming in. Just as the MOUZ players moves away.
First one found, though.
That is big. There's some information given up, but that's not going to be valid for MOUZ NXT to play off of for too long. Right now, nice advantage for Big Omen Academy to kind of settle into the round with.
That'll slow down for just a little bit here. MOUZ know they don't have the numbers anymore. They do have the huge weaponry advantage, but they want to be cautious. We know what these pistols can do. Close range. Sin takes a pop shot, backs away. Got some more information.
Unsure if he spots 1 or 2 there. Maybe just 1, considering there's not that much of a rotation coming in from Big Omen Academy's side. Right now, though, MOUZ slowly eking their way forward. Not quite sure where they want to end up just yet. Looks like A might be the intended, B might be the intended target. Shane finds height.
Ooh! Aqua. Big eagle shots landed. More damage being done. Crimbo helping out with the M4 as well. Exertion left all alone. Not going to work out for him. Process to end it all. Weapons going to be picked up as well. And that is a fat stack of cash that Big have managed to grab themselves. And a key round that they desperately needed.
Oh, very much so as well. Very, very true. Aqua being the hero of that one. Also got to give tons of credit to Crimbo to find the opening that allows for Big Omen Academy to basically get situated in the way they do.
Beautiful.
Yeah, if Aqua misses at 1 of those shots, that's probably round over. Even if Crimbo is in ruins with the M4. And finally, Big Omen Academy on the board. 1-4, so still a little bit of work to be done here in the first half, but a better start nonetheless.
You got to say, right, because of just how some of the rounds have gone as well, just a couple of players left alive for MOUZ. No buy into this one, which does obviously hinder them. Can grab a good chance for Big to just keep rocking it now. All hype. Did spot out 1, knows there is a player coming towards him. Missing some of the easiest shots. Oh, and that's a Glock.
No head, Kev.
Oh, man.
Oh, Exertion not going to be able to get the off in his hands. Aqua promptly denies that.
He's been spotted. Crimbo wants to finish him off, but Crimbo does have to be careful. That is a deagle he's going up against here. And in general, Big have a huge advantage in this round. It shouldn't be a problem, but you know how these things can escalate.
Yeah, all it takes is 2 bullets from Sui here. MHL could potentially function as a bit of a distraction as well with his Glock and 28 HP. I don't like that he's going to be able to have that much impact in this round. Pretty much the only thing that MOUZ wants out of this round is not to survive with anyone, which should be a pretty easy task to follow through on.
Go die and do some damage with it. That's the goal.
Yeah. And obviously for Big Omen Academy, golden opportunity for them to kind of solidify their bank. Feel a little bit more comfortable. Oh, timing. A little bit iffy. Aqua still sorts himself out. And the Big Omen Academy get their 2nd round in a row. Not too shabby at all. Only hyped falling. And he's probably regretting not investing into head armor in that round.
He's probably thinking, like, they will have guns, right? They'll have AK. Yeah. It wouldn't matter. Then all of a sudden, the running Glock comes straight at him, puts him down, and he thinks,
Yeah, no, I've lived through that experience a couple of times before. It's not a fun one because he's already bought head Kev.
Lesson learned.
Yeah, exactly. But there will be AKs on the side of MOUZ NXT now. We'll see, though, how they continue to pressure. Again, it's been a lot of just grabbing mid-control early and then slowly pressuring towards window.
How many times has Crimbo done that? They're starting to wait for it.
And MHL does not miss those kind of shots. Once he gets positioned, once he gets stationed, he's a very safe pair of hands. Sui, again, with exertion towards the B-bomb site. Again, both of those players have found success in terms of getting map control for their side over towards Cave, making life difficult for Big Omen Academy. See if they can find more. This time, though. I'll never quite understand how they see anything. Oh, Process.
Our eyes don't see it, right? The Process did burn to a crisp there. 20 health left.
Yeah, just a random bullet here through the smoke could be all it takes.
Risking
and
a
there
lot.
It goes. Yeah, that's...
Gave away your position, Process, and you didn't have health to be playing around like that, man.
A little bit eager.
Yeah.
And the advantage, well, I guess the equalizer that they've created for themselves quickly dissipates.
They even lined up for him. I thought maybe that could go Sin's way, but not this time around. Aqua's going to come into the mix. MHL shuts him down instantly, and this should be the save call, and that's exactly what Hype is going to be doing. Backing away, trying to live the fight another day.
Question is
alive for MOUZ.
Curious if MOUZ are actually just going to let him save. Again, when we've listened to their team speak earlier, they've been pretty adamant about, like, as long as we have money, we're going to win, which is obviously a very confident approach. It's always just iffy to have that one Opper alive, never really knowing where he's going to go, where he's going to get aggressive to start off a round. Could make things a little bit dicey, but MOUZ seem pretty content with just holding on to what they have, not aggressively hunting or anything like that for Hyped. Probably more than happy with getting their 5th round on the board. And to be fair, like we talked about them having a fantastic T side. First time around they met, they're on track to an even better one right now.
I'm actually going to look back on how that panned out in the first game. Let me check HLTV. This is what these commentators
doing
do,
the on-the-fly research.
Bro, I swear I've heard Harry say to Hugo, yeah, go find that out for me, you know. So I'm just copying from those boys, you know. They're pretty damn good at what they do.
That is very true.
Well, do you know what we got? To help me look at HLTV, we got some big TeamSpeak moments to come through.
Let's get Molotov in der Runde.
Ja.
Oder gedroppt. Nicht mal das nicht mal,
Los, Molo. Wieder noch, ist noch einer. Alarm. Lösch Mitte.
Vielleicht mein Lösch, ich muss so losgelassen. Gib weg hier.
Einer hier nur.
Okay, geh wieder
Lösch
weg. Den lassen Navi spielen.
Ja, okay, passt. Ja, das Navi spielen.
Wo hast du den Molo hingeworfen?
Ich hab die wieder mitgenommen, sorry.
Rambo, dead, noch einer. Dead, Bombe. Ich smoke ab.
Der ist einmal gegen die AWP. Links über dich, Nico.
Ich hab abgesmoked. Wir haben die Bombe. Wir haben Bombe full auf Spot.
Ja. Atze, kannst du AWP einfach in Cave halten?
Nichts mit der. Muss
Halt einfach.
lassen.
Ja, halt einfach, ja. Bei mir mal ein bisschen zurück. Ich resmocke.
Blitz.
Gut. AP noch Cave.
Anderes.
Scheiß auf die Matze. Scheiß auf die da. Die können nichts machen sonst.
Geht zurück nochmal. War straight, ne?
Ja.
Den Cave durchgehen, bis auf jeden
Ich hab alles Base. Gib mal dein Mollo. Wer hier? Hat's eigentlich?
Denk mich Cave. Brauchst du. Ist egal.
Geht einfach Cave, Blitz. Passt.
Gib eine Blitz. Gib eine Flash gegen Rampe
Ja,
jetzt.
ja, mach.
Kommt. Boom.
Nichts gesehen, Pronax kann stellen.
Einfach hin.
Ave.
Boah, verpuste.
Ja, ich fick auf deinen
Drop.
Kopf. Kann die Flash noch?
Auch AWP da.
Kann die Flash noch?
Flash?
Hast du AWP?
Aber mit dem.
Well, Big Omen Academy get themselves a 3rd round on the board. Nicely done as well, well held. Odds slightly changing around for Parry match now. Slightly more going in favor of Big Omen Academy. MOUZ losing a little bit of ground, but I was doing my HLTV research, you know. What we followed last time around, it was actually a 5-2 start before we actually did see MOUZ come alive on their T side. So we're doing the flip-flop on the other side now, right?
Yeah.
Big Omen Academy are trying to come back into it and see what they can put up. 8-7 first half in favor of the T side last time around. So a very strong start from MOUZ, but you never know. It could all go. By the way, I was really disappointed at the end. I really wanted from Big Open Academy like a typical yeah, like loads of screaming and shouting of that. Yeah, you know, super hype. Right, they maybe need a few more rounds in it.
Yeah, no, they understand it's early on in the game, and good thing for them right now, they've been able to establish double ops. Invested into that in the previous round, didn't really sustain any losses, so it's going to be good not only for the bank, but also just how safe they can feel. Potentially leaving Sin as a sole defender over towards A. And that kind of stuff.
You fan of double orbs on Ancient?
I do like it. I do think it's pretty powerful because you can leave the A site more or less to one man's devices. And it becomes a pretty significant nightmare for any T side to kind of break into that B bomb site if you're just continuously raining down smokes and Molotovs and that kind of stuff at your entry points.
Ooh, hello, Joe.
That's one way of dealing with it. Don't even need to see people in JDC. Wow. Oh, that's actually the Opera that falls over towards A. And yeah, mention it, the fact that many teams would put an Opera alone. It doesn't seem like MOUZ are completely convinced, and you know, there's apparently good reason for it, as Crimbo is still over towards the A bomb site. But that does mean the A bomb site is or B bomb site, I should say, is very vulnerable.
You can see they're trying to get a bit closer, hyped. First shot going to be baited out. Aqua trying to check for it. First one's landed. Looks for more from in there, but he turns at the wrong time. Hyped, can he hold this down? Nicely done on the second. It will put it into a 1v1. JDC going to go grab himself the AWP up on there. 13 seconds to go.
You've got the bomb, man. You got to plant this.
Yeah, you've got no choice. You've got not much time. JDC being cautious. Crimbo trying to sneak through. JDC, will he have any idea? Oh, beautifully done from JDC. 22 health left, but he'll clutch out the round. And MOUZ do it with just Eagles in their hands.
Yeah, I was about to say this is almost an impossible situation for JDC because he's got 4 different avenues to really get any sort of information from as he swings around the pillar there. Be able to make that adjustment onto Crimbo, absolutely massive. And you see the lead-up Deagle shot as well, not too shabby either.
This was good from Hype though, right?
Yeah,
considering he's got 2, because he's just right out in the open. That's never a comfortable position for an AWP player. When you're being pushed down, your teammate dies around you, you're trying to back him up, but you're also trying not to hide away too much. Like you're trying to find a balance between it all. So the fact he got 2, fair play, but it just wasn't enough this time for Big.
Yeah. You so often see like Oppers kind of hit the goalpost shot. Yeah. Like the field goal kick in American football, right? He goes right between the 2 players.
You're like, oh
yeah. But he did his damnedest, but sadly not enough. And that's MOUZ NXT pretty much stealing a round away. This was, again, meant to be Big Open Academy building their bank, feeling secure about being able to go to double op setups over and over again to close out the first half. And instead, MOUZ NXT already on 6 rounds.
And just think, right, if MOUZ get this next round, Big's economy is shattered. You had the double AWP there, right? You were trying your best with it all, trying to make it happen. And oh my! Caught out in the open. MHL, he's having a field day. The aggression and the confidence coming out from MOUZ and Big Omen Academy. Oh dear.
Oh, that's a tempo change in the half.
He knows. There we go. Instantly, he'll get 1, but he's 1 and done. They're pushing on forward, and, well, Aqua thinks he can sneak in. Maybe the footsteps could have been heard because information passed across, and Aqua's going to get pinsed trying to save this AWP. Now the noise is definitely being heard, and player behind him. It's not going to happen, buddy. And it's all that remains is Process with an M4A1S.
That went by in a blink of an eye.
Yeah.
First time we see MOUZ really, really pushing into mid in a big way, and boy, they couldn't have opted for a better time to do it. Big Omen Academy hoping to get a run boost in. For that catwalk side, having a player get aggressive up towards the window to potentially mess with where both Suhi and Exertion normally plays. It just backfires so badly, and like you said, you preface this going into this round. Losing this round is just absolute disaster.
Oh no, and he loses the gun as well, trying his best to save onto it. They were bypassing each other. He was looking to find a safe spot to sit within. But look now, Money not in a good spot. Look how fast this was. Crimbo just getting lined up to throw the utility out. Hype pushes on forward. They wanted full mid control that round.
Yeah, Hype is like, wait, where did my totem pole go? Like, I'm supposed to land way earlier than this.
Like, guys, what?
Just kind of takes a pause as soon as he lands down on the ground. I was like, oh yeah, no, I'm not surviving this. We'll see though. If they have it in them to potentially steal away around here, they got a couple of, a Deagle.
So this is already what MOUZ got last time. 7 rounds on the T side.
Yeah. So, I mean, they couldn't be happier about where they're at right now.
Yeah. And think of this, right? You know what it's like. When you're having a good game and you're starting to feel it some more, you get into a position as well, especially just before you could potentially be lifting another trophy, being the 3-time champions of the Academy League, right? The hype's going to be unreal, but what we know from hearing their comms is they're also a team that can slow it down, calm it down, not let that get into the heads.
Yeah.
We've seen so many teams have such huge leads and they throw away games because they're ready to just close this out.
Yeah, they're like they start overthinking things, and then when they drop a couple of rounds, they get kind of scared to win.
Yeah,
sounds silly, or you know, they're so worried about losing and potentially choking it out.
I get you.
Yeah, they just don't dare to actually do what they're meant to do. But like you said, from every instance we've had of the MOUZ NXT TeamSpeak, it's just been cool, calm, collected. These guys are all business, right?
Well, you know only fools and horses. I can drop this one because you're old enough. He who dares wins. There we go.
There you go. And speaking of someone who goes again, MHL yet again with a pick in mid. This has not worked out. The attempted aggression from Big.
Did Hype have an
AWP? He might have had, yeah.
Yeah. So again, AWP's gone down. Not much utility for the team either.
Oh, Process taking a lot of damage without seeing anything at all.
What's like the second or third time we've tried to go for an attempt. They're trying to gain some sort of control back, and I respect it, but you're trying to play MOUZ at their own game.
Yeah. And one of the things that actually led them to quite a bit of success in the initial game in the upper bracket finals was actually just holding sites.
Yeah.
Being solid about holding sites, and again, potentially, you know, stacking over towards the B-bomb site here and there. taking a couple of risks, but it wasn't necessarily through aggression. That's not really what the calling card for Big Omen Academy was. And definitely doesn't seem to be the case now either. Roses, though, with a good response.
Nice.
Actually, just going to double up.
That's really good. So they double poke down. They back away. They've given themselves the advantage now. 3 men on this B site, but they quickly get that turned around. And he's doing it again. This man, the in-game leader, he'll come through and just say, you know what, hold my beer. I'm going in for it. I'm going to come through and make sure some magic happens for us. And he doesn't look like he's done yet either. Goes to check the corner. The flash goes over. Needs to swing on this. Will get taken out by Crimbo. Beautiful spray. Finds himself 2 of them. And now, with very little health left, he needs to rely on Sin. He's going to walk straight into it. How? Shane? Could he pull this off? No, just in the very last moments.
You were getting scared for Big Omen Academy there.
I was so nervous.
Like, Crimbo does such a fantastic job finding that double kill, and then you see it's Shane left as well. And if you roll back again,
oh yes,
memories to that previous meeting they had, he just came up clutch whenever he, whenever it was needed really for MOUZ NXT. Not far away from it this time either, but fantastic job from Crimbo, and also got to give it to Process here as well.
Yeah,
having the cojones really to make that push with 28 HP.
This man,
massive.
Though.
Yeah, Sui has been fantastic from start to finish here.
Maybe getting too aggressive on looking out into this right, trying to take too much control overall, you can say that, but in general, they've been holding it, they've been playing it well. Money's still good, right? You're still up 8-4 in this one. Not really too much to be scared about. And remember, there was only 1 member surviving of Big again, so economy's still in tatters.
Yes, exactly, and that's the big thing. You can see Sin, right? He's the secondary opper on the side of Big Omen Academy. He's rocking an MP9 over towards that A-bomb.
Less than ideal.
Less than ideal, for sure. MOUZ NXT probably very aware of what's going on. They're slowing things down. They're letting pretty much Big Omen Academy use some utility early on, slowly drain them of what little they have, and you can already tell there's 3 smokes, 4 flashes. Not the greatest equipment to go out. Ooh.
Wow.
Oh, that's not a corner you want to get double stacked
in. Luckily, the molly didn't fall towards them. Another one goes out. They take the first few shots. Are they going to check it again? Spot was checked. Aqua's still holding in there. He wants to back away. You know he doesn't want to fight this at all. They both swing on him. He's good for 1, but after that, he gets taken out. Still a 3v3, though. Not unwinnable here. Crimbo still checking out mid, seeing what people might do. Hyped. That's the key shot they needed there. Shane goes down, and MHL looking to try and get the refrag, but Hyped ready and waiting for it. It's a little standoff here. Who's going to make the next move? First smoke goes out. Molly as well. Not going to touch Hyped, though. Utilities being used, and MHL, I don't know how you're going to try and get this one. Hyped. He's not faltering, but MHL with the pre-fire.
It's the power of the deduction right there from MHL.
Jeez. I don't think I can commentate anymore, Halvor, because I get so into it that I forget I'm commentating and then I just react.
Reaction videos are all the hype, so could work out. MHL, though, with 9 HP is going to be an easy target for Crimbo. Now it's all on JDC. Ooh. It's done it plenty of times already today. Ooh, Sin saves it for his team. You can't give JDC too many seconds to kind of adjust in that kind of scenario.
Now let's
or
see.
He punishes you.
Do they go to take that second orb? There's 2 orbs there. Yeah, I think that's what he's waiting time for, right? If he wants to level
trying to find it at least.
It's in the corner, I think.
All Sin.
Over
a little bit confused.
Yep.
There we go. Got there in the end, and that's all that matters. Back to double ops.
Yeah, at least they didn't have to spend the money for it. That's positive.
Yeah. I do like, again, we talked about MOUZ NXT's communication, how committed they are to actually doing certain things. You could tell immediately after Aqua finds the first kill that JDC gets called over to Cave to get that double peek. And I think that's completely the correct decision for a MOUZ NXT. Again, you are so much happier with a 3v3 than the CTs are.
Oh, yes. Now, although Big won't be able to do better than what they did last time around on the first half, if they can get these last 2, that is going to be perfect for them. That's a recovery and a half. That's confidence boosting. Some of these rounds have been really good in terms of how they're getting it done. They're bailing themselves out of disadvantaged situations, out of bad situations.
They really are.
These fights, man, this is just touch
on a
razor.
Yeah, razor's edge.
Oh, no.
Oh, this is going to hurt badly for Process. He's been here before. That's rough. MOUZ NXT is just so methodical about how they approach that cave area.
I think he's won an opening duel there once, maybe, off memory.
Yeah, it feels like that. And it feels like it was pretty similar in the first matchup they had as well.
Yeah, just a little bit. But it's only Process that's gone down for now. It's still A winnable round here for Big Omen Academy. Hype takes the shot, but the flash, it does throw him off. Not going to connect with this one. Incendiary Grenade goes down in front of him as well, as Aqua has managed to take down MHL, but he didn't have the AWP this time. It was just rocking the AK-47.
Yeah.
Nicely done from Sin. He's the sole defender. Now going to call for some backup, but he's getting some kills done himself. Can he find the final man near him? Because MOUZ are slightly split up in this one. And
is it? Oh.
I thought he was going to knife.
Yeah.
I thought he was going to be cheeky, but JDC, he knows better than that. He's going to get himself into a good spot, but there's an AWP waiting for him. Hype finishes him off. A 6th round on the board now for Omen. And, well, 8-7 could be on the cards the other way around. A good recovery coming in here, and the money, without a plant again for MOUZ, quickly all disappeared.
Yeah. I think in hindsight, JDC probably wish he would have gotten the knife kill. That would have led to him having a full buy, but I can understand his decision to not go for it as well. If like in his mind, he's probably thinking, if I'm quick enough to get to the bomb site, I might get the plant down. That's obviously going to be much more valuable for the team as a whole. Not successful with the peek into spawn, though. Big Omen Academy with their 6th round. Looking good. And Hyped already finding a frag here onto Exertion.
Fast, and Hype's not missing these ones. They jump in front of him, they try to avoid him, but the shots are being delivered. Big Omen Academy looking to get this last round in style. Process, he's behind you, buddy. There we go. Gets the end done. Eventually coming up into it. 8-7 first half. Solid stuff here. Good recovery in the string of 4 rounds. Highly important here for Big Omen Academy.
Oh, it's essential. It's crucial. And you have to thank, well, the 3 guys at the top predominantly, Aqua, Crimbo, and Hyped, for how they were able to stabilize after a bit of a shaky start.
Definitely.
Oftentimes, we saw MOUZ Sports getting into very favorable positions off of how they worked that cave area. CU and Exertion doing a fantastic job of that early on.
The thing is, right, we saw Big obviously make a huge recovery. It was 5-2, we now end on 8-7. Okay, it's still in favor of MOUZ on the T side. But my big problem here for Big Omen Academy is now you need to show me on your T side better than we have seen, you know?
Yeah.
Completely. Like, I need to see the best version of yourself popping off and doing some serious damage if you want to take us to a 3rd.
Yeah, and the question is, how are they going to actually deal with the potential aggression coming out from MOUZ NXT? That was the bane of their existence in their first meeting.
Oh, yes.
And I think they're going to be very aware of that as well. But again, you can't end up playing a game where you're just scared to, you know, turn any corner either. Like, you're not going to you can't give them too much respect.
And look at this, because we are sat here with MOUZ having a better lead than before.
Yeah.
The parry match odds for the map 2 winner, that would also be the winner of the entire Academy League. MOUZ with a 1.13 rating, 5.4 for Big Omen Academy. So
makes
sense. You believe in Big Omen Academy now, maybe it's your chance. But remember, be over 18 if you're going to be betting.
Do it responsibly.
At all times.
Absolutely. A lot of MOUZ NXT highlights, obviously, understandable, considering the start they had to this half.
At the beginning, you know, it makes sense.
JDC with some fantastic clutches, and obviously MHL getting really into it towards the mid part of the first half.
Well, let's have a little bit of a listen to the MOUZ team speak before we get into the second half.
Nothing out mid, you can rotate middle.
Rush again. I smoke myself.
Long. And they smoke deep CT. Just wait it out.
Rinse, pushing Rinse. He pushed to the smoke Rinse.
Wait it out. Don't make too much noise, so they don't know how many is here.
Yeah. They smoked it. I would run boost through it maybe. We can't wait it out. We have no catch. Oh, we have
3 guys don't have utility. Or 3 guys don't have killer.
I have smoke bomb maybe. We have death, so.
No hiding smoke.
Yeah, let's go.
I have long.
Long. Close long.
Dead.
Right side.
Totem.
I'm just gonna
Let's
stick.
go. One long. One side.
Totem, long.
Dead.
Totem, long. Can't keep long. Yeah.
That's right.
Really nice pistol round coming out from the Big Omen Academy there. MOUZ, they looked a bit flustered trying to get that retake going. The time was already ticking quite far away. And that molly, that was it. They knew not a chance, not a hope in hell's chance.
Yeah, that's a well-constructed round from Big Omen Academy. They had the fail-safe, right?
Yeah.
As players were falling left and right, as MOUZ start their retake, they still have that to secure the round. And it's a much-needed one as well. I think this is a game that can very easily get out of hand if MOUZ NXT end up winning the pistol, converting the next 2 rounds. All of a sudden feeling pretty confident about how their CT has started. Instead, Big Omen Academy are going to be able to potentially get back into the lead.
Now, with these kind of weapons that MOUZ are holding, it's not impossible for sure. We've seen what they did before. MHL looking to try and do some work with that scout.
You can see Exertion is very aware of what he himself is doing in a lot of these situations, so aiming for the jump outside of Cave.
Solid utility usage already, just to be a bit more cautious here on the big side. But Pro's down on 9 health already.
That feels uncomfortable.
Yeah, he's not really seen anyone. He's like, guy, we used utility, but instead, I've taken a hell of a lot of damage, and I'm rocking the AK-47 right now.
Yeah, we'll see. It looks like MOUZ NXT has a bit of an inkling that this might be leaning towards the B-bomb side, and it would be correct as of right now. See how quickly there's any movement over from the A-bomb side, and if they decide to fully commit, they're actually going to go aggressive down Banana instead. Some early information. Nothing really comes of it out of outside of a couple of whiffed bullets from both parties.
It's all about their read on how they think this might go, but MHL! Scout in hand!
Oh, what do you do now if you're Big Omen Academy?
And Process is still alive on 9 health.
Yeah, and you don't really have utility.
He was the first one forward, 1 shot and he's down. 4 Deagle shots coming on through, and MOUZ looking to have 5 players alive, grab themselves some good weapons. There's AKs for them to find. 1 kill will come through, but it's MHL. 3 scout shots to the domes of Big Omen Academy, and he is going to be sitting pretty at the top of that scoreboard, but feeling pretty damn fly as well. Look at, and then, this is fast, my man.
There's not a whole lot you can do if you're Big Omen Academy in that situation, unfortunately for them. And that what was meant to be a fantastic start to the T-half has already kind of gone to shatters.
Well, let's find out how Big are feeling after that.
Yeah.
Ja, pass.
Ich hab meine Smoke.
Ja, ich hab eine Flash. Ich hab eine Flash.
Mountain, Digga. Fuck.
Die fahren mal
Mein Flash gut.
Doppelmolle.
Doppelmolle ist okay.
Doppelmarionette.
Ja, sollen sie kommen.
Lass ganz kurz noch abwarten, okay? Haben wir Leo gesmoked?
Die Smoke delayed, einer runter.
Ich flashe,
Ja, Flash.
Boom.
Er ist hoch wieder. Er piekt, er ist reingedrückt, wissen, er geht weg.
Was?
Doppelpieken.
Kann ich mal boosten zum Jiggen so?
Nein. Lass mal erstmal ganz kurz Leo taken.
Ja. Ja, ich halte euch Rampe.
Obwohl, lass ihn dem Leo. Wir gehen nochmal Rampe, okay? Ich smoke kurz.
Kann lang smoken.
Ich geb lang Smoke, ich geb kurz Smoke.
Mach. Ready?
Könnt ihr schon mal pieken hier? Also vorgehen.
Gib doch eine Flash rechts hoch.
Geht links vor, links close vor.
Lang hab ich gesehen.
Okay, Smokes.
Flash rechts hoch,
Lang ganz
Noch einer, glaube ich, lang.
Killer, da ist Cave drin. Wir müssen Cave reingehen.
Killer.
Rechts rum.
Exertion. That was played perfectly. MHL did a bit of a wide swing, feeling the confidence. You know, you can understand that after how well he played with that scout. But Exertion there, using the pillar to his advantage. Beautiful stuff. I mean, we'll see the lockdown coming in. That's a 10th round now secured for MOUZ. And
just look at how he plays the pillar here.
Look, like he basically turned all of them into 1v1s.
Yeah, just isolation at its finest, and also being pretty conservative with his bullets as well.
I wish my grill
no
worked
panic.
like that.
Yeah, same. That and the FAMAS.
Dude, I need to actually sit there and just put some time into learning the recon.
Well, speaking of learning things, MHL might show us a few tricks with the MP9. Gets aggressive towards window and catwalk.
JDC looking to spray through. Dog tag. Oh, beautifully done.
It's actually MHL that gets one of them, but yeah, that was all JDC.
Bomb down as well, and they know it. This is not what Big Omen Academy wanted.
Oof.
They are trapped into a corner, bomb down, not anywhere near him. MHL, he's getting all that money now, by the way, for his farming. AWP. He wants to go on the farming. Oh, few taps come out towards him. He's being cautious. He doesn't have many bullets, though. Gets the reload in, rightly so.
Do you let him have it, JDC? Do you let him have it? Doesn't look like Shane's going to let him have it.
Done.
No maximizing of the money in that situation. That's completely fair. I think MHL got his fair share in that round. In total.
Yeah, like 7.4k, you know. You take that, and your teammates can also drop you an AWP if you really needed it. So you're pretty blessed for rounds going forward.
Absolutely. And speaking of blessed, 3-round lead. And again, it's not the prettiest of buys from Big Omen Academy here. 3 Galils in play. I think we've both stated that we're not necessarily the biggest fans of that weapon. But we'll see if they can wield it better than we can. I assume and I hope so.
Yeah, but I'm pretty damn sure, you know.
Yeah. But they need to make something happen here. Big Omen Academy had a bit of a rough start to their second half, getting a reset immediately after winning a very, very good pistol round.
I love it as well, though. Like, even the CT side, we still got Galil here in play.
Shane.
Oh.
This is dirty.
Oh, no.
There's so many nooks and crannies here as well.
He's going to see Hype soon. One step forward, one wrong move. Oh,
they miss each other. Oh, he
one
shoots
foul.
early.
Got himself an AK. He doesn't wait it out. Could have done the trigger discipline there, but he'll only net himself one kill for it. Exertion looking to push here. Not made any noise. They've not fully committed yet. JDC is in the site and he's saying, wait a second, guys, surely. Now, Exertion still made no noise, but this could be problematic.
It's like ships in the night
So
all
much
over the
confusion.
place. Nobody really knows where they have anyone at this point.
This is a nice position that Exertion has now out in middle that they very much probably won't expect.
Yeah, and I think that also allows you to potentially have MHL stay, I guess, more heavily towards the A bomb site because you don't have to worry about Donut from this position. But for now, 2 players on A. It's only Suhi is over towards that A bomb site. And they don't really have any rotations that could come in here to help them out. Suhi's actually going to find the first frag though onto Crimbo. That should be a bit of a tell given the time left in the round.
Oh, this could be it though.
Exertion up by windows.
He just missed it, but he can be on the flank 100%. MHL now coming into the site. Molly will land at his feet. He sticks around. Smoke goes down. Exertion out in there as well. He's got back up at the same time. They're never going to expect it. Bomb does get planted, but that's all that will happen. 2 still alive. They'll be able to pick up the AWP, no problem at all. The money is looking good as well for MOUZ as they grab themselves a 12th and they extend their lead. 4-round advantage now on Big Omen Academy. It was a good idea. The fallback, though, was just predictable because of how Exertion was able to sneak into middle. He was able to call everything that was going on.
Yeah, exactly. There's no presence there. And again, with them having 2 players stuck over towards the A bomb site, they don't really have to feel afraid of anything at all.
No.
Obviously, beneficial that Sui finds the first frag onto Process. Once they make that rotation, as you can see, timing is everything. Even though Sin does a fairly good job at it. Not quite enough.
Oh no. Oh no. Poor Process, man.
Oh.
I love he leads the charge, but he's always down on low health in these situations.
JDC.
Hello.
Oh no, no.
Oh no, you jumped as well.
Oh, Process assured this.
Nicely done.
He is on 7 HP though, so it remains to be seen how much actual usefulness you can get out of that M4. But a kill is a kill nonetheless. You can see though, all of MOUZ rotated over to its bomb site. You even have Exertion working on a backstab.
Oh, they're completely locked in. It's all about timing now for Big Omen Academy and what they can get done. MHL, easy first shot to connect.
Oh.
Exertion is about to just stab them all in the back.
Yep. Oh, cool comment collect.
Oh, we said that. Maybe a little bit too early. Slightly scary. The eagle shot's not quite hidden. Eventually he'll go down, but Aqua, hopes and dreams rely on him. 1v3 to win it would be a 1v4 clutch overall. Look at the setup. They're just like pretty much made a stacked line around him. MHL just whips out the P250, head ripped clean off, 13th round secured. And Big Omen Academy, well, they'll get a bye in this round. That's what they need. That's got to be some sort of a comeback from here on out. But the problem is the money is so stacked. You got a 10k player, 7k, or a little bit less now. JDC just bought, but in general, they're pretty fine.
Oh yeah, no, they're loving it. Obviously, Sui, the game leader, sitting at nearly 11,000 after buying, so he's going to be able to share the wealth if need be, if Big Omen Academy were to actually find any sort of response. But right now, it is looking pretty tough. MOUZ NXT, for the better part of this half, seems to have a pretty good idea of where Big are moving. Able to adjust accordingly as well.
For Hyped here, this is now with his open hand. I want to see him get that confidence back we saw before, right? Come on to that Inferno game against Astralis.
Yeah. Question is where he decides to attack, right? Like, A-site, not necessarily the most comfortable place for an off to kind of just crouch peek into angles and so on like that. So do you just go with, well, MSL and then MHL's approach, which is hoping that somebody goes aggressive mid? Because that could very easily just lead to nothing and you kind of lose any sort of timings. Or do you go for the very obvious boost towards Banana? We'll see. For now, though, he is hanging out over towards the A side of the map.
The thing is, right, with MHL, he's someone who does thrive in the situations that don't normally benefit AWPers either. Exertion going down early, though, and that's straight in with a second. Crimbo, he's going to open up this A site.
Smoke goes out, which JDC wants to try and play off the edge of. Sprays it all through the smoke. Grimbo goes down, so there's still a fighting chance in here for MOUZ, but Big, they've got control.
Oh, is there a gap that he can actually utilize there? Not in time, though. So, a retake scenario for MOUZ NXT. And these sides are notoriously very unfriendly for whoever's planted the bomb. Nobody showing on the side of Big.
Uh-oh. MHL.
Oh,
JDC's doing it in the meantime, though. Oh my god.
But they know Process is far away here.
They're being careful of it. Beautiful stuff from Aqua to finish it. JDC, though, straight in. Now it's into the 1v1. JDC in a good position, but he doesn't have enough health. Process comes in to save the day, and MHL, he's going to be kicking himself after that one, you know. They had a bit of a dance around. It was an awkward fight for sure for both of them. But Big Omen Academy win the round they desperately needed. One surviving, but it's not the end of the world when you're on the T side.
Yeah, it does soften the blow a little bit, but you could see that there's not too much money to go around, even if they're on the T side. Aqua not going to be able to afford an AK with the full Kevlar bought up. It's going to be Lils on two of the players, Crimbo, Aqua, having to take that hit. But again, at this stage, rounds is really all that matters. Big can be completely fine with surviving with 0 players, honestly, as long as the round win ends up going in their favor.
They definitely need him. Exertion. Doesn't want to find himself caught off there. Process.
We've seen like a lot of these, both of these teams have actually found, well, a majority of their openings towards this cave area.
Yep.
Exertion just trying to outdo Process in that sense, not necessarily giving away too much of an advantage on the CT side. I've done a good job of that so far. Knight's still young. Things have calmed down big. Omen Academy slowly grouping up over towards that B bomb side, and in a bit of a surprising fashion, Sui almost lonesome over towards A. Actually quite surprised by how keen MOUZ NXT are on defending that A bomb site. How heavily they want to do it. A lot of this is going to come down to how much damage Sui can do. Ooh. Oh, or JDC for that matter. That's the bomb.
And he gets 3! Oof. Oh no, and Hyped focused on the other side. That's going to be an AWP if they want to pick it up as well.
Oof. That is tough, and Sui's going to finish it off as well. And I think the MOUZ main team are looking at this match being pretty happy about who they're getting called into Poland. JDC, man. That run can so easily swing out of control.
Look at this. 1 first. Okay, that's fair enough. But then Big, they try to do it. It's such a narrow gap. Okay, fair enough. But the teamwork, how that was played out for MOUZ, absolutely huge.
It really is. And they seem to have a pretty good understanding of when their initial setup has kind of run its course, when they actually need to find more information, when they need to make adjustments into the rounds. And Big not completely aware or ready for it from the looks of it. JDC 3K, fantastic round, pretty much secures it by his lonesome, and we talked about a rough monetary situation for Big Omen Academy already before this round. It's not going to be improving anytime soon. Let's see what kind of tricks they have left in their bag. It's going to have to be, limited investment on their end. A couple of Tech 9s, Deagles, a little bit of utility to spare as well. So this doesn't leave them in in a situation where they can potentially buy up in the upcoming round. But it does also mean that they are giving a golden opportunity for MOUZ NXT to actually make it to not only match point, but tournament point as well. And again, over towards the B-bomb site. Grimbo setting up for the pop flashes.
Ooh. The first few are spotted out. Oh, this isn't looking good. MOUZ hoping to secure this 15th round, and it looks very easy. Still 5 alive. Grimbo fires out the Deagle, will get 1, but it's all for nothing.
MOUZ NXT just doing a wonderful job of understanding the situation. They know there's not going to be a whole lot of money on the side of Big Omen Academy. They actually set up for not exactly retake, but they take the distance that they need. They know they're at an advantage just in terms of weaponry. Don't have to rush into things at all.
And just look at this, right? MOUZ NXT, potentially having a better scoreline than what they did last time around on this map against Big Omen Academy in the grand final. 2-0ing Big both times potentially here. They are 1 round away. If they get this, they're lifting the WePlay CSGO Academy League trophy for the 3rd time, and it starts off strong. First kill found, hype goes down, and he's pushing for more. Look how hungry he is. Doesn't even wait for any flash or any backup from teammates. But could that be the undoing? Could that be the overconfidence in a round like this?
It might be a little bit too eager to end this. Sui, the Indian leader. There's one thing to, lead by example, but maybe a little bit too much salsa on that one. Nonetheless, though, we see good, solid positioning from MOUZ NXT. They're playing together here, both in mid, leaving A open. It's a calculated risk on their end.
Desertion needs to be careful. Did back away straight away as soon as that molly
JDC, you got to do it again.
But he's got a player sneaking up behind him at the same time.
Surely not again.
The confidence, it's huge. He does need to be wary, and he is. He's checking it. Doesn't want to push forward just yet.
And when he gets, when he peeks out here and sees nothing, or if he sees nothing, could send everyone over.
Oh, he still did him. That's tough. Process. He saw the jiggle peek.
And
got himself ready for it.
He knows what's going on, yeah.
The information, it's all called across. It's a 4v3. Shane looking to lock down the A site. JDC already coming to give backup. MHL there as well. It's going to be the full force of MOUZ NXT going up against Big as they try to execute onto the site. One by one, they start to go down. It's not looking good. It's all on to Aqua, and he falls at the last step. 16-9, and your champions of the WePlay CSGO Academy League Season 3 is MouseSports NXT. The 3-time champions, the best academy team by far. They do it again and again, and now JDC gets to sit there with another trophy and say, I'm coming to Katowice. Can I get another one?
Yeah, no, that's definitely what he's hoping for. And again, you just got to tip your hat for MOUZ NXT. Even though the competition gets better season by season, they continue to improve. They've managed to overcome losing their coach, losing their main opper, and making it seem like it never happened. And that it's just growing into the playoffs, starting maybe a little bit below par from what we're used to seeing from them, to then just coming into their own fully. And we see that in the finals there. I don't think there's any doubt in anyone's mind that MOUZ NXT are the world's best academy team.
By far. And at the moment, they're ranked higher than the main MOUZ roster. How much further
JDC actually downgrading for Katowice.
Yeah, technically, he's like, wait a second, guys. I'm used to playing for like a top 30. Yeah. You're really making me go back this far? But no, he definitely wants to be at Katowice, that's for sure. What an epic way for them to end it once again in style. Congratulations to MOUZ. We're going to head to a quick break. And when we come back, we're breaking it down the desk, getting some player interviews done, and seeing how the MOUZ boys feel.
Headshot, nice. Fist bumps go to the teammates. I wanna hear your go, go, go. I wanna see you falling fast. Win the round. Win the game. Pretty much, they play, you win.
Thank you very much, Banks and Vendetta, for such an amazing job during that cast. They just did such a fantastic job. And now we're here on the desk.
Yeah.
Vendetta,
about to do another fantastic job. Simple as that. We're doing it all tonight. We're really doing it all.
Sometimes you just have to, right?
Yeah. No, you gotta enjoy yourself. You gotta have fun with it.
That's the main thing. Yeah. It was very interesting to go back to commentary after so long. You know, I can't remember the last time I commentated the game of Counter-Strike. But my God, like, I'm so used to just being sat there with you guys and we just watch and react and enjoy.
Yeah.
But like, I forget sometimes. Oh yeah, I'm commentating.
Yeah, like what I'm saying is actually being heard
yeah.
by other people. But you know, again, you just let your emotions fly with it, and I think that's also something that is engaging. So it's good fun overall. And you know, not to tout our own horns, but I think we managed. We managed. Okay, we got through it.
We were not Hugo and Harry, right? But
no,
we were like a good budget version of them with more age on us and experience.
Definitely
right?
more age.
By
Definitely
quite
more
a way. A team without a lot of age on them, though, and a team that continues to dominate is MOUZ NXT. My oh my, like, saying you are the 3-time champions of the Academy League, this is the world's first Academy League, right? And they've come through, done it in style. They've had to lose one of their star players in Torzy, right, to the main roster, and also the coach that put the team together alongside JDC, and yet you still found a success. It looked shaky at the beginning of the playoffs, right? Yeah. We thought, okay, maybe they can bleed. Maybe this big team can take them down. Maybe Astralis can do some damage against them. But when it came to the crunch time, they achieved their success again.
Yeah, still the best team, going from strength to strength. And I think, again, we talk about what's a quality mark for a team and so on. Growing into tournaments is very much that. I mean, obviously, I'm going to use Na'Vi as an example, but obviously they're not at the same level as Na'Vi. But there is something to that, having that quality of, like, yeah, you might have slow starts, but you're kind of just slogging your way through the group stages or the initial stage of a playoffs, and it doesn't necessarily look impressive. But when it actually matters, you step up and showcase that you are, beyond any doubt, the best team at the tournament. So it's fun to see, and again, MOUZ, they're a team that they're just enjoyable to watch because they do so many things correct. Again, it's probably the team that I enjoy the most, having like the team speak insights too, because of how crisp and clean they are, how concise they are with their information, how they're not necessarily having like, a lot of like bloat in terms of what they're saying. It's just really, really solid from start to finish. And I actually would have expected it to be worse than what it was in Season 1 and 2 because of the loss of Torzy, because of the loss of Cyclone.
Yes.
But no, they've handled it fantastically, and all credit where credit is due. They deserve all the praise in the world.
And we also got to say, right, you touched on it. Coming into Ancient again, had big learned enough. Maybe MOUZ are going to kind of be a bit more predictable, a bit more readable. They end up with a better scoreline. Their confidence was sky high. I think once, obviously, they did so well on that T side to start off with, and they actually, they won the half by 1 round, they flipped it. It's just 1 round of difference. But when you're doing it on a map like Ancient, which is so heavily TT-sided,
so much,
you're just thinking, okay, cool. And there's some of the reads and like the timings, JDC with that crazy 3K, like
MHL
pushing
Scout.
up behind him. MHL Scout was just wild. Look at, he ends it on 26 kills up here. And Big Omen Academy, they put up a fight, they had good ideas, they weren't like just doing the same stuff over and over again. But you can just see that even still, while we've seen Big make better strides forward, we've seen Astralis look better as well. MOUZ are still a step ahead of everyone.
Yeah, and again, it is a bit of a shame if you are Big Omen Academy and if you, again, are someone who's invested into the progress that they're making as a team, because you might look at this result and think like, oh no, they're still, not quite there and they're not quite doing it. But, keep in mind, again, it's not only, one team that's improving across the seasons. MOUZ NXT have gotten a lot better from where they were in Season 1. And the same thing goes for Big Omen Academy. It just happens to be so that MOUZ NXT are unique in their position. Again, there are so many players that could potentially go into Tier 1 teams, like into main teams. And we see the rumors time and time again. We're actually going to see JDC play on one of the biggest stages in Counter-Strike in a couple of days. So, in a sense, it's unfair how good MOUZ NXT are for this being an Academy League, but it's also so cool.
It's been done in the correct way. It's time, though, for my favorite part. We get to speak to some of these players. We get to speak to some of these champions. We got Exertion coming up first for us here. Look at that smile straight away. Smile. Look at it. Exertion, brother, you've done it again. A 3rd time in a row, mate. You are the champions here. Just tell me, right? Obviously, you guys are confident. You know how it's feeling. But until you get that final win, obviously, you can't be completely sure. But going into today, did you feel like, cool, we're doing it again?
I mean, for sure, yeah. I mean, you always have to be confident either way. And we saw a lot of flaws that we had versus them yesterday. And we knew that if we fix that instantly, we will have a much easier time versus them on all maps. Yeah, I mean, it's like we knew basically that if we improve just a little bit, we'll have a much easier time versus any opponent that we face. And I mean, it happened so.
It did happen. And one thing, right, we were talking about this in the pre-match thinking, okay, look, Ancient's been picked again. We know you guys are confident on it. And we thought you had to change some things up on CT side, like through the aggression of them to make sure you could close those rounds out. Maybe Big learned from it. But it seemed like it was easier for you guys this time. Is this where you're talking about the mistakes being fixed?
I think on Ancient necessarily it wasn't the case. I mean, I personally know that I made a lot of mistakes and I fixed them personally because I felt like I played maybe too aggressive. Okay. But I mean, there was really good comms. I mean, we knew that like they really like to group mid-round, late round-ish. So I and the team commed a lot to push mid-late round, and we did it a lot. You guys could see, and we went behind them a lot. We had a lot of info. Yeah. And I mean, yeah. I mean, we, like after playing a team like that first time, obviously they're really good, but like you see the flaws they have in their game, and you can abuse that, obviously.
Yeah, no, it really felt that way. And first off, obviously, congratulations yet again with a fantastic performance. So what do you think was the main difference? Because obviously, I think it's fair to say that you struggled more with Big Omen Academy in the upper bracket finals than what you did today. Is it as simple as, you know, individual mistakes here and there kind of being sorted out and fixed? Or do you think that, again, you guys continue to raise your level as a team as well?
I mean, I think it's both. I mean, we're obviously improving. We had a tough period, and now it's on the rise. We're communicating our issues in the team. We are open about it. We have a coach to help us now, so it's much more easy. But I mean, I think it's both, like people just not doing what they did last time, making these mistakes, and also like, I mean, as I said, you play a team like that the first time, next time you exactly know how you should play against them, because like at the first time, I think we gave them a lot of space, and now we were like, we're not giving you any space because they are really good executing. But I mean, as soon as you don't give them the executes, I feel like it's pretty easy in my opinion.
I love to hear that. Actually, and also I want to talk or ask you about one thing, because again, being an academy player, you're in a bit of a unique situation, and obviously, you guys have already had Torzy being promoted to the main team, and now we're seeing JDC getting the call up to the Katowice squad. Obviously, since BMUS wasn't able to attend due to a COVID positive test, but. How does it feel, kind of like to be in that sphere, knowing that again, the better you guys do, the bigger, I guess, chance of your team falling apart is there? Like, does that feel weird? Does that kind of get into your heads at any sort of point of time, or are you just happy to see your teammates kind of getting the chance?
As I said, it's like, I mean, we got to focus on what we have now. We cannot put our heads up and be like, oh, take it to the main team, blah, blah, blah. Like every day and any day, we take step by step. We focus on the team we have now. But as you said, like, I mean, me and our coach, old coach Cyclone, were joking about it, that we will suffer from our success if we're really good. Because as you said, like, I mean, obviously the better you get, the more recognition people get in your team, and they get picked up to main teams or other teams in the future, who knows. And I mean, yeah, it's like, it's not something that you really focus about though, like, because then you, in my opinion, you become a bit of a loser, because like you're letting something that shouldn't affect you in a way, you know?
Yeah. No, I completely agree with that. I think that's a very healthy mindset to have. And I think it's kind of been showcased as well by how well you guys have been playing as well through these seasons, because you have obviously reached a lot of, or gotten a lot of eyes on you over these 3 seasons of WePlay Academy. So kudos to being able to keep your head straight.
No, Xerxes, one final thing from me before we get JDC on the mic as well. I want to just say, like, obviously you've done it 3 times now. Pushing on to looking at the other cups and tournaments you enter, what is like goals you set yourself outside of the Academy League as a team? Is it like, oh, okay, I want to win maybe some of these sweet home cups, or is it like a certain qualifier? What's the next thing you guys want to achieve?
I mean, obviously, we just want to improve. Kamil said a long time ago that we take improvement over results every day. And I mean, ranking doesn't matter to us. Like, sure, winning is really nice, like tournaments, but like, if you see improvement, it's just a better feeling in general. But yeah, I mean, obviously, like winning one of the top tier 2 events, like you said, home sweet home or like sweet cup, these things, like obviously it's a good goal to have. And I think we will manage to do it if we keep practicing, working hard. And before I leave, I want to say something. Yeah. I want to say thank you to my family. I love them. I love you, Lily. I love you, Dad. I love you, Mom. You guys are the best. Thank you for the support. And yeah.
Hey, Xerxes, that's a perfect way to end it, man. Congratulations once again on being a 3-time champion. We're going to speak to JDC next, but go off and enjoy your victory, my friend.
Thank you very much.
So JDC's coming on next for us. They're going to do a little swap around for us. But, like, look at that. Wise words from this man. And they've all got such a really good head on them in terms of, like, how they do all this, right? How they think about the game, what they're discussing the whole time. And there's Mr. JDC.
Man of the moment.
Man of the moment for sure. Now, JDC, we're going to first talk about the tournament side of things, mate, before I come on to your recent news, your recent discovery. But you've done it 3 times now, right? The success keeps on coming, even with a different lineup, different coach coming through. Are you just like looking at this and thinking we're the best Academy League team, but like no one's even close? Because you made it look even more convincing today.
I think that we shouldn't think that way. No matter how often we win or if we lose, whatever, we should just be humble about it and be respectful. I think if you lose the humbleness, you will develop ego in a negative way, and you will start making more mistakes. You will start losing more games. So I'm very sure that no one here in the team thinks that way. I'm very happy about that. So, no, every win is hard-deserved and well fought for.
And before you put the mic on, we were saying just this, that like you guys have a good, smart way of looking at the game and what you guys want to achieve and how you act as champions right now. But I also got to ask you, JDC. I was saying this during the commentary. I was like, it's like JDC has a little Katowice buff, you know? You you were playing with a bit more confidence than usual, man. Were you feeling it?
Yeah, kinda. I don't know, actually. I mean, I'm just very happy in general. The message, obviously, it's sad circumstances, and it shouldn't be that way. I'm very happy to have the opportunity to do what I will do the next days, but very unfortunate for the main roster. But I will see how it develops.
Can you tell me, like, when did you find out? How did this all happen? Because it must be quite a wild thing. You're in the middle of one tournament. Katowice is starting in literally like 2 days, and you're now going to disappear and go do